everybody, and welcome to the final, absolutely final, after penultimate episode of the MSW podcast. My name is going to end as Brendan.
And my name is also going to end.
This show's
it's going to end as Commander Wof. Golly, of course.
You had one job, man. Just copy. Literally, your job for 100 and something episodes is copy me. That's it.
And it's kind of gone well every time. That's like the first time I think I've messed it up in a while.
Yeah, on the final show. But yeah, you see how I threw penultimate in there? I figured that would kind of be a nod to episode 24 because Greg Woods.
Even though penultimate is not correct because that's the second to last.
No, I said the after penultimate.
Oh, after penultimate. I gotcha.
So after the second to last is the last. Well, thank you.
Oh, I didn't know you were waiting for me to say something. I'm sorry.
That's why I was not speaking, bro.
I was very confused. Okay.
All right. Well, here we are, guys. This is it. This is the final. And it's really sad in a lot of ways, but we're going to give you a good show. We're going to cover so many things. We're going to have a couple guests on. We're going to have a lot of interacting from you guys in the emails and all the things you guys sent in, which we really appreciate and love. That kind of showing us your love for the last episode. It's crazy that it's over. It really is. 5 years though, the fact that this did hold up for 5 years is pretty awesome to me. And I don't know what to say. I mean, I think Wof you did a calculation, and what was it, 2/3 of the weeks of the 5 years we actually produced an episode?
Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that. So like there's about in 5 years, there's 260.7414 weeks. And because of the hiatus we did last year, I was actually kind of anticipating we would have dropped so far away from the 80% area that we would have been below half. But no, actually by the end, once this one comes out, we will have done roughly 3.222 years worth of weekly uploads, or 64.438% of the 5-year span of the show's history, which is a pretty respectable number.
Yeah. And all of those episodes, except for less than 10, were over an hour. Some were way too long. So we gave pretty good content. Most podcasts in general, and at least and especially in Marble Sports, do not ever get near an hour unless it's a super special episode. But for us, it was super special when it was below an hour. And I just thought that was cool. Not every moment was probably the most exciting moment, but we hung in there each time for an hour and gave you some show, gave you something to think about or analyze something or pretended like we knew trivia. We did a good job. We did a decent job. Mm-hmm. I think the first thing I want to say off the top before we get any further is a brief kind of point towards where we're going next. So Wof will have his moment as well for this in a second. Anyone who's sitting here okay, I realize this is the end. So where are these guys going to go after this? I'm going to give you two things from me. Number one, I will be findable in other places. Obviously, I'll still be in the MSW Discord, right? We'll probably we're going to leave the Discord up. My plan, if we all agree and want to do this, is to do some small thing once a year. Maybe, like I said, a fantasy league for Marble League or something like that. Just something to keep us together for a second each year, just because it's been so long and you guys are cool. But obviously, there's no drawn out shows or anything like that anymore. But just something so we can keep community while JMR still limps by for now. The other thing is that I obviously am going to still be in existence on my other YouTube channel. I don't really use that other YouTube channel. I don't play Geometry Dash anymore. I don't really have time for a lot of gaming anymore. But right now I have been using it to live stream once a week. I do some teaching so I've been teaching some guys for a while about Bible stuff. I'm a Christian guy, right? And that's a big deal to me. And we kind of spend that time together and study. So it's obviously a very different vibe than Marble Sports, and there's some people who may not really be interested in that. But if you just want to keep following after me and what I'm doing, or hear whatever random thoughts I have and deep thoughts I have, because that's obviously a more serious event, that's where I'm going to be on that channel. The channel is called Marble Guy. If there's anything, here's another thing. If I would at least go sub to that channel, even if you're not going to listen weekly to what I'm doing, because if there's anything else new, if there were to be anything new at all, new videos, new ideas. Maybe I start making disc golf videos because I'm into that now. Maybe the podcast comes back in some random different way. Like anything else, it would be there. That's where it's going to show up. MSW is going to stay the channel it is. It's going to die like this. It's not going to change names. It's not going to add or delete videos unless it was really pertinent to what this already was. It's dead here. Go over there to Marble Guy, and again, Wof will share information in a second, because that's where going to be any future new stuff would be, and it'll probably be announced in this current server as well. So I just wanted to give you the quick update there before we get into our feels here, reminiscing about the past. That's what the future's looking like to me. I'm going to talk about that one aspect of if the podcast were to restart and what that looks like, but I'm going to let Wof give his spiel on where he's going real quick.
Yeah, so I have my main channel, Commander Wof. It's on YouTube. I make video essays in and out again, and I also use like the community tab to kind of update on voice acting projects I've been in, like on different channels and places. So if you want like an update of like where I am on like multiple different fields, like my YouTube channel is the best place. For singing, I think I do want to make covers still in the future after this. I'm debating whether or not I should make a separate channel for that or just post it to my main channel still. But the announcement for that decision would be on the main channel itself. So in regards to video essays, acting, singing, and maybe even doing a potential like a podcast of random things that Wof likes to talk about on a very inconsistent basis. I might do that there too.
I might guest on it, hopefully, once.
Yeah, it depends on like the subject matter. Like I try to bring my idea is like I bring someone on who has a similar field of interest to me in that, and use that to, I guess, like talk about something that I normally wouldn't make a full video essay about, but I want to discuss with someone. So that's kind of an idea I've had in my head for a while. And yeah, that's kind of my plans. If you want to, again, just follow me at Commander Wof. It's my name, so you should find it pretty easily.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that, Wof. Follow us, man. Just keep up with us. This is about community, man. And we love all you guys. Even though the show may end, we do love all you guys, right? So we want to stay connected as long as you want to stay connected. We'll see where JMR goes. We'll see where Marble Sports goes. Something we'll do towards the end of this podcast, as we've done a couple times, but then we'll really do once more with the four of us, is do a final thoughts on where we think Marble Sports is actually going over the next, by 2030, right? So we're actually going to do that once more for the final time, but that'll be later. So the last thing I want to say in the intro is because I never know what the future holds, I'm not gonna say that there's a 0% chance that a podcast of Marble Sports material with me speaking in it is impossible to come back. I'm just gonna say it like that. But all I'm saying is this: if it were ever to come back, like I said, it will not be under this name MSW. It would be different. No one remembers this, but way back early on, when we were starting the MSW podcast, I had another name idea I wanted to switch to. I think it was around episode 10, because to me it sounded more, streamlined and I don't know, nice. Because like Marble Sports Worldwide Podcast is 4 very big annoying words to say. But Wof really liked the acronym, so we kept it. But the other podcast name, I can't believe y'all don't remember this, but it was called the Marble Talk Podcast. That was the name of the other workshop name. And if the show were to ever come back in any form, it would probably come back under that name unless I thought of a better one. Because I kind of liked it. It just felt more casual. I feel like with Marble Talk, I don't have the pressure to have some sort of news or have some sort of really professional analysis. I can just come on and say whatever I want, because I'm just talking marbles, man, as opposed to like, this is the worldwide podcast. We cover everything Marble Sports, which was the idea, of course, way at the beginning when I was first starting, and we'll get into this when we reminisce on it. Was to really be like a professional podcast that doesn't miss any important Marble Sports event going on around the world of YouTube, basically, and analyzes everything that needs to be analyzed. And so I had that vibe to it. I wanted to be professional, I wanted to be have a large bandwidth. But now I kind of feel like if I came back, I'd want to do 30-minute shows where I just where I just talk about the color on the Thunderbolts for a while or something, just something stupid. It would be stupid purposefully. It would have little to no redeeming value except that it's just silly. Like that would be where it goes. Because I feel like when I started, since I was whole new to podcasting and I was younger, the kind of desire was for me to ascend and be like more than I currently was. So act professional and cover a lot and give you a big show. But now, you know, I'm older and I'm so much better at just sitting and saying nothing that now I just want to sit and talk about nothing for 20 minutes. And so it's just the vibe has changed. But that would be, I'm saying this is like a 1% chance at best. So don't get your hopes up. I'm just saying that's what it would be if it were to, in some random universe, happen. What would that look like? If somebody found Marble Sports podcasting really interesting and wanted to pay me weekly to do it, that would be something that might get me to do it. Or if JMR suddenly blew up and every problem that we talked about in the past few episodes disappeared and everything was a utopia, then it could start up again because we're all happy again. You see, big, impossible things would have to occur. So that's all I got, I think, for the intro. This will be a fun one. Wof, anything else you want to say before we head into our final news segment?
Yeah, I think it's important actually.
You're low. You need to unmute. Well, turn up.
Thank you. I was typing and stuff.
You do this every time.
I was uploading the news file to the folder so you can pull it up once it's ready. So, but okay, here's probably something very important I would say that everyone wants to hear is why is the show ending? And there's a lot of important reasons. I kind of want to do it here because it's what everyone wants to know.
Oh, that's
and
true.
also,
we're going to do that here. My bad. So we'll do that here.
Yeah, it's also kind of the saddest part of the episode, so we want to get that as much of that negativity out of here. So I saw from a lot of messages, people were thinking that we were quitting because of Dion and stuff. And the thing is, the Dion thing does bother me now, but honestly, actually, it was a non-factor in this decision because we had decided to end the show back on October 28th, just as the Conrad stuff, Hines stuff was starting to come out. I didn't know anything about the Dion things at the point. And even before that, I think it was near the beginning of last year, we had a talk, you and me and Brendan, about reevaluating if you want to end the show around episode 200. Although for me personally, I was kind of already decided on that option personally. So the show has been pretty much on the approach to ending for a long time. Dion is like a cherry on top, not the straw that broke the camel's back. And honestly, we've said so much about him, we don't need to say any more about him. So honestly, I'm going to push that to the side and move to the reasons that people likely don't actually know. So a big part of one of these we talked about before is our interests have shifted. Marble Sports is not our main focus anymore, and so dedicating time to the show isn't a big priority. It's just how it is. That's how life goes. And especially when you become an adult like me with a full-time job, you don't have as much free time, and so you got to pick and choose what you want to spend it on. And Marble Sports, compared to the other things I've found love and joy from, like acting and making video essays, I want to put more priority over. And this one is going to be... I'm going to say this, and I want to preface this. I'm not saying this to flame you, Brendan,
you're going to be right, though. You're going to be absolutely right, and then I'll clarify.
Okay, so on the show, I put in a lot of hours into the editing and production of stuff, and part of that's my own fault. I pushed the news segment to be way more intricate of my own volition. No one asked me to do the animations or to get artwork made and stuff like that. That was all on me, so I never blame anyone for that. But I would sacrifice a lot of hours each week, and as my interest died, it became more of a sacrifice, especially after I got my job, to give up essentially 1 to 2 of my free days to make the show, only for Brendan to then not actually take the time to upload it to the other platforms. And that's not a very good working relationship, to have such a disparity in effort in production. It's as a person, I still love you, Brendan. You're my friend, but our working relationship has definitely not been the best.
No, I would agree with that. What I'll say, it's not really in my defense. It's just simply information. When there was a certain point when things started to go downhill with JMR, or just kind of I knew the podcast and just in general the community wasn't thriving anymore, that it it was kind of hard for me to stay super interested, and like as I was at the beginning with like because at the beginning, even though of course I wasn't as good at podcasting, I had a lot more ideas that I wanted to workshop. I used to actually edit the show myself. I used to like try to get guests on all the time. I used to try to get bigger and bigger guests. Like we got up to Greg Woods, which people were surprised at, and I thought we were going to get yelled at, and we were going to if there wasn't all these like. We didn't realize there was so much drama going on that would prevent that. So we had plans because we wanted to be a part of the Marble sports community as it grew to what we were predicting back then to be huge enough to have a MarbleCon 2025, because that was the current growth that we were seeing. But obviously things took a crazy turn, and things went downhill pretty quick. So back then, there was a lot of energy about it. And then what happened, and this I guess this would be the only defense I have for being a little lazy. And that would be, there was a certain point, I think around season 2 or 3, right? Around, it would be around the 50 mark or maybe towards the 70 mark, where I said pretty clearly multiple times, if someone else doesn't edit this show, we're done. And I'm fine with ending right here. I will end right here unless someone else wants to edit the show. If they don't want to edit, we're ending right here, and that's fine with me because I just don't have the time with what's going on in my life, and the community is not showing the growth and for me to stay interested. Even though I liked it, I just didn't have the time. There's so much going on in my life that I was like, someone else edit or we just end. Right, and that was fine with me, then people, and that's when like Casen, or I think it might have been JM or Casen, it was just both of them kind of help with that. Like, been like, I'll edit, and I was like, okay, like you don't have to, right? We're not paying you. You don't have to do that. I'll just end here.
Yeah, it was JM first, and then after that,
they wanted to do that.
Casen.
And I was like, okay, so as long as you guys remember, it's your own volition. As long as you guys on your own volition decide you want to keep editing, then I'll keep doing the show. But because of that, because it was kind of like, I already had that attitude back in 70. It started to curtail over the next bunch of episodes, especially when we got to the hundreds, of me keeping up with being super accurate and uploading to like the other platforms. And the other reason for that is because the percentage of views we got on the other platforms compared to the YouTube was very small. So most of our views were coming from YouTube, like at least 90% most weeks. So I was thinking in my head, there was so much going on in my life that I was like, this can be late. It's 10% of viewers. Everyone's going to watch on the YouTube anyway because that's where we have the visuals now. And I was kind of getting lazy on it. So those were at least the thought processes behind it. I'm not saying that it makes me being lazy okay. I'm just saying that that's why like that was going on. Now the other thing I'll toss in there is that at the time that this was all happening, this would be about the time where COVID was coming. Either we're in the midst of the COVID thing, or I was coming to an end and I was actually going to college, right? And so the wildest, busiest, most transformative years of my life have been the last 2 years of college. Like in many ways, some of you probably at this point have inference that it has a lot of effect on my faith at this point. It has a lot of effect on my relationships. It's had a lot of effect on my time. It has a lot of effect on my commitments. It has a lot of effect, like so much effect on me because so many things changed. I went from being kind of a naive and pretty bored high schooler to having so much going on and meeting so many people and making so many life mistakes, like obviously outside of the show, and getting caught up in so many things, making so many choices that for a while, I was just stressed and busy and unfocused for a long time. I mean, especially earlier on in college, just making certain decisions, getting myself caught up with certain things. And so it just, like, I was so preoccupied that even though I was like, okay, I can't not be uploading the show, my emotions were like, I don't care because I'm dealing with so much stuff right now. I can't think about that. I'm not thinking about this. The JMR channel's dying anyway. This is too much for me to handle here in actual life, right? So those were the things that kind of pointed to me starting having a downturn in the show. And then me and Wof even realized this, like when we would actually do the show, like sit down and talk for the certain amount of time, we'd be like, wow, this is really fun and we love doing this. But it was all the times after it and the stuff we had to do outside of the actual sitting down and recording, we're like, we just just don't have the effort or the time for that.
That's kind of like a big part of it. Was like I would get kind of bitter that I would sacrifice a lot of time and effort to do the video editing of the show, and then Brendan would like not actually take the few minutes to just upload the audio file. Like that was causing some strife there because like I was sacrificing so much there, and he wasn't. And like the big part of why I wanted to do it was because one, I wanted to do it for the audience to get it out as fast as possible, so it was timely. But I was also doing it for Brendan because it was his show that he made. I wanted to make sure so I wanted to keep it going. I didn't want to be the reason that his show ended. But I kind of wish he was here to hear this part. I can recap it for him, I guess. He, like, the fact that he was becoming lazier, though, was the big indicator that I didn't need to sacrifice that much anymore for the show, because he clearly wasn't going to, like, if he was not going to put the effort in, then that means he was also okay with moving on as well. Around a year and a half ago, which is around the time I got my new job and my free time got more constrained, I kind of stopped actually enjoying marble sports. Like, if you remember the last episode with Akonala, he brought up, like, the Christmas race, and I sounded so excited about and passionate about, like, how the design of it was. That wasn't fake. But the thing is, I didn't feel that as I was watching the video itself. I enjoyed the jousting event when I was watching it with you, or Tug of War, Brendan. Like, when I watched it with another friend, like, that's what I was enjoying. But I was enjoying the community aspect. I wasn't enjoying the contests themselves, which is crazy because, like, I remember when I started, I was working at the bowling alley, and like they would often release a premiere of an event while I was at work. So like I would rush to my computer the moment it was there so I could watch it as soon as possible. And I didn't feel that drive like at all the last year and a half. In fact, I would oftentimes put it off as long as I could because I wasn't super interested, but also because if I didn't watch it at least the day before recording, I would forget basically everything. And that was my notice that, like, because I think of everything that's been happening in, like, shifting interests and all that stuff coming together, it made doing the show, even though the recording it was fun, it made producing the show more like a job. And because the time it took up and I wanted to spend on other things, it made watching the events themselves not fun anymore. And like a big indicator was like after like about 2.5 months of our hiatus from the show, I had that big passion spark to make my big old 2.5 hour video essay, and I did it nonstop day after day. I hadn't had that passion to make something for a long time, and I think part of it was actually taking a break from MSW, because even more than the time it took up, the emotional and energy that it drained from me made actually trying to find the passion to work on other projects very difficult. And on top of that, if people noticed, the last time I did a Wof Tune once its releases was exactly 1 year ago for the 4-year anniversary. There hasn't been a break like that in covers for that long before, and that's because it actually started, like, doing the covers. I used to do it, like, I used the show as an excuse to sing. Like, for a friend like me, I used International Friendship Day as an excuse to do my Friend Like Me cover. But now it become a staple that I guess it associated my brain that it was an obligation to sing for the show. And so it also made making covers not as fun. Like, I had done a lot of practice for one. I was going to do Scream from High School Musical 3. I did a lot of practice runs, but I never sat down to record it. And then there was, like, the Christmas cover and my birthday cover that I had ideas for, but never even started on. And it's because it felt like an obligation, not like something that I really wanted to do. And that, to me, was the biggest indicator that, like, the show needed to end, because it was making things that I used to love not fun anymore, and I wanted to move on to other things, and that's why I needed to leave the show, and it's why I'm probably not gonna come back. I might do special guest appearances in the community every now and again, but for the most part, I kind of want to just take a break from marbles altogether.
Yeah, I think I understand. I think I'm moving in the same way. For me, I only really watch the content if I have a fantasy league, because that, like, keeps me interested, right? So that's why I do the fantasy league, so that I'll have a reason to sit down and watch, because now it's like a game. JMR had to become a game for me to keep watching it, because there's nothing community-wise that's really enticing anymore right now. So it's got to be a game. So I play fantasy, and so I watch and scream, and obviously there's certain teams that I love, right? But yeah, I mean, my interest has dwindled, and well, I think it's, for both of us, it's followed the dwindling path of JMR that continues to go downhill. Marble Sports as a entire community is not a community, because JMR didn't substantiate that, and there's no other channels that have risen. It went completely opposite of my current initial prediction, which was that at this point we'd have 3 kind of competing channels. That Fubica would get their act together. There'd be another couple of channels that are really, really good and popular. And then JMR would be, of course, just absolutely destroying it. And none of that's happening. And so it went downhill for me. It went downhill for Wof. He kind of finished up college into life. I went into college and life changed. So many things changed. We have other interests. We've met new people. So there's just so much going on that it just... When you have so much going on, when you are in a phase of life that is filled with new possible things and new possible interests, and you're changing a ton, then if something is not enticing to you, you're not going to make the time for it. You're not going to be able to make the time for it because you're just bombarded by so much other stuff. Like, something has to really matter to you for you to shove that time in there, right? And so it just didn't, right, for either of us. So that's just the way it is, right? It's not that it hasn't been a really wonderful time, of course, but
of course,
and it's not that we haven't enjoyed every minute of being here on the streams, but it's just the way things move on. I guess what I'm trying to say is I am blaming circumstance and blaming JMR and Marble Sports progression as a whole as a part of our loss of interest, to be honest. But I think with all that being said, you kind of got the general. We're going to talk to some guests. We're going to read some of your stuff. But after the news segment, the final one here, presented by Wof. Wof, let's play that.
Hello, Marble Sports fans! I am Johnny Marble, here live in the booth, back in the saddle, back with Marble Sports Worldwide News. And for this segment, we have something special planned. You see, JMR normally gets the spotlight for most of the show's runtime, and everyone here already knows about them. So for once, we are going to focus only on the smaller channels. It's our way of helping out those who aren't as well known, and to say thank you to some of our biggest supporters. First up is the one you'll likely know the most, MSPN, a channel defined by innovation. They have produced a wide range of Marble content over the years. There's the classic Marble Mayhem, the boundary-pushing Marblades, and the innovative NASMarb. If unconventional is what you're looking for, then MSPN is the channel for you. And next, we have one of the show's longest supporters, Richard Hinckley. His passion for marbles has spanned for over 3 years, with multiple installments into the long-running Adventure Marble League series. Thank you, Richard, for being a part of our community for so long. And to shake things up, we have a creator who's only recently begun his journey into making marble content. Akinon's Marble Competitions. The quality is quite good, and it only feels right to give them a shout out after being a part of so many live recordings. Best of luck, Akinon, from the MSW team with your brand new series. And then we have channels that represent a more traditional side of things. Ramen Powder Marbles provides plenty of races on quadrilla tracks in the Quadrilla Marble League. And more in the same vein of JMR style races and competitions, we have Ghazi's Marble Runs and Team McDolphin. These 3 channels together provide a wide range of styles for you to enjoy. So, you can either pick the one you like best, or, better yet, in Johnny Marble's opinion, watch all 3. Back on the unconventional side, we have the Stream Out Marble Association, who creates 3D simulated marble races through marbles on stream. And then there's Marigold Marble Racing, who, on top of making races in Elgato, also make races in Minecraft of all things. That's crazy. Technology may have gone too far. But these are definitely a couple of interesting channels for you to check out. And now to highlight someone who's been making competitions for several years. It's the Lucky Titan. Marble Madness, the Marble Summer Championship, and Marble Time Attack have been especially entertaining to many members of the community. And we here at MSW look forward to more quality content in the future. And last but certainly not least, we have Pesky's Marble Productions. This channel features Pesky's Marble Championship and is also home to the inaugural season of the Marble Invites, a competition that brings together 16 teams from multiple channels in order to determine who the best of the best truly is. Now Pesky, I don't mean to complain or pry or nag, but Johnny Marble's missing his invite to compete with the big boys. I may be retired from competition, but I still got one more race in me, so you know my P.O. box. But innovative and collaborative content like this is the true future of the community, and we are incredibly grateful for the first steps taken by Pesky to make worldwide marble competitions a reality. And of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many other great marble channels out there for you to enjoy, so even if these ones don't end up interesting you, there's bound to be one out there that you'll really connect with. Well fans, that is all the news on my desk. They're clearing out the studio, they're turning off the lights, they're getting rid of my teleprompter, they're taking my chair! What? I guess that only leaves one thing left. A thank you. A thank you to all of you who have supported MSW over the years. A thank you to the entire team and staff. A thank you to Commander Wolf for reaching out and allowing me to do one more time as Johnny Marble. There's also an apology from me for leaving so suddenly. I do apologize for that. Life got the better of me and I had to go figure out what I wanted to do, who I wanted to be. But stepping back into the booth and being Johnny Marble has always been a highlight of my life. But enough of that. This is more of a celebration, not a time for me to be a party pooper. Commander Wolf, you got something to add to that before I get all huffy puffy?
Thank you, Johnny. Quite the surprise, right? Thank you so much for coming back for this. This is just a massive wish fulfillment for me to have you in the booth one last time. There was never a news anchor quite like Johnny Marble, am I right? Taking a moment here, I want to reflect on some of the history of the news segment. Brendan came up with the idea for the segment back in episode 5, before I was part of the show, but after I joined, as the episodes went by, I eventually had an idea to make it more dynamic, which led to me kind of making some rough ideas for visual elements, which Jack Ironhide then fleshed out immensely more and just made it way better. And then after that, Baron came in and had some ideas for how to do the news segment, and while I personally wasn't a fan of some of the aesthetics of it, I did like a lot of the animation ideas that came from it. And so I combined some of those ideas with some ideas I came up with on my own, and then combined all of that with the visual aesthetic of the news segment, and that just pushed it even further. And even after I got rid of the animations, I did bring in the smaller communities into the news segment to help expand it. It's been a massive labor of love to make this, and to be honest, at times, it felt like it wasn't worth it. I kind of thought that this segment was just, a small little thing that people probably more often than not skipped through. But in reality, people actually really seem to love it. Some people's favorite moments for the show were actually hearing their channels shouted out in the news segment. And one of the comments on our announcement video for the end of the show said that their main reason for watching was for the news segment. And that's just so crazy to me. I wish I had known that sooner. But regardless, I want to say thank you. I'm so glad to know that I entertained you with this segment that I put so many hours into over the course of several years. And now, for the final time, I'm Commander Wof.
And I'm Johnny Marble. And you have been the best fans in the world.
So let's kick it on back
and continue now with the podcast. Thank you.
Wow.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Oh my word. I have been holding on to that for like weeks.
Really?
I reached out to him on a whim and he actually said like, say less. I can do it one more time. And it's like, heck yeah, boy.
That's awesome. Thanks for that, Wof. That's really cool. I want to introduce our guest before I say more things, because we'll talk about the new segment more and how he even became to be, by the way, because when I was really invested in the show, I was very picky about our news guy. Anyway, that's really awesome. That's so cool. He is talented. He is very talented. I hope that whatever he does, if he does voice work things, that he succeeds, man. He's got a real energy. I can recount one fun story at the beginning when I was choosing a news guy and he was on the table, and I will do so in a moment, but I want to introduce our guest. Our guest for today, we actually have two. We have two guests for today. We have Sman, who is also known as Casen in the server. And then we have Casen, our primary editor currently for the podcast for the last time now. So welcome, both of you guys. I don't know if either of you guys are even, because they were having internet troubles. Are you guys here? Can you guys talk? Hi.
I'm here and I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
It's great to have you on.
Yeah. Welcome, guys.
It's kind of fitting. Like S-Man, like you've been on the guest list I think for over a year now, so like I was really trying to get the whole thing cleared out for the finale, and I succeeded for the most part here. I only had like Alex, who only recently started showing up in the YouTube comments again, and then there was someone who who was there? Jaden. I tried messaging him in Discord, never heard back. So I got most of them. Only two left, so I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, we've been trying for a while, and our schedules just never lined up.
It was so hard.
But here you are. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to reminisce and go through a general history of the podcast and use all four of us and use everybody else in the call and the live chat to kind of remember as many moments as we all remember as possible and recount them and just remember them for the history of it. But before we do that, I just want to give Casen and S-Man the opportunity to say whatever they want to say before we kind of get into that back and forth. So guys, if you have anything you want to say about JMR, Marble Sports, where you're currently at with Marble Sports, anything random or anything about the show or the podcast or the effect it's had on you, or just some things that are really important to you that are on your mind, I don't want to quench you guys or just let the podcast flow so much that we miss any of that. So please, floor is yours for a few minutes. Please say whatever is on your heart that you might want to say regarding this.
I'll let S-Man speak first in hopes that my connection clears up between here and now.
All right, sounds good.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I didn't really have anything planned, but yeah, I guess my whole kind of journey across this is very similar to you guys. You know, the past year and a half, JMR has significantly been less prevalent in my life. I think across the last like 2 Marble Leagues, I've seen maybe a total like 4 events.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's really not that many.
No, it's not. But yeah, I mean, with that being said, you know, the effect that it's had and the people that I've met that connection that I've made with people will never die. As
I'm right there.
cheesy and cliche as that sounds. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's really all I got.
And no worries, man. Like I'm right there with you. That's probably the most important thing to me too, is the people I've met through this, and also the changes to my life. Like I wouldn't have gained an interest in singing or voice acting and met the people I did and the opportunities I got if not for this show.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at this guy. When I met him, he was a nerd. Now he's just less of a nerd. No, we're
I'm a nerd with influence.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what
I can guarantee you, when I started Marble Sports Facts, I never thought it would come to this. Like,
Oh, I remember that. That was real. I love that when you did, because you did like a fact a day for a while back when people really cared about all possible JMR medias, and there were some good facts. I would read some of them on the show here and there, wouldn't I?
Yeah, every now and again you did actually bring them up. There was like somewhat of a segment, sort of.
Every segment was always somewhat of a segment. But I remember that, and you were here a while. So you were not. I feel like I guess I'm remembering wrong. So you were not one of the 4 original people doing the X Camo Instagram with me. That was not you.
no, that was not me.
Okay, then I'm somebody else then.
Someone got the
But so
shaft.
they've been here since July 30th, 2019, in the server at least. So S-Man has been here a long time, and they even served as an editor for a period of time, which is also another reason why we kind of wanted to bring you on if we could. Like, it was the guesting and that all combined together to make sense to have you on the last episode. I wanted to get you on another one, but like, this is how it worked out. And you know what? That's where we're at.
Awesome. Casen.
Me. Yeah. I can attest.
The floor is yours.
Or I can agree with S-Man's like connection to the Marble community now that like it's not, for me, it's not really there anymore, but it still is in so many ways. Like my room has, I think, out in the open, I have maybe like 60 marbles just sitting around from I still have the full lineup of the Max's Marble Matches teams. Event 2 coming soon. And I have the Raspberry Racers, the messed up, I'm not going to say messed up, but the Outlier Resi plushie that Piney...
The prototype, I think is what it was.
The prototype, yes. That Piney created, still at my desk. My desk has a bunch of sentimental items, but that's one of them that I still look at a lot. I have the Night Squad magnet on my wall.
Yeah.
That I don't know how much I'll get into that, but that is that's one of my greatest connections and one of my proudest things that I've gotten from this community. In other ways, like just a lot of my online presence has been the Marble community, because like if we don't want to count like pre-2019 where my life was questionable to say the least, once I joined like the Marble base and the MSW server, like that kind of shaped most of my experiences from then until now, because like I'd joined a bunch of like one-off servers of just like other community members, and before I started editing here, which was episode 62 on August 13th 2020, I had picked up Audacity like maybe 4 times. I made mediocre YouTube videos and I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. Turns out I've been an audio editor for 4 years, and that's just one more thing that I never thought I'd do. Like Wof said, like voice acting and all that stuff that he's done now as part of these connections through the community, I couldn't even imagine doing any of this stuff. And then just outside of this community, like graphic design, which I started in a offshoot hockey server with members of the Marble community. I am about to get, or fingers crossed, but I might be getting a graphic design job here in the next next couple weeks. So like, if I never watched a Yella's Marble Runs video, that might never happen. Like, it's the butterfly effect, you know? So thinking about it now, it's very surreal how much of my life has been shaped by just watching marbles, you know, like, and not to discount like the community itself and the content itself, like that. It was fun. It never, like, that never died out. I remember watching the finale of Marble League 2023, I think, whatever the most recent one was, and watching it with the same enthusiasm as I did Marble Olympics 2018 or whatever. Like, that I think
that's awesome.
I'm grateful for, even if I didn't keep up with it as well as I wanted to. Still being able to see the Raspberry Racers, and just the Raspberry Racers because the Chocolatiers were in Showdown, still having that enthusiasm is something I'm personally grateful for. But I think the people and the connections have been the longest lasting thing for me, that I'm proudest of and most grateful for. I want to shout out Wof, S-Man, and Piney for the countless hours spent as part of the Night Squad. Not to draw out any tears, but that, like, starting, I got Discord one day randomly because I was playing Smash Brothers for Wii U, and that was the first time someone on like online was like, "Yo, do you have Discord?" And since that day, in a year that I definitely should not have had Discord, that's the Night Squad has been my closest friendship with anybody online. And the fact that it's not often, but we still have those moments, I'm very very grateful for that. And working with Brendan and Wof has been an experience, to say the least. It hasn't always gone perfectly, as this episode has already proven. Like, I'm surprised you guys can even still hear me, but I'm very grateful, and I'm proud to be able to say that I worked on a podcast about marbles, playing sports, somehow, some way, by a random guy in the Netherlands. Like you asked me years ago, like, "Oh, would you ever say that you did that?" I'd be like, "Hell no." But now I can say that because of the positive experiences, I'm proud to say that I'm a part of this, and I'm still doing it. I'll still be doing it until this episode is edited, which could be in a couple days or could be in a year. So who knows when this is going to release? That's all up to me, technically. But
that's fair.
No, shout out to everyone, every one of the viewers and the supporters, even the ones that aren't listening right now, even the ones that might never hear this. Maybe they just like popped in for episode 73 and were like, "Oh, that's cool," and then never looked at the podcast again. Like, I'm still grateful for those people, because hey, at least you tried it. That's being
fair.
I've never been a part of something so large, but I still enjoy making a difference and being a part of and we'll get into the comments and stuff later, but just seeing some of them and being a part of those positive experiences for people has made this 1,000 times worth it. So thank you, Wof and Brendan, for giving me this opportunity.
Oh my god, you're so sweet. Thank you.
That speech was a lot
been
better
here
than mine.
For so long,
Yeah,
we
S-Man.
wouldn't be able to do this without you. You have made my workload so much easier.
You if you didn't edit, I would have stopped. Like we would have just not done it. Lisa actually remembers what episode 73 was about. By the way, apparently it's a NASMARB episode. This is kind of funny that she knows that. She also just pause just for comic relief. She asked a question I'll cover. Question for Brendan, which is by the way, Lisa, just for the sake of it, I don't usually care, but it's spelled Brendan. Normally I would never, there's so many people in my real life who have no idea how to pronounce my name or how to spell it, and I never correct them, but I read it so many times in that 169 show ranking that you sent that I figured I'd just mention it. Question for Brendan. Does it get on your nerves that the most popular video on the channel you didn't know existed and wasn't made by you? I think she's referring to the playthrough of the JMR game by Wof.
Yeah.
And I guess my two answers for that, I'll give you the emotional answer and the logical answer. The emotional answer is no, it doesn't bother me at all. I think Wof said he was going to do it, and I was like, dude, have fun, man. And he did. And it was a shitty game, but he got views on it. So it really was a bad game. That was a bad game, JMR. That was a bad game. But he had a lot of fun.
Damn, tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, no, sorry, but it was garbage. There's so much more they should have done with that. But no, I'm glad he enjoyed it. He did a great playthrough. It was cool, and it was for the channel, right?
I don't know if I said I enjoyed it. Like, there's a reason I didn't make more videos. Like, it was getting so easy views. If I wanted to build the channole fast, I would have kept doing it. But there is a reason I didn't.
The logical answer is I would expect a game playthrough to do much better than a podcast, because that's like just how YouTube works. People like game playthroughs, and especially since people thought that game was actually going to be good, I expect more people to flock just to see what it looks like, right, and see if it's worth playing. So yeah, that just made sense to me. So there's that. But no, Casen, we really appreciate you, man. We were gonna just end it, and you kept this thing going for like 100 more episodes than I was going to do that. So that's incredible. You've been a real help. S-Man, you've been a real help with a much shorter speech, but you've been a real help and a real supporter. So I don't know, like it's just so cool. I mean, it is something big, right? It is something that we all were a part of. I would have never thought it was 5 years. It would last 5 years. I would have never thought I could tell people I make this podcast. In fact, I would have never thought that I could actually say, from my perspective, I can say that I came up with an original idea that no one in the history of the universe had come up with yet. Because I can say that I was the first guy to ever do a Marble Sports podcast. I was the first one to ever release a Marble Sports podcast. No one had ever imagined that idea before me. There might have been some people, I don't know when I first thought of it, but there might have been some people in 2019 who thought that it was a possibility before I did. Who knows? You'll never know. But no, I'm the first one to ever act on that and actually implement that idea in the universe, which is weird when you actually say it like that, but it's actually true. And you guys were part of that. And so that was, it's a really cool aspect of that. So yeah, I think at this point, now that we're kind of there, let's cover all the history. I want this to be as interactive as possible, in the sense where all you guys listening live, please be in the chat and recount any early moments you remember, because that's going to allow like us in the show to recount and recognize. Like, I'm bad at remembering, but I'm really good at recognizing. So if you give me like some trigger moments, I'll remember all these old situations. Yeah, I know MatPat's last video. I got to pause for this live chat comment. Yeah, MatPat leaving YouTube, that makes me cry. That made me almost like cry, because I used to watch him every video, and now I still watch him here and there, and I watched all his FNAF stuff. Like, dude, he is like we have been a good effect in the small community. He's been a real large effect in the entire YouTube community, and so it's really sad. But
no, yeah.
But yes,
Kind of crazy that a lot of these channels are taking either hiatuses or leaving at the exact same year as we are too. Like, this is just the year for this, I guess.
Yeah, right before 2025. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I think the big pandemic, just the idea of the big event kind of gets people to change up, shift around their lives. But yeah. But anyway, be active. Remind us of any early moments and history moments you can think of, and we'll just try to go through and talk about what we remember. And yeah, so let's start with how the show. Do you guys remember the first, like the literal first moment that Butterfly Effect to eventually bring about this show? Do you remember what actually happened? Do you remember how it actually got started to even be in the JMR server? Or
yeah, sure do. Like, I actually re-listened to episodes 1 through 12, helping Stynth with something. So I kind of know some of the story like pretty freshly. Like, you wanted to join, like, there's like the fan team contest.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, with the X camo. And
it's such a stupid name. Why? I thought that was so cool. But it has a cool aspect to it. But
and everybody still remembers the lines. Turtles be sliding,
Stop!
turtles be dying.
What was? See, this is everybody has to live through embarrassing moments.
Remember before when Brendan was talking about all those mistakes that he made?
That was the first.
No, and so I'll tell you. So this is exactly how it happened. I was watching JMR at that point for about 2 to 3 years, and I was loving it. Like the first 2 to 3 years, when back when I first found it on YouTube by accident, it was San Marble Rally Race, 2 a.m. YouTube, and I went down the rabbit hole, and I realized they were doing all these like Marble sports events. I was like, at first I didn't like the Marble Olympics as much, but then I got like into it. After a while, I was like, because like this was my vision of it, because I didn't realize Discord existed. I didn't realize social media platforms where people who engage with a channel existed. I didn't realize that. So I literally thought in my head that I think this would have been around 2018, sometime in 2018, my thought in my head was like, okay, this guy's been making this stuff for about 2 to 3 years, and it's just him and one other guy, or him and 2 other guys, and they have all the ideas they have, but they don't really like have any actual substantial interaction from the people that watch. They just have like people commenting, and they just make the videos, and that's it. I never even thought that there would be a Discord and a committee and all these other people involved, because I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize Discord existed and what that looked like. So my thought in my head was this. I was like, okay, you know what? I've been watching the show. It's really cool. Maybe if I make a fan team Instagram account, right, and get it big enough. So like somehow make posts or whatever so that it gets big enough and people kind of like it enough that JMR will see the account, or I'll like be able to DM them, and because my fan team account got so much popularity on Instagram from all the people who watch, they would actually put that team in the real channel, because they would have because I was assuming they were not thinking past that, or had no other ideas, or any other people giving their ideas. So that was my assumption, because I didn't realize about these Discords and Reddits yet. So I was like, okay, well, I'll make an account. I workshopped some team names. I think I wanted to go really out of the box. So X Camo came to me because I kind of wanted something that sounded kind of mysterious and out there. You know what I'm saying? I wanted something a little bit different. Right? And I was like, okay, I know that JMR's theme is tending to be very general ideas like colors or fruits or maybe animals or things like that, with some rhyming in there. So like something very general. So it's like, okay, camo is a color I like. And I was high school at that point? So when you're in high school, camo seems like a really cool idea. And then you grow up and you realize it's kind of tacky. So I was like, okay, camo, I want to do something with camo. And just somehow it came to my mind to just, instead of trying to do like an alliteration, just do something like weird and mysterious, like X camo. And that just came to my head. And maybe it's because the X looks like a little reticle or something too. That was the idea behind it. So I made the account, and I just existed on there, and I don't think I messaged anybody. I think Melicus, what I believe happened is Melicus saw the account and reached out to me and said, hey, there's a fan team contest coming up. Do you want to be a part of it? Because I think he just saw it and he happened to see it, and like, because he was probably trying to get as much traction as possible for the fan team contest at this point. He just wanted many teams in it because, you know, it was a community building exercise. So he just, at that point, was like, oh, this could be another person to add to it. So he was like, oh, you have to join the Discord. And I was trying to log into the XCamo Instagram account to see those messages, but it doesn't let me log in because I might have deleted it. I forget. So... So yeah, no, I don't know if we can do that. I don't think I can do that, Stynth, because I don't know if anyone can really be hearing that audio anymore. But that's that would ruin the whole show. But he sent me the Discord and I joined it. Now, I'm a very intense, passionate guy that needed to be humbled a lot over a lot of years and needed to mature a lot over a lot of years. So at the point at which I entered the Discord, my selfish, arrogant thought was, okay, I just want to see whatever I can do to get as much votes as possible. Don't post that. Don't post that. Delete that. Delete that right now, Stynth. Don't make me time you out. Don't make me time you out. Okay? And so my thought process when I got in was, okay, first of all, make a really cool logo and then get as many people as possible to commit to voting or at least know about my team. Even if a few people get annoyed at me for advertising, many people will know about the team. And when it gets down to it, they'll just choose a logo that looks good, because I didn't realize there was a community already built where people knew each other and cared about how you treated people. I didn't think about that because I was just an idiot and I was young or whatever. I don't know. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm not realizing that, so let me just over advertise and maybe you'll get lucky, right? And so I just was really pissed people off. That's what I did. I mean, everybody knows this. I don't know if you guys can actually remember, like if you guys remember a lot of this and cash in on the over advertising. Like from your perspective, what did the XCamo campaign look like? I don't remember if you guys remember any of this. Any of you guys?
Oh, I didn't like follow your team. I think so. I was like more of the Woodland Foxes type of guy.
We're a good team.
So
though. Stop posting that. Stop posting it. Please stop posting that. Please stop. I'll leave it though, just for the fun of it. I'll leave it. Disclaimer: XCamo does not actually hate the turtle sliders. I have so many. Wait, I have 3 in parentheses notes in that title. It says XCamo rap full audio in parentheses counting votes. T Sliders Flame Edition in parentheses. Disclaimer in parentheses. Why do I exist?
I don't know. I remember seeing I saw like the amount of negative comments, the downvotes on your comments and the posts, so I knew that it was not well received. That much I know. Like it was second to last place. Actually, you said in like one of the old episodes.
I think third to last place, but I could be wrong.
Third to last? Okay. Oh yeah, third to last. My bad.
Yep. So, Casen and Sman, people in the chat, what if you remember stuff about the campaign, the awful movement of that?
I know the first time, if I think I'm remembering correctly, the first time me and you ever interacted was when you reached out on Instagram and DMs to the Marble Sports fact page wanting me to post a fact about XCamo.
Did you do it?
No, I did not do it.
You actually didn't do it?
Actually, I think I might have actually. Wait.
I feel like you did. I feel like...
Let me check real quick.
See, other people...
Go deep in the archives.
You know,
boy. But yeah, like that was a time for certain. But like I didn't know, like after that failed, like from what you said on the older episodes, like and Mel actually had to remind you of this basically, that like you had tried to think of like, how you can contribute to the community, and you're like, well, I can talk well, and so you had the idea, just out of nowhere, you had the idea to make a podcast about Marvel stuff. And so you did it.
Yeah, I think people are still typing, so we'll see if they're anything. I remember the funny thing is, by the way, that the Turtle Sliders actually won. They were second place, and they actually got into Marble League, and they're still to this day in Marble League. So I'm like, I was like, oh, these T Sliders. By the way, the guy who made that team, no one knows who that guy is. No one has any idea who the hell that guy is. His name is, I think his name was Lil Oldspice or something like that. Or Famous Old Spice, right? Yeah, Famous Old Spice. No one has any clue where he is. I don't think he's been in marbles forever. His team is terribly not thriving in Marble League right now. But he got in. The Turtle Sliders are truthfully one of the worst teams I've ever seen in Marble League. They do perform terribly, but they do better than the Oceanics. So there. Now I will say that within the past year, they've been performing better, so I think there is some possibility that they can kind of be a mediocre team soon, which would be fun. Kind of get up in the mellow yellow. No, not mellow yellow range. Who am I thinking more like? I don't know, mediocre team. I don't Balls of Chaos.
I don't know, Chocolatiers.
But it's funny that they're in there. It's funny that the guy is not even a part of the community. It's funny that I'm still here doing this, and my team was hated. But anyway. Yeah, so it was after that I realized, because during that I was realizing that people were getting upset and people were pointing me out, and I realized like, oh, I was definitely going about this really wrong. I didn't know what I was doing when I pretended like I did, and I didn't win anything. And so afterwards, I was like, but I really love this community, though. And I don't want to just, like, leave this Discord because I didn't win the fan team competition and just watch alone, because it's cool that there's all these people that also share the same interest with me. Because I'm actually, when you get past all the nonsense, I'm actually a normal guy who just likes marble sports. And so I wanted to stick around. So I was like, and I also wanted to try podcasting, because I think at that point I was in my era where I was listening to, if you know the Bill Burr podcast, Monday Morning with Bill Burr, I was listening to that like every day, and you'll see that I talk about it in my first few episodes. There is someone who commented on one of my first few episodes who literally pointed out that I did things that they recognized from that podcast, like I was copying his style in some ways, though it didn't really transfer to marble super well, because that was my inspiration. I just love how he'd sit down, talk, yell about things, say whatever. Okay, I'm gonna read that in a second. This is what a stupid method.
You actually found it.
What a stupid. Okay, we'll get to. Okay, don't no one read that. We'll get to it in a second. But
okay.
Okay, but yeah, no, and so that was the inspiration. I was like, I really want to be like Bill Burr because he's super funny and I love his podcast, and he was like my role model at the time because he was a super down to earth guy who like I definitely learned a lot of general things about life from listening to his show, and he was really funny. So, I was like, don't want to do what he's doing, and that's so why I started. And also at the same time love sports radio. I was listening to a lot of sports radio at the time. That's kind of where the broadcasting passion was starting as well. And I was like, I just want to get my head in the game. I want to get myself out there for this, right? And so that's how it started. I'll pause for a second. So apparently my message to Marble Sports Facts during my campaign for the X Camo team, I can't believe I said this. I would never write something like this now, but I said, X Camo is the rival of the Savage Speeders. Fact! Stupid! We have competed in many regional competitions and have a similar speed skill set. Where did I come up with this? A good fact would be teams that have competed and never even got a medal. IDK what ones? I think I was just giving him a different idea. Thanks. Said definitely post about that rivalry. Thumbs up. What a stupid.
Oh my god.
I actually typed that. That's crazy. I actually know. That's so cool. All right. Anyway, you guys have some stuff to say on that because we're about to actually talk about the real start of the show now.
No, I got nothing else. Honestly,
I got nothing.
Yeah, I know that.
So I think the transition here.
I know that section is mostly a part that I remember because I was the before the show part. But
right.
I feel like that history is important for anyone who wants like the recap. So I'll give you the transition and then we'll be able to talk about the show. And Wof will be able to talk about how he came on. But the next thing that happened was, I remember this, and some of you might remember this. After people really like hated me for that, I immediately tried to dodge the whole thing, change my name to Marble Guy, just something simple. I changed my profile picture to the Pikachu with like the mouth open.
Oh
that was a
yeah,
meme, and I love that meme. I thought that meme was hilarious back then, and it's still cute. And I was like, okay, this is who I'm going to be in this server for now. I'm just going to be kind of this meme figure, I guess. And then I started the show. Now, immediately, I turned around and over-advertised that to where that had to be regulated eventually. I always cause problems. But I started with, you guys might, and this is where you start to probably remember now. The first thing that came out was the sneak peek. The 5-minute sneak peek, which I don't know if I can find anymore. I don't know if it exists anymore anywhere.
It does. It's on one of your Reddit posts, I believe.
Yeah, you have to find that. And it's a 5-minute sneak peek. In fact, if someone goes since we're doing a big episode here anyway, if someone goes finds the 5-minute sneak peek for me, we'll play like a piece of it, just so like you can hear.
Actually, here's the thing.
That.
You actually played that. You played that full audio clip in the episode 25 special.
Yeah, no. So definitely we got to find someone. Go find that. We'll play that, or at least a part of it, here in the last episode. So that was the first time. I don't even think it was a sneak peek, because a sneak peek is I've already recorded a full episode and here's a piece of it. That was me recording a separate 5 minutes, I think. So I'm pretty sure.
Really?
No, I don't know. I think okay. You know what? Now that I think of it, I think it was actually. I don't know. It was either.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I don't remember it being that way. I remember it being an actual sneak peek.
Yeah, no, I think it was. So someone go find that. So I recorded that because I wanted to like put. I was so excited about this new idea that I wanted to put 5 minutes out there. And because I was so blind to the fact that I didn't know what I was doing, and it takes a long time and it's hard to actually produce something that's entertaining, I was expecting people to be like, whoa, this is the coolest thing that I've ever heard, as opposed to like, dude, this is just some kid talking about marbles. Shut up. And so, I don't know. I put the sneak peek out and some people were like, oh, that's pretty cool, I guess. And then the first episode finally came out. All right. Someone find the sneak peek. I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Try to remind me whatever you also remember about the beginning of the show now.
Yeah, like I remember how I got here is because you were advertising the podcast on the MSPN server. And so I went to check it out. And I listened to episode 1, and I thought, well, one, like it was bad, but I found it hilarious how this guy was taking marbles so seriously. And so I decided to come back for the next episode and the next, and like your audio quality would slowly get better, and you have guests to keep it more entertaining. And then I was like, you know what? Sure, I guess I'll guest on an episode, and that changed my life forever. I was never the same man after that day. Got sucked right in. Actually, I don't even know. How did Casen and Sman, how did you guys get here? I think it's been a long time.
Say it, yeah.
For me, it was just kind of the same thing. I just saw the advertisements and tuned into episode 1. It was very much a first episode. And yeah, I don't know, just kind of went along for the ride.
But I mean, if you guys both stuck with it, then it couldn't have been that bad. There had to have been something about it that was like, you know what, this is obviously unprofessional.
I think it was because I was a guy who's just starting high school and was looking for something new in my life.
That's
I think
interesting.
From what I remember, I don't think I found it through a Discord advertisement. I think at this point it had been recommended to me somehow on Spotify, and that was how I found it. Unless it might have just been like I looked up Marble on Spotify, and somehow, some way, there was a podcast. I could be wrong, but I do remember listening to the podcast before joining the community.
That's pretty cool.
But no, I think I mainly stayed. My only memories are like listening to an early episode. Let's see, I can look at my history. I have an hour and 11 minutes left on episode 2, an hour and 9 minutes left on episode 6, and I completely listened to Melicus Part 1.
Yeah.
As well as
A very good one.
Melicus again. And Greg Woods. So I would just like
Of
hop
course.
around listening to them because it was like probably the first podcast I ever really listened to, because it was the only thing talking
Wow.
about stuff I liked. So, at least that I knew of. And I didn't really have that much time to listen to podcasts. It would mainly just be like, oh, I'm doing chores or I'm taking a walk. So I didn't have much time for them. But when I did, I was like, you know what? It'd be cool to see Greg Woods on a podcast talking about his experience. And then eventually, I got more involved in the servers. I knew Melicus, so I would listen to the Melicus episode. I listened to the Piney episode, the S-Man episode. I'm sensing a theme, but yeah, it was just like I just kind of hopped around to the episodes I liked, and eventually, because like I don't want to assign a strong word to this, but I had a very strong interest in marble sports, to where like if there wasn't a video out, I'd want to listen to something, and if there was no content out, I would create my own. So it was like a good middle ground to consume more Marvel content. And then eventually I got in the community, and like 50 episodes later, they were like, who knows how to edit? And I'm sure we'll get to that portion later, but that was my start to the podcast.
Yeah.
See, yeah, that's cool.
That's cool. And like, I think one of the things I was banking on when I started was that because no one was doing it, that people like you, that at this point where everyone was craving marble sports, there was so much craving that even though I wasn't that good, since I was the only guy doing it, that people would want to listen just to get more info. So that's why even though I was bad, I would like take it real seriously and try to give information, because I wanted to really lean into that, like, let's pretend this is actually a real sport with real athletes, so that people would come in being like, oh, well, maybe if I listen to the show, I can learn more about the marbles and the stats and then be more engaged in it, even though this guy needs to work on his mic quality and his attitude. So I just was trying to bank off that. Now, to a certain degree, it worked. Obviously, the show at a certain point consistently had, I think every episode, or most, I think at least 80% of our episodes have a total of over 200 viewers, right?
Yeah,
so
that on average, 200 was what we would get,
considering
almost bare minimum.
Considering the size of the marble sports community, that's actually not that bad. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, that's really bad. But considering marble sports as a niche community, where I was appealing to an even nicher group of people because I can only really advertise in the Discord and maybe the Reddit, right? You know, that was not bad to have that consistency. But yeah, I just it just ended up, there was enough interest that it ended up just, you know, staying alive until it actually became a decent show. Like there was a certain point where I got a Blue Yeti, I think. And I learned some things about audio editing, and we got like intro music in there and like real intro music. I think the first episode has like Sonic Blaster or Forsaken Neon, like songs from Geometry Dash as the intro music. And those are that's a mistake. If you're a kid right now doing a podcast and you want to take your favorite EDM song from Geometry Dash because you love it so much and use it as your podcast intro, stop now. Don't do that. And don't take it from Cuphead either. Why did I do that? That was stupid too.
I don't know.
The Cuphead is a great soundtrack. It's not an intro to a podcast. And that's the Cuphead intro, which I butchered, by the way. I butchered one of the songs to get specific sounds. That lasted for a long time, and that was stupid. So don't do that either. So there's that. But yeah, at that point, you know, I was trying to have as many guests on as possible because I was like, okay, the more people that would guest on, the more people that would like it and share it, because like people who guest on would want to share it, and like to a certain degree I was right. But there was already some negative attitude towards me from other people. But then we got to the point where Wof came on and the co-host scenario and everything, and then I mean we moved towards that end of season 1, as Wof calls it. So Wow.
Yeah.
What do you remember about actually becoming the co-host?
It was weird. So when I got on, I think you offered the idea either. I think you said you after we recorded episode 6, you said I'd like to have you on for another episode because I really enjoyed you. And it's like, yeah, yeah, sure. So I came on for 7. And I think after 7, you offered for me to become the co-host, and I wasn't sure. So I was like thinking it out. So I came back for episode 8. I missed 9 because I was not available, but you wanted me to come back on for 9 too. And then I came back for episode 10. And on episode 10, I made the final decision. I want to do this. And a big part of that was, like, not to get, like, too, like, dark or depressing here, but, like just a few months, was it a few months prior? Was it, yeah, it was a few months prior, like, to joining the show, my lung had collapsed. And so I had a very massive shift in my worldview of, like, how quickly your life can be over. And waiting to do the things you want to do is foolish and a waste. And so I had this feeling like this could be fun and like maybe worth exploring, even though I had no interests in something like this before. It felt like it might be something fun to try out. And so wanting to change how I live my life and actually taking those chances and making something of myself and just to have fun, I decided, all right, let's follow this feeling. Let's take that leap. And that was one of the best decisions of my life. I am living such a better life. I'm more productive. I've done more things in the past 5 years, I think, than I've done in most of my life. There are very few things I can think of that have anywhere near as much significance as the things that I have done these past few years.
Yeah, so off the back of that, I want to ask everybody listening, as well as, of course, especially Casen and Sman, who are talking with us here, hopefully. So thoughts over time, just an overtime assessment of your thoughts on me as a host and Wof as a host. Like, so early on, were you like, like, how did you feel? How did you feel about his hosting? Did you think it was good or bad? Or you think I talked too much or little? Like, you know, what were you thinking? Like, did it take a while for you to warm up to one of us or the other or something like that? Like, how did you feel about that? As people who are listening for a while and like heard Wof back in like episode 14 just bomb, but then heard me as well in episode 1, and then of course hear us now here at 130, 130 and then now 168. So, Casen and Sman.
For me personally, a couple of things. One, this was the first podcast that I'd ever listened to. So back then, I had nothing to compare it to. So I thought it was fine.
Oh, boy.
Looking back now, and if I were to go back and listen to some of those older episodes, I would probably be cringing the entire way through it.
Yeah, so would
I love that description. Don S says Brendan runs off into left field and Wof chases him down.
That's facts. That's actually accurate.
That's a great descriptor.
I like that.
Yeah, I fully agree with what Don said. That's definitely the best way I could have put it. But no, when you hear the chemistry evolve over time, and especially when you hear it at 1.5 times speed in an Audacity editor, and it's like, dude, I need to like find an audio clip of that because it's so funny, guys. Most podcast services have a speed option. Choose an episode of your choice and just crank up the speed, and I think you'll be very entertained. Aside from that tip, no, I think it's definitely better than just Brendan or just Wof, because while you guys both have your own qualities that you bring to the table, it's not complete without both of you. And that, like, you guys just bounce off each other really well. And I mean, yeah, you've spent like 200 whatever weeks doing this, like that's bound to happen. But that, I mean, I'm glad it has, since it's made for an entertaining show, even though like I've heard almost everything you guys have to say about marbles from now now between 2020. I still just like get a chuckle out of whatever you guys are saying when I'm like editing an episode, because it's funny and it's timeless. Like, you know, I think barring any like real life responsibilities, that chemistry alone could go on forever. Like,
and like that was my idea in my head. Like, oh, sorry, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. That's all I had to say.
Okay, like my idea in my head was like, well, one way I started, like, since this is the most ambitious thing I thought, I was like, I'm gonna be most well known for being that guy who does a Marble podcast. And then as I matured and realized that that's not what I wanted to do with my entire life or my main claim to fame to be, I'd be like, this would be one of those things I'd be well known for, because I'd be doing it all the way up until like the day I die, where like we're like old men still talking about this and having fun. That was also a very wishful thinking. But hey, like that, that shows like how much we enjoyed the dynamic. Like even to this day, there were some episodes where I was a bit out of it, but for the most part, even when I was not enjoying the Marble content anymore, I always still enjoyed making the episodes. The act of recording it has always been fun.
I agree. I think that once we sat, like, so there were days that like I said, life was not kind, or at least calm to me outside of the show. So there were days where I was just too tired or too preoccupied, where I didn't want to sit down and talk about marbles. But then I'd sit down and we would get into it, and then Akanon would type something in the freaking chat, and I would just go bonkers, or Wof would say something, and like, obviously the chemistry with me and Wof is so fun. So like there would always be something that would get me going, and I'd be like, I'm really loving this right now, because I like the initial thought of this is, hey, most sports podcasts are no different than this, because even though there's real people, they're really just making up shit on the podcast. So I can do that for marbles, because it doesn't matter. We're all making it up anyway. And so like it was just about making up things up, analyzing things that didn't need it. That's all sports podcasts. Giving stats that aren't necessary. That's all sports podcasts. Pretending that we know what's going to happen in the future when we don't. That's all sports podcasts. And I just wanted to play that role. I wanted to play the role of the guy making things up, freaking out over nothing, being animated over a situation that just needed a couple sentences response, and do that with Wof. And Wof really played off of that really well. He would say the right stuff. He'd keep a good amount of energy. He would always have a response, but like one that was leveled. But also still engaged, and obviously it's engaged over time even more and more, right? So it's like I just wanted to play that, and we played that together well, and I always loved the actual recording part of the show. But yeah, thanks guys for sharing that. So the next part to think about would be the news segment. Do you remember what the first news segment was? Do you remember what episode that was?
It was episode 5 was the first one, and the funny thing is, like, the person that you casted for it couldn't even make the first episode, so you had to use the backup person for the first episode, which was MFA.
Okay, was that true? So who was the first? It was, what was it, episode 5? You said.
Episode 5, and I'm not mistaken, MFA was the backup news anchor, and so you used MFA for the first episode, and then John Wood was able to record for episode 6. Then John Wood disappeared off the face of the earth, I think either that episode or after the next one, and then you recasted, and then Johnny Marble came onto the scene, and he stole our hearts.
Okay, so let me talk about that.
How did he get here? Did he just hop in?
So I'm trying to remember. So this is all I remember. This is what I do remember. I remember there was a moment in which I wanted to cast again for the news segment, because I either wanted to cast again or I was reshuffling or something, but it was like, within those first 10 episodes. And I had a recording from Johnny Marble, a recording from John Wood. He was the guy with the English accent, right? Mm-hmm. I had, I think, MFA, and there was some other guy. Now, I don't know.
That was me. I auditioned for it, too.
No, you did?
I did.
So you were some other guy. So you were definitely the worst performer of the four then in
Yes.
that moment. Because I remember, this is true story. It's a true story. I remember I was at my kitchen table back in my home, and I said to my parents, because they were in the kitchen, I was like, hey, can you guys help me judge which one of these news anchors sounds the most professional and most capable, so I can choose it? And we listened through all of them a couple times and like talked about it for 15 minutes. Okay, S-Man. So try to let us know as much as you can, and we'll stop briefly beforehand.
It's okay. Like
So
we don't do any resyncing or anything. For the audience members,
No.
S-Man is got to go. Battery's dying, and also got some other things to do. So S-Man's probably got to leave here now, right?
No, but I stopped it. I just meant like check in with him to see if he wanted to say anything else before he left. But so me and my parents listened through all of them and debated, and then so Johnny Marble brought a funny energy, and we were like, we really like that. But John Wood had the British professional accent. So when we listened to him, we liked John Wood more because he had that British accent. So that's why I chose him. And then he kind of
chose him for his accent.
Right. No, because he sounded good. Like they both sounded really good.
That's true for real life acting too.
So my actual thing was to John Wood was the primary, Johnny Marble was the backup, and MFA was kind of like the second backup. And then as soon as John Wood started, he stopped, and Johnny Marble took over, but he went for a long time. So maybe. And so that's how Johnny Marble got in, because he just wanted the experience, I guess, or just doing something fun like that, because it was also really quick for him. He didn't have to do too much for that. So he just kind of jumped in that after John Wood and took it for a long time, of course, then until towards the modern days. But we had a little audition, and it was funny because I was so like caught up in it being a big deal and glad that people were auditioning and getting excited and everything. I think that I guess you did audition, but I
was not a good actor back then.
No, I don't. It wasn't very good. But I also threw you out on it because you were also the host at that point. So I was like, he can just do hosting. He's better at hosting. He needs to stay away from the news. Until of course he took over the news, but then he was capable at that point.
That's how it went.
Yeah. Thoughts on the news. This is the time. Last thoughts on the news segment. How it's evolved. Casen and Sman, your personal experiences with that. Did you skip it? Did you used to skip it all the time? I don't know. What was that like?
Johnny Marble is an icon.
He is.
And I feel like no more needs to be said.
There you go. That you don't.
For me, it sort of coincides when I paid attention to JMR, because when I was watching it religiously, it's kind of half and half, because if I was watching it religiously, I knew what happened and didn't need the news segment, and if I wasn't watching it religiously, I didn't care what was happening. So it ended up being like a catch-22. But from what I remember listening to, I never skipped it outright, but I just remember it being like a staple. It wasn't like my favorite part, it wasn't my least favorite part, it was just like, oh yeah, Johnny Marble time. And that was because like I really liked him as an anchor, so that was always a highlight. And then I have, unless Wof, you specifically were like, hey, you might want to listen to this news segment, then I would listen to it in post before I put it in, or while I was editing or something. But normally I just like slide it in there, make sure it works, and then skipped it, because by the time I was editing, I didn't need much Marble information because I wasn't as involved with the community. That being said, I am excited to listen to this one back because I didn't hear the most of it, but I do want to hear.
Oh man, that's unfortunate.
I want to hear all of it. I'm a big Johnny Marble guy first and foremost, but John Wood till I die. That's
it's amazing.
That's my final statement.
John Wood, man. I hope he's doing good. I hope he's doing all right.
Same.
Yeah. No. So that's the That's the news. So then it kind of progressed from there. You know, the news segment kind of still held on for a long, obviously forever at this point. And at that point, we were getting kind of settling into a rhythm, you know, weekly episodes, getting a guest on here and there, trying to do a guest every other week for a while. Moving towards the goal was actually having Yella on. Because in my head, I feel like if I got Yella on, I would be one step away from the podcast advertised on the channel, which meant one step away from having a big community and everything kind of like really taking off for the show. But of course, I didn't know. I mean, when we listened to Stynth and all that stuff and the episodes we've done on Dion, even at that point, there was major drama going on, major discontention amongst that whole family of bakers. So we didn't even know about that. We were just like, oh, they're probably just happy and they would love to come on and stuff. So well,
even ignoring that, Yella is not a fan of cameras. He's not, so he would be very hesitant to come on. It would be more likely that Dion would have chose to come on, you know, before we did everything we did.
Once we did Dion, that's it.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I think someone said that, so I tried to get Dion on. And so it's interesting. But I got Greg Woods on, and I didn't think that was possible. And that was the coolest thing. And to this day, it's the most watched episode. It is the most loved episode. Even more than the one where Piney made animations for every single word that we said.
Still one of my favorite things.
Best thing ever. It's crazy that occurred. I didn't have an appreciation then as to how much that's actually worth. Like if we were paying you for what you should have been paid for that, if we had a budget, that's worth a ton of money. Those were really freaking good. So episode 25, if you haven't, it's pretty funny. The animation was great. That was extremely good. I wish I had asked for that at episode 100 instead of 25, because then you would actually have good clips probably.
But can you imagine though how many, like, the workload that Piney would have to do for that, or whoever we got commissioned for it? That would have been so many clips to go through. Oh, it would have been so. It would be so immense.
No, yeah, and that's the crazy thing. Like we had to go through all episode. I thought for some reason I was like, we're going through all 25 episodes. We're finding every funny clip we want and getting it in. I don't know why we did all that work, but we did. I guess we really thought the show was about to really take off.
Well, I mean, we had, like, because you had the Greg Woods episode planned, I think, for several weeks.
Yeah, it was right after that the clip show came out. So, so that was cool. That was so cool. My mouse is freezing up again. You might have to. Why is that happening? I just don't understand. You might have to turn off your camera briefly, Wof.
All right.
But yeah, that was crazy. That was the peak. That was one of the peaks of the podcast. Episode 25. Obviously, there's 100, but episode 25 and 24, where it's like that was when the time when I was most like prepared and sure that like this was going somewhere and we were going to be a part of the growth of Marble Sports, and Marble Sports was going to move towards a huge worldwide event. I thought it was going to just be
MarbleCon 2025.
I thought it was coming.
Oh my gosh.
I thought that was a serious prediction with serious logic that Melikis, by the way, seriously agreed that was a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
It's only a year away.
It's only a year.
It's not happening.
I will say, if MarbleCon at any point, not next year, but just at any point happened, and someone wanted to invite us to be there, either just do like a meet and greet or say some words, not even do a panel. I feel like because we started the meme, we would kind of have to come back for one more.
Yeah, no, I would definitely go to the con. I'd have to go to the con. It's a con. That'd be. What I'm open to. This is true. This is just true. Okay? What I am open to is, now that a lot of us are older, okay, I am open for us to have a pretend MarbleCon next year. If you guys want 2025, just anybody in the server who's willing to travel, if there was enough of us, I'd love to just meet and, I don't know, like drink or something and go bowling or something. It's just something nonsense, you know. Actually, like
That's not really a convention. That's like just a party.
Just for the meal of it. Have it be a party.
We can all grab
right?
lunch.
And maybe for the con part, we'll all bring something and make our little marble race or something. Yeah, like go to lunch. Like just do something fun. I am totally fine with that. I think it'd be hilarious. I think it would be so fitting. I maybe. We'll see.
I'll rent out a bowling alley, get the neon sign made that's from Wolf's Bowling Alley. I'll make the waffles at the bar with my face on it because all the jokes about what this bowling alley would be, I'll make it happen.
No, the bowling alley was one of the best jokes.
It was pretty funny. I'll give you that.
The joke was kind of along the line of me calling you Wof, even though you told me that it's not pronounced Wof and no one pronounces it Wof. And I was like, yeah, you're gonna be Mr. Wof, so that's what you're. Gonna be.
Everyone usually prefers Wof because that's phonetic, like how you would say it from the spelling. So like that's why I don't get mad about it. It's like I don't determine how the English language works. I just know, but from the origin of the name, I will always pronounce it Woof. That's just how it. That's how I am.
But trivia segment. Does anyone remember any other segments that we tried or workshopped either that failed or you thought were cool that never came back? Casen, Sman, people in the chat. Wof.
The only one I can think of is you tried doing like whenever there was no news to report. One time you made up this thing called Johnny Marble's Predictions, and then you never did it again.
How did that work?
I almost made a graphic for it because, like, I guess it'll be a recurring thing, but then it never happens. Like, okay, cool. I have to do extra work.
How did that even go?
I don't know. You told him, like, I guess to make you. It was unscripted. I'm assuming because it was his predictions.
I love my stupid ideas. That's funny. All right, you guys.
Oh, the idea. What was it? The over and under of the week. Like that was like your first idea from like episode 1 or 2.
Oh, overrated, underrated. Yeah.
Overrated, underrated.
Which, by the way, is stolen from Bill Burr's podcast early on in his podcast. He would do overrated, underrated, and I thought it was always so funny. And so I tried to apply that, and it worked, briefly. I think there were a few good segments. The problem is I ran out of overrated, underrateds. To like do, and I just kind of I couldn't think of one each week, so the episodes ran so long that we couldn't do it. I don't know.
Unfortunately here S-Man has got to go, so thank you so much S-Man for making it on here. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much for having me on again.
S-Man, before you go though, any final words, number 1, and number 2, a quick just prediction, thought, idea for where you think Marble Sports is going. Like, where do you think this entire community is going over the next 5 years? By 2030, like because we're going to cover this as we end, me and Wof and Case. Mm-hmm. By 2030, where do you think it actually is going to be at?
Honestly, I think by 2030 it'll either the Marble League will be done, or it's going to be the exact same as it is now. I don't see it rising in popularity.
Interesting.
That's fair.
I think that's pretty likely.
Yeah. But again, thank you guys so much for having me on again, especially for the final episode. It means a lot.
Yeah, no,
of course.
Yeah.
And again, thank you. It was a long time ago, but it wasn't for too terribly long. But I still appreciate the editing work that you did way back in the day as well. That was also very helpful.
Of course.
Awesome.
All right then. Well, take care, S-Man, and we'll see you whatever happens in the future.
Yeah, maybe for that MarbleCon 25 that we'll do.
See you guys.
Awesome.
Bye.
All right, well, that's been S-Man. He's been a long-time member, of course. But yeah, Casen, if you remember any segments or how you felt about the trivia segment, which was pretty sporadic-y.
My opinion about the trivia segment is just the difficulty of trying to find where the segment started. I don't think there's been an episode where I haven't had trouble finding where you send it to the trivia segment, because it's always like It's always like, all right, trivia, and we're in the trivia segment. All right, first question. And then I have
you got to pick the best point to get it in.
Dude, literally. And then the episodes would be like...
What was... Okay.
No, continue.
No, but like, no, you bring up a good point. Like, what was the joke there? What was I doing? So... Oh, right, because I would be like...
Has it started yet? Is it started yet?
because there was a song. It was like a music that was going to be popped in. So I was doing like time for the trivia segment. And then it'd be like, is it played yet? Has the music played yet? Has the music played yet? Because I can't hear it, right? Because it's put it in post. And I was like, I did it because Wof got so pissed. And I knew that it would make it annoying for my editor, but not annoying enough that it actually was going to waste a lot of time, but annoying enough that it'd waste a little bit of time. So I was like, yeah, we'll do it. And so... Yeah.
And admittedly, it gave you some creative liberties to do it at funny times at your own discretion.
Yeah.
So you put your little spin on it, which was fun for me to listen to.
Yeah, no, that's the
Yeah, my favorite tradition was just cutting Brendan off. Has the music played yet? Has the music played? That was the trivia or whatever. Yeah, it's that was my only opinion. I mean, because I listened to the like full trivia segment in like one of the more recent huge episodes because I had to like cut it down so drastically just because of how much like pausing and thinking and oh man, I know this one, thanks Brandon, but
right.
How much of that there was, but that
shut up.
It just I didn't realize how crazy these questions get. Like, dude,
yeah.
Like I remember being obsessed with the Marble League, and at one point I probably could have answered some of those questions, but like no, I'm not going to be able to tell you the 10 individual marbles that have gotten less than a 2.45 in the 10-meter sprint from 2018 to 2020.
Yeah, those are some nonsense.
That's not
the questions definitely,
it's
especially
insane.
what Super Yak would give them, the questions definitely got harder as we got dumber. Like, I used to know more about marble sports because I was more engaged, and the questions used to be a lot easier. So we would get most of them right. And then the questions got really harder because at a certain point it was just obscurity because everyone was doing all those cahoots or whatever. So it's just like, what marble did not score exactly an even number on blah, 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 blah. And it's like, how you supposed to, you either know it or you don't. There's no intuition there. And
yeah, that's fair.
And then we were less involved in the community, so it was pretty bad. Like Akanon killed us in that last one.
Yeah, and back in the day, like we would like try and come up with the questions on our own. You gave up a little bit earlier than I did, but I still tried every week to find like at least one unique trivia question.
Well, no, yeah, because I stopped. I guess I was okay with coming up with them, but then I wanted people to like write in their own to keep it engaging. So I was like, okay, if someone's sending me a trivia, then I'm going to have them do it because then they get to be engaged in that way. It also I didn't have to come up with one, but it was also like I was trying to be engaging. But
Jim shared your same idea just there. Like he liked it when the audience was engaged because it made it more unpredictable, and both of us were guessing.
Yeah, we were so bad at prepping that well that it was just like, what's gonna happen now, and because most guests would be like, I didn't know I was supposed to, I forgot or something, or some guests would be like, I got one, because it would just be and then I would just say some nonsense and try to get out of it.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
Interesting time.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, that brings us through a lot of where we were going. And that was also the time we had that brief thought for the third host, right? Which we were going to have as MFA.
It was Wolves first, then MFA.
Yeah, and I think we liked Wolves, and then Wolves pulled out after like 2 weeks.
Wolves was around. I wrote it down. Like we did a vote too, like to see who the fans wanted more. Wolves won that one. Wolves was off and on from episode 37 to 55, so it was only a few months. Yeah.
Yeah, and we liked him, and MFA was good, but I think then it had nothing to do with them, but we just decided the third host was too much like logistics, and it got a little crowded in there because we thought it was good, but then we realized the chemistry wasn't there, or maybe it was there with Wolves more than with MFA in the certain.
The thing, at least we feel like I had more of a chemistry with Wolves. You had more of a chemistry with MFA, but it never really worked both ways around.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So, yeah, but we tried the third host thing because we wanted to keep it. But I think the idea there was, because remember, I was just kind of learning as I go because I'd never podcast before. I didn't know what I was doing. But I remember there were, every time we had a guest, or most of the times we had a guest in that stage of this podcast, it was always a super good episode. And it was because, the guests were really good or important in the community and a lot to say. So we had always a really very dynamic conversation. So I was like, wow, 3 people on is really great. But I didn't realize how different it'd be with a third host. And then me and Wof were also getting a lot better at podcasting. So we realized we didn't need the third host. That was the biggest reason we got rid of the third host. Not because we didn't like them, but because we were like, okay, we don't actually need the help filling space anymore. I remember that was the big deal. I
forgot about that. Yeah, that was one of we were insecure at the time.
We were insecure. We were like, okay, we want to make sure there's no dead air. Let's get a third guy on here. And then we realized, oh, we can do this. And I was like, oh, wait, I can talk forever. Wait, what? And so we didn't keep that third host. But that was for a little while. It was a good idea. That brings us past that episode 50 where I had Fletch from Marble It Up on, which was such a cool episode. That's going to be... we'll mention that again later. And then it brings us, Marble Sports kind of moved downhill and the podcast kind of sustained relatively well up towards 100, right?
Yeah, up to 100. We kind of kept it going pretty smoothly there. And after that, we've done a lot of reminiscing in other episodes before. I feel like there's not too much more to say that we haven't said before, I think.
Yeah, I think after that there was the episode 100 that was important. Because Fubica, we might mention, we'll talk about that briefly and then kind of move towards emails at this point. But there was episode 100 where Wof actually came out to my house because we were so happy we got to 100 and Wof was able to just travel that we were like, yeah, let's meet in person. I was like, dude, I've been podcasting with you for 100 episodes. I just want to see you in person. I think I was taller than he thought, and
yes, very much so.
I'm a tall guy.
He's very tall.
I take up space in the world. And now I'm over 200 pounds. I'm really bulking up. But
wow.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping it going. But I always wanted to meet him because it's been so long. Like how do I know this guy weekly like this? And because for the first 100 episodes, we were probably more at an 80% to 90% success rate of a weekly episode. So we were really like in that. And so, yeah, I wanted to meet him. He came out. I believe we ended up not being able to bowl, and we just went an 8.
Yeah, I think they were all closed, and like mini golf we couldn't have because it was raining heavily. Yeah. It was a heavy rain. So
we just ate in a pizza place that was one of the best pizza places. I wish I could go back there, but I live in Florida now. But great spot, and
you live in Florida now?
Pizza place. Yeah, moved down like 2 years ago.
Where at?
He's a Florida man now.
You don't have to like
Orlando,
or like what area?
Like don't dox yourself. But...
No, I don't care. Like, come kill me. Who cares?
Okay. Pop out. Meet and greet part 2.
It's gonna be low key, but
we were gonna try and do that actually for this one where he would come out to see me instead this time, but like financially it just doesn't work out for Brendan.
Yeah,
because
I was gonna do episode 200. That was the original plan, and then pushed the show back to end earlier, and then I was obviously gonna go see him, but then now y'all know. My car got totaled like a month ago. Just my wheel snapped off, so the whole car, and so I had to buy a new car. So, even though I'm making
no disposable income there,
I'm making actually decent money right now. Most of that money is going to pay for my next year of college, which I'm going to not cheap college in the north, and then because I'm paying my way through, and then the rest of it is now going to car bills because cars cost money, and I could have gotten a cheapy crappy awful car for a cheap price, but I actually got like a decent one used, but like still pretty new, like 10,000 miles on it, because
nice.
I'm moving into the next stage of my life after this year of college. So I might as well get a car that works for that coming time. So I'm suffering that hit. So I can't for that, but that's what we'll do. MarbleCon 2025. I'm sure at least 4 of y'all will be willing to go out. That'll be fun. We'll see. But yeah, that was a really cool time to meet him in person. That was really cool. I honestly enjoyed that night a lot. Totally worth it. We recorded an episode. We went and ate, and it was just great. It was just great. Yeah, the only other outstanding event of drama before I'm gonna let Wof cover his feelings on all the Dion stuff, and then we get into emails, would be Fubica. So let me spiel on Fubica, and then Wof, I want you to spiel on just a brief history of all the Dion stuff and when you started to learn about that till now.
Personally,
not to go through the information on it, just like how you felt about the podcast having to cover that, basically. And then we'll do some emails. You can just call. I just want to make sure we at least mention that the things happened, even if we don't go into that much detail.
Okay, I'll give a very brief thing.
Yeah, because it's more about mentioning it in the history and less about going into all the Dion details. So Fubica, I was trying to get myself into broadcasting. As you know, that's my passion, and right now I'm pursuing jobs in that. And I've had a lot of different. I did RML for a while. I did Races and Fun for a while. I did various other jobs for a while, and still kind of doing other ones. The Baccarat thing was going really well, and then they're kind of having like problems. So I don't know how long that's going to last at this point, but now I have a pretty big resume of broadcasting stuff. So hopefully I can get something else. I think at this point I have enough of a resume where I can certainly get another job soon, and I have the skills for it at this point, I believe, as well. So
Very cool.
Things have worked out well with that. That's something that without the podcast may never happen. But I started working with Fubica. It was the first broadcasting job ever. I think it started at the turn of 2020. No, it would have started at the turn of 2019 into 2020, because I remember I was talking about how I was doing that. Oh yeah, I was editing for Fubica when I was still at my high school.
Oh yeah, you were editing too. I forgot about that.
Wait, no, it would have been at the turn of 2020 to 2021, I think. Wait. God, why do I not remember? No, I graduated 2020 from high school. Yeah, so it would have been 2019 into 2020. The podcast would have been going for like 6 months or 8 months at that point. And I messaged Fubica because he didn't have commentary at that point, and he said it was up for it. And after a lot of Google Translate and some comments and a contract in Portuguese that I couldn't read, I commented for him, and he was paying me very low amount, but I was obviously just trying to get experience. But then he upped the work, so I was like editing videos for him and throwing highlights videos together that were actually not half bad. If you go really far back in his feed, you'll find them, and they were okay. I'm not a great editor, but I was all right. And just putting them together for like $35 for editing a video and broadcasting 3 a week. So obviously not what was deserved for that. And Melikis let me know about that. But it was just to get experience. And the thing is, that was when the Marble Circuits, Marbula 1, Fubica drama kicked off. Because at that point, everyone was very much invested in JMR. The community was very high maintenance about it. And everyone really cared. And everyone saw JMR as the wonderful, beautiful channel and Fubica as the evil, shitty channel that just copied trends a little bit better than M&H Racing, which is garbage. Just so it's said in the final episode, M&H Racing is a garbage channel. Okay? Get your content in order. Stop doing COVID 2019 races or whatever it is he does right now. Or Sprite versus Coca-Cola race. Just stop doing that. Okay? Anyway, so there was that whole contention because the idea was Fubica had copied JMR with their Marble Circuits and copied Marbula 1. Here's the thing. For the record, Fubica was telling me about Marble Circuits before JMR ever posted their first Marbula 1 video. They might have posted a trail. I think they posted the only other thing out was a trailer posted on their Facebook about Marbula 1. That was the only information out about Marbula 1 before Fubica had their Marble Circuits idea going. I don't think it is at all valid to say that Fubica copied JMR, because Fubica didn't even seem to know anything about JMR, or very little, when I was going back and forth with him, because I was trying to use JMR as like a model for him to help him improve his channel. Like, hey, like they are doing this and it's working, you should try doing this. And he didn't even really seem to know what I was talking about. So I don't think that he was stalking the JMR Facebook looking for ideas. That didn't seem like it made sense, since he didn't even know how English worked. I had to type to him in Portuguese. So I did not get that impression. And besides that, there was only a trailer out for Marbula 1 when he came up with the idea. So for him to workshop a whole idea off of a very brief trailer that was mostly about Melikis's 1 minute long intro to Marbula 1, god damn it. I still am annoyed about that, even though it's very well edited. I just don't think that that's a valid conclusion. Just for the record, I don't believe that Fubica really did copy. I think it was either just coincidence. It was probably just just only thing that makes sense. Like it happened to come around at the same time. Maybe somehow there was a borrowing ideas, but I just don't. It just doesn't seem to have a super valid case for it. But my response and my kind of the way I handled that was not probably amazing, but because I was broadcasting for them, people freaked out, and Beta Wolves hated me forever. A bunch of people who now do get along with me pretty well in this community really pulled away from me for a long time because they thought I was being a traitor or whatever. Now when you look back at it, it's like, that's kind of stupid, but I was being a traitor because I was just pursuing my broadcasting job on a different channel. But they really believed that like he was a copier and I was doing a bad thing. So I actually resigned from that channel under some of that pressure after like 6 months of working. It happened to work out because I went into races and fun for a long time and all that stuff. But yeah, it's kind of it was a stressful time. I remember I actually had calls with Wof about this to talk about resigning and the whole thing and dealing with Beta Wolves in the community. And this is when I had a lot of exchange of long Discord messages with like Miss Minty and Melikis, like trying to handle this. And I was growing up too and learning how to like communicate maturely about difficult things. And because I was still young and stuff. So it was a lot. It was kind of stressful and crazy to me, to be honest. But it was, yeah, like an exile. That's true. Like that's a good way to put it. So that was the Fubica event. Before Wof talks briefly on the Dion thing, Casen, any thoughts, any remembrance of the Fubica event, that drama, like just anything that you can remember? And also you can speak briefly on the Dion stuff if you want to, kind of as a way to help us wrap that as we go into emails.
I mean, I just sent an image in the live chat that's about my input.
Of the hand.
Of the hand.
Oh, wait, no, you gotta talk about that. I remember that. We actually talk about that.
The hand, dude.
That's all I remember, dude. Like, well, yeah, I mean, it was a big deal, and then, like, Twitter went crazy about it for a little bit, and then that's all I remember. However, I did watch, what was it, Marble Circuits or something? Whatever their track style racing competition was called. I did watch it.
And then Glass Marb.
Glass
Marb,
that's right. Glass Card.
I don't know.
Glass Marb, whatever.
Yeah.
That
that name was my idea, by the way.
That was not bad. I remember unironically enjoying it at times, but also being like,
sure,
I just prefer
fast coupons.
Fast coupons.
That
was the best part. The best part was the names. Oh my god, I want to go back.
Wait, let me get a list of just so you know. Let's do it because it's super stupid and funny. Let's get a list of those names. So I'm gonna
pull.
Part of the,
you guys can pull one up, but I'm gonna to have the visual. But I really want to. Who are these people? Why are there real people in these videos? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that. It's kind of weird.
Oh,
now.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's got the actual human beings in his thumbnails and in the videos themselves now. Fubica is very different than how he started.
All I know is this. Somehow he's almost at 1 million subs, but if I scroll through the first, 12 videos, there's nothing here over 10,000 views, so he's not doing that well. Yeah, I'm not even like, man, like how does he have 1 million? How has he gone up so many subs for a channel that is getting like not many views? I think
I'm
like,
pretty sure most of those were from when he actually blew up, and then they just kind of stayed and never unsubscribed.
yeah, because he blew up. He actually did have a moment in the sunlight for a second. But if I go back, focus on Marble Circuits. This is a good little Marble Circuits 2020.
Big Dog, Loose Wheel, Peppers,
Wait, let me pull up the list first so people can look at it.
Peppers.
Oh, and then these are the old highlights videos. Wait, all right, we have to watch a Honda ad.
No,
Honda cars are pretty good though. I actually do like stand by them if you're looking for a reliable vehicle. They're pretty solid.
I do drive a Honda Accord hybrid, and it's been the best car I've had.
Accords are pretty nice too. Like they look nice. So
he's very good.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah,
and
like, those were some weird names, dude. They were like Fast Cupins, like that was just a very strange. Penguins, I think, was one of there was a marble that actually got touched by the hand because they were at the back of the pack. I think it was Penguins.
Wait, I'm trying to find the final stats that might have the full.
Pink Pearl,
Did
who
he
wasn't
never
pink.
even do final?
Oh, Casen put a picture in the chat.
Okay, Sea Turtles, Sparky, Pink Pearl, Loose Wheel, Arrow Frog, Mamonas. What's a Mamonas?
I can't remember.
Rivers,
I looked it up. It's some
Peppers,
sort of fruit.
Black Pirates, plural. Black Pirates, plural. Big Dogs, plural. Fast Coupins, plural. What the heck is a Coupins? And then Gold Piston. Just for reference, by the way, at Coupins, because I remember I looked this up. It's trying to autocorrect coupons.
This whole era.
Oh boy.
Coupons translate.
Cupin is a type of wasn't actually Cupin was a type of penguin, right? Actually, or bird.
Wait, okay, let me look up Portuguese translate.
I don't remember what Cupins was, but I know it's like an animal.
And
the insect that eats wood. Edu is an insect that eats wood.
Oh, yeah, I think it was supposed to be a termite. It's still not even translating right from Portuguese here.
Oh well, but yeah, that's an interesting set of names. Like I don't know. I'm assuming it might have had to do with translation stuff. Like it doesn't sound as it might sound cooler to him because it's not his native language, but then you get translated and it's like that's a very weird name for a team or a marble.
Yeah, no, it's so silly. It's so funny though, and that kind of that was the start of my side path that led me through like working for Racing Marble League, Races and Fun, doing all that work for Fubeca and the Racing Marble League, and coming up with team names and logos and stuff like that, and the whole thing, and then that's brought me through to the Baccarat thing I was in a little bit ago, and the Rocket League casting I've been doing to where I am at now. So it's that was a whole side path from the podcast, but that's that. So. I mean, yeah, we'll go to emails now in a second, but Wof, share, and in case you can, if you want, share any thoughts quickly on having to cover drama like that, like Dion, on the podcast and how that felt.
Yeah, I'm just going to get through this like real fast because one, we've talked about this at length. Two, I don't like talking about it. And three, if you're all here, you probably already know. Long story short, I was kind of glad that like the show, even though I was not enjoying the show near the end, I was glad that we last as long as we did because discussing that was the most important thing we've done easily, and it's probably going to outlive the rest of the show more than anything else. I'm glad that we called to light the bad things going on, and I do hope that it can bring some change. But like, man, the emotional drainage on my psyche was so immense. That's another reason why I probably don't want to come back, because like if Dion's still there, this goes in cycles. It's probably gonna happen again. I can't do that again, man. It took probably a few years off my life.
Yeah. Casen, anything?
So I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry, my connection is being itself again. But I think I I liked being a part of something that I felt like was needed, because not many platforms at all were covering Dion, and the fact that I was able to like help get this across and get it finished and polished so that people would listen to it and take the information seriously, was a silver lining for all of it, because otherwise it's not a good situation. Like, you can't like, unless you're Dion or a Dion apologist, you can't cut this.
Dion apologies.
You can't cut this in a way that makes it good. So, but I mean, in terms of more lighthearted stuff like Fubica, like, I don't think that was covered much. At least, like, the bad stuff was covered much to my knowledge, and if it was, I didn't like dwell on it or wasn't super involved in it in terms of the podcast. But it was, I mean, I like watching drama from a distance. I don't necessarily love being involved in it. So, I mean, it's the case with most. But yeah, I am going to have to get going here soon. So would you like me to make a sort of parting statement now, or what?
Yeah, if you'd
think
like
that'd be
to, because we're about to do all the fan responses and emails anyway. So
The emails and messages. I'll definitely look back on those when the episode is polished. When, I mean, that's my job too. But I appreciate you guys, everything you guys have done for this community and this podcast, and for me, just helping me through this, because like I had told Wof, like, I was looking through old DMs from my first episode, from before my first episode. He was like, so how much Audacity experience do you have? And I was like, experience? Which I had, but not a lot. Yet he still took that risk, and I didn't do too bad, so I'll take that. I appreciate, giving me a chance. I enjoyed being a part of the podcast and like doing everything I could, and just helping, because like I certainly wanted it to be around longer than just like 60 something episodes. So to say I may have played a part in like getting the 100th episode, getting the 150th, getting to the point we are now, like that, I feel accomplished. I feel like my contributions have been positive, to say the least. So I thank you for giving me the chance, and if this community does, whether or not it dies down or is revived eventually, I will try my best to be a part of it, because it has genuinely been a lot of positives. So thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Wof. Thank you to the community. Thank you, everyone. I'll be back eventually. I mean, I'll just be here. Like, I'll pop in every once in a while. That's kind of what I do now. Like with the Marble base too. Like I see something happening. I don't usually go in there, but when I do, I don't look back on it distastefully. So that will continue the same here. So thank you guys. I will be around, and good luck with the rest of the episode, and good luck with everything going on in the future. Thank you.
Oh man, thank you so much, man.
Thanks,
you
man.
mean an immense amount, and you did so much for us.
Indeed.
And I can't thank you enough. We would not be here without you. Oh.
Yeah, we appreciate you, man, so much. Thanks so much. For your sake, I wish it could continue, and I wish the Marvel sports could continue, but and actually thrive. But we'll see.
Yeah. All right.
But
See you
I hope
guys.
things go great with you. I hope that
Bye,
everything
Casen.
you've learned about editing and stuff actually maybe helps you out in the future as well.
Yeah, thank you. All right, see you guys. Good luck with the rest. Don't cry too much.
We'll cry later. See you later. All right. That was Casen, by the way. Big help for the show. Shout out, just while we're here, just to do it in a list, now that Casen and Sman have both left big parts of the show. Shout out to MFA. Shout out to JM. Shout out to John Wood. Shout out to Johnny Marble. Shout out to Wolves, who again was the third host for a minute. Shout out to the guy who I forget the name, but he helped me with the Algadoo. Oh crap! You're right. Yes, I did put your name down. We'll have to edit that out. And if you, yeah, no, that's my bad, my friend. I actually forgot that you didn't like that.
Golly.
But shout out to the guy who helped me edit the Algodoo races. Shout out to the guy who did the West Coast Marble Cross and had that put through my channel, and I commented on it and everything. That one series of that. Shout out to Roulette Wheel, which Wof hated. Wof's least favorite Marble Sports event.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Hershey, who guested on, Melikis, Greg Woods, the other guest, Stynth, of course, huge Stynth. All the other guests who came on here and there. Shout out to Steve from Latvia, who didn't send in an email, but he just messaged in a second ago because he came on 3 times and was always a joy. And he said he really enjoyed it, and he's an Rangers fan. Shout out to him. Shout out to Bill Frosby. Shout out to Focaf. Shout out to everybody that I might have forgotten that was somehow
Coop the
part
comedian
of the show.
for making
Coop
our
the
first
comedian
intros.
for the intro statement, which I could not get again. So everybody who's participated is just we appreciate it. Shout out to everyone who consistently emailed in to keep the email segment a reality, right? Email segment was real because of that. Shout out to that one guy who edited, I think, one episode badly. His name was like Wickham or something like that. You remember Wof, right? And he was a terrible editor, but he tried and he failed. But shout out to him. All right. And
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah.
Shout out to Piney for the animations. Can't forget that.
Thank you so much. Seriously, so amazing.
All those wonderful things, and that covers most of who we could think of. Shout out to Yella, who I got to meet in person in that one meet and greet, and that was just crazy. Shout out to Term, who I also met in person. So I mean, I feel like all those shout outs were deserved. That was the list. Everybody that I didn't remember, I put you in there generally, and you guys were all. I mean, everyone who joined the live show regularly, like Edu, and Akanon, and S-Man, and people like that who were here in the live chat a lot, obviously, and Lisa, who's always in the YouTube.
Lisa,
shout out to all of them.
MVP,
Richard Hinckley,
a super fan, truly.
Yeah, Richard, of course, as well, with all his rankings and stuff, and like there's other people in the live chat who have commented. We thank you. So big thanks to everybody there. And now with that, it's time to get into your content that you've given us, and we'll share it, and then we'll wrap up this final show. I'm excited. So we're going to start with something just so freaking awesome that I can't even believe it exists. I'm going to open it here. Mm-hmm. It's we have a Google Doc, and I'm actually going to share the link to this Google Doc because we copied
should be the top of the
here.
list.
Yeah,
that works too.
I'm going to share the link to this so that anybody can at least view it because it's just so cool. Lisa went ahead and attempted to rank every single I'm going to put in announcements. You guys can look at it. This is cool. Every single episode.
With explanations, too. Not just numbers.
Explanations.
To preface it, I will say there are 2 duplicates. 136 gets mentioned twice. 101 gets mentioned twice. And then episodes 138, 110, 105, 84, 76, 52, and 27 are missing. 3 of those on the list have a question. 2 of them have a question mark. 1 is missing the episode name, so that's covered there. The rest of them, I've been trying to figure out in my head which one goes where, but I didn't have the time to research each episode and like compare and contrast explanations to figure it out. So there are some missing elements here, but for the most part, it's all here.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's super, super cool. So we'll highlight a few moments from it and then move on. I know Waf's camera's been off, by the way, but that's because for some reason I've been getting weird lag. So I'm going to try to turn him on again. Yeah. So turn on again. He's already on again.
Yeah, it's already on.
Again, we'll do the whole process again. And so I'm going to try to keep him in as much episode as possible. But it's been just a little frustrating, I guess.
Yeah, so like my plan was to do like all the ones I highlighted, but we got so many, like especially the last hour before we started recording, we had so many substantial things drop that I was like, okay, we're gonna have to cut most of these to get through this because like it's ridiculous what you guys have sent, the sheer length of things that we like, it's unreal. We love you all so much, but like to keep this reasonable, we can't read it all.
Yeah, no. So what we'll do is I'm gonna read the bottom two. And then you can pick and choose the highlighted ones that you want to read, and then I'll end with the top 10.
All right, sounds good.
So we'll move through it quickly. So the bottom two, the absolute worst episode in Lisa's opinion is episode 1. And her reasoning is, I don't want to hear for 30 minutes about Brendan talking about the Green Ducks and the Indigo Stars, which is valid because it was probably boring and it probably wasn't interesting. And I was a bad podcaster, even though that was probably the only episode I actually had a notebook with stats on it that I wanted to mention, which is true. I used to take notes for the episodes for the first 5 to 10 episodes and maybe here and there. And then I just wang it after that. Wing it. I don't know. So used to do that. And I agree. Episode 1 is pretty mid. And then the second worst episode is, truthfully, episode 14. Now we know why to never let Wof be in charge of the show. That's her reasoning, and I agree because that was pretty horrid as well. Wof was not as experienced either, so it
was a very bad first attempt.
I'm pretty sure that's the only episode that I recorded a 50-minute separate audio clip and had it thrown in there like after
you did
episode because I wanted to make sure my opinions were in there or something like that. Kind of weird. But yeah, so those were the worst two. So now Wof, take us through some of the other random rankings here.
All right, yeah. So we'll go through. Interesting enough, like Lisa like had like a low opinion of seasons 1 and 2, which I'm actually thankful for because I always had like rose tinted glasses and like the honeymooning phase of that. Like I thought thinking that was when we were at our peak, but fortunately it seems like people are. At least Lisa was of the opinion that our worst content was when we started and our best stuff came later, which is great for me because it means we were entertaining these past few years. I'm glad to know that.
We became better podcasters. The community became less entertaining.
Yeah, so I guess episodes rank 1. Also, they considered parts 1 and 2 of episodes 11 and 100 as separate rankings. That's why there's 169 here, not 167. So ranking 163 was my premiere episode. But like she points out, like saying like I said that my audio quality was awful, and yeah, it was. And they didn't care about the conversation about marble betting. So as well as like the Minute Wisps and Raspberry Racers, like the drama of like knocking blocks into each other's lanes. Not something they were really into, which fair. Going to the bigger ones, a lot of the ones I highlighted also kind of showed what her opinions of like what she enjoyed was. Like she didn't like too much negativity, though when it was important she enjoyed it. And then she likes NAS Marble a lot. She really enjoys MSPN content. And this is an interesting one actually. It was rank 160. What was it? They like long episodes. If it was under an hour, it almost always was near the bottom of the list because she liked having a long discussion to listen to. Also, ranking 161, episode 21. She says, "This is pretty much at the point where I enjoy the episodes." So basically, the vast majority of the podcast she actually enjoys, and it's only a small handful that she didn't, which that's crazy to me. Some of these explanations are funny. Some of them are very short. There's some very particularly great ones I want to. Rank 108, episode 75, best Wof Tune ever, 10 out of 10. That was when I did the Rick roll. So that it was such a fun one there. Rank 105, episode 44, Marbles.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. She has a great
sense of humor.
She does. It was funny to read through the whole thing. The breadth of it was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. Where is it? There is episode rank 88, episode 32, Piney Guests. That's fun. So that's all she needed to rank it so highly. Love that. She loves the trivia segments, Super Yak stuff. She loves it a lot. Yeah. That was one of her favorite things. She said something very nice about Casen. I want to find that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Rank number 61, episode 46. Casen was honestly one of my favorite guests on the show. Combine this with the ending of a tournament, and you get an awesome episode.
Pretty great.
Yeah, she had some fun things. Oh yeah, this is going back in the ranking, but this is important for me to know, I think. Rank 110 was episode 31. It's all the fun of MSW, but with MFA. I gave it a few points because by far he is my favorite guest / co-host, which, that's awesome. I'm glad to know that you enjoy MFA so much.
Yeah, MFA, he's always a riot to have on the show. I like having him on the show when he does come on. Because he'll argue with me. He'll get into it with me.
That's true.
If he and me don't agree on something, we will go back and forth the same way like me and Akanon will, but he has a very different arguing style to Akanon.
Mm-hmm. Rank 80, episode 69. Probably the nicest episode this season. Just for context, we named that episode Nice. Nothing else, just nice.
So it's probably just an okay Marbles episode, but, 69 is that's...
exactly.
Nice.
There you go. Yeah, we're getting close to some of the bigger stuff.
I think this one's 79 to episode 127. It's a fun episode, but I'll never forget when I saw the scroll down to the comments, and the first I saw was, "Yeah, you're biased." I truly didn't stop laughing.
Yeah,
I guess
so
what is that? The irony there, because it's like, of course, it's a podcast, right? I mean, like,
I think like people just calling you out on your bias like so quickly, like immediately. It was.
No, but I thought that was more of an overall commentary. Like the fact that you would even comment that on a podcast is it's ironic in itself, because the idea of a podcast is, yes, I'm biased because I'm giving my opinion. Is that like isn't it like a broader?
I suppose to agree.
Yeah.
Although I think it was at the time, this was like people were like, yeah, you are very biased on a lot of your opinions. A lot.
No, I'm not.
It's I can't remember very well, so it's been 5 years.
You're wrong, Wof. It's no bias
All right.
there.
Rank 58, episode 36. Johnny Marble legit was a guest. He would be like the last person I would think of who was actually like into marble sports. I guess she thought that he was just here for the role and recording, and not actually because he genuinely enjoyed it, which is that's funny.
Yeah, no, he likes the Rangers, and so it's fun.
A lot of fun. Yeah, we're getting the top 50 here. Oh yeah, at rank 44, episode 49. Like I was doing like special voices when reading like the lore behind some of the RML teams. I think is what it was. Fubeka. That's right. Like they had like strange names and lore, and so I read them out in different voices.
It's cool. It's cool.
Rank 37, episode 25. This is a big one. I've mentioned this in a community post before, but I barely remembered a thing about this one. The highlight was by far the animations. The problem was that this was just clips, and that's it. I love this episode in the animation parts and the Johnny Marble stuff, but it needed more talk from the present Brendan and present Wolf. Come on, Future Wolf. The fact that she remembers the Future Wolf joke.
Yeah, Future Wolf was great.
That was, all jokes aside, it was a fun treat and a rollback to the 24 episodes from before this one, and it brings back some great memories. Oh, and the one after that, you predicted that the Mellow Yellow would win the 2020 Marble League, and then they placed like 14th.
Okay, no, that wasn't the year they won. Oh, okay.
No.
They won 2021, right?
Yeah, it's so funny. Oh, man. We're approaching the top 25 here. Let's see. So it must be Okay, here we go. This is a big one. Rank 21, episode 43. This episode should honestly belong with episodes like 9 or 146 in the list. It was just okay. But the thing that truly makes this episode special was that this was the episode that came up for me on YouTube and made me discover the show. I don't really know how this showed up, as it was an episode that came out a long time ago. What happened was that I just was messing around and looking up MarbleCon, and then bam, it just pops up when I searched it, and I watched it, and now I've watched basically everything else. So I guess this was the start for me.
Yeah, that was my question. Like, how was she looking at MarbleCon? Because MarbleCon wasn't, like, did you come up with that idea in your own head? Like, because that was something that I came up with on the podcast.
I think other people had, like, well, it's not impossible for someone to come up with the idea for a convention, you know?
Episode 43, is that the one that has MarbleCon in the name?
I don't think so. Like MarbleCon has been mentioned multiple times in the show's history, but I may have put it in the tag. Oh no, actually no. I think 43 does have it in the title of the episode. That's why, most likely.
Oh yeah, because there was a couple that we really went into.
Oh, she said she was just messing around. To be honest, okay, that's fair.
Oh, okay. I thought she actually was like looking that up, like curious if there was like one, and that would be really funny.
Yeah. Next one on the list was ranked 20, episode 154. Another episode that goes up here completely because of nostalgia, because this episode was the final episode I watched before I was fully caught up with MSW. I watched it like a day before the next episode. I'm not kidding when I say that there were some days I watched 2 or 3 episodes, but this was basically the last one for me in a way, or at least the last episode I had to speedrun. For context for everybody, she started watching the show, I have it right here, February 26th of 2023. She found it and watched every single episode in just a little, like under a year. That's just
I can't imagine what that
ridiculous.
looks like. So like I don't know what you do day to day. So you would just get up and you would just like be in your house making coffee for the morning, and you would just turn on. All right, let's see what Marble Guy had to say in 2019 about. What is this episode called? Wof's thoughts on the Green Ducks. All right, let's see what he's got. I don't know. That's crazy. Like just her in her house, just listening to. It's crazy.
Yeah. I think from there we
cool.
should just go to the top 10, right?
Yeah, I got that. So the top 10 for the final 10. The first one in the top 10, episode 94. That is, of course, the famous Deont episode. Mm-hmm. Getting into the important episodes, I had no idea that this was going on and be going on for a year. I didn't for way more than a year, right? I did notice. I thought things did start to go downhill when the JMRC went bye-bye. I also had no idea that it was that much. I should state again if it ever seems like I'm promoting drama, but again, this list is based on what the episode does to me and how big of an opinion I have on them. It's fair. 9. That was a big episode. Episode 65. This may be an odd one, but I will always have a soft spot for this episode. It's insane to think that it put the other non-Brendan second to last and put this at single digits. So I guess this was when you and MFA
I was
went
just
at
me
it.
and MFA. It was
Right.
just
So
me and
see,
him.
you improved a lot because the other one, yeah. I have 3 reasons. NASMARB, I've already talked before that I like NASMARB. Wof and MFA were more serious than ever, and they talk so perfectly funny and seriously. Oak and Spitzer, it makes every discussion more interesting when Wof's kind of really in the race, right? It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool. Episode 100B. May not be as good as 100A, but the fans getting to speak with is a great thing that hopefully will be in 168. Well, I mean, you guys also did something. It gives everyone a chance to share which... Oh, yeah, because we did do kind of something like that in 100B. It gives everyone a chance to share which coming off a DN episode helps relax. Wof knows where you live. I guess that's a reference. Episode 55. 7. Number 7, episode 55. This one may be even more random. First, everything went wrong, which was pitiful and funny. The whole time Brendan was trying so hard to make a longer episode. I guess, which I found funny.
So this was, for context, this is when it was just you and Wolves, and it's only a little over 30 minutes.
Oh, is this like the shortest episode we've ever had?
Pretty sure, yeah.
Glass Car was nice, as it was the only race we got positive talk about before Fubica decided to, There was Mellow Yellow and the line about the Savage Speeders. Maybe they're getting too old. Brendan had a field with the speeders, just talking about every detail. It looked like the speeders was going to fail, or at least Brendan was hinting at the wrong. IDK, the Brendan jinx is funny. Yeah, that's an episode, I guess. I forgot about that one. Episode 88 is number 6. It's pretty simple. Brendan ranked the Marble League teams. That's cool. Back in those earlier... Oh, that might have been the one where we did a personal ranking of how much we liked them or something like that.
Yeah, we did.
Back in those earlier episodes, I was honestly in my head begging for Brendan to say something along the lines of, well, I think the Midnight Whiffs are better. Well, I'd never say that. They're pretty bad. And then Wof would just stand by as Brendan rants about the Marble League. Yeah, it's true. You know what? That kind of already happened, but it was just a normal ranking, probably a good thing. Midnight Whiffs are mediocre. Sorry. Episode 165, number 5 in the list. And now for the most important episode of the show. Welcome to Dion's history. Yeah, this one was emotional. I'm telling you, the show told me so much about the marbles that I had no idea about otherwise. And this episode, I'd say, is about 20% of those things. I'm not going to go into depth of the drama or anything. And the episodes was kind of sad, but this episode brought up so many new thoughts and will forever be more important than any other episode. I know to thank when Team Galactic becomes the Jungle Jumpers again. We say no Dion. Whatever this episode also came with the Google document about him. Oh yeah, most important Google Doc. I ever read. Number 4, episode 167. I guess the later episodes are more important. But one wins the title for most fun. The episode had Akanon. Oh, yeah, that ranting, MVMs, trivia, WAF existing, I think. Brendan not listening to episode 83. Akanon winning and total chaos. I love it. Yes, MVMs. MVMs are the... don't even get me going. Don't even get me going.
Oh, boy.
Listen to 167. My points, my logic, my laid out arguments make sense. That's all I'm going to say. Episode 50, number 3. I know that episode was so good with Fletch. I'm glad you put that at 3. At this point, every episode is important, so let's just cut to the chase here. It was the ending to season 2. A season I've talked about quite a lot. It had some of the biggest and best guests ever on the show and discussed a Marble game, which is a nice change of pace compared to something that is mostly about Marble League. I never played Marble Madness, well, it's called Marble It Up, or know anything about it besides this episode, and there was also the face reveal. Oh, yeah, was that the first time?
It was my face reveal, yeah.
Oh, that's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2, episode 100A. So the Melikus episode pulling pretty hard. And you can imagine what episode 1 is. So those two
But
people...
100A was not Melikus, dude.
Oh, wait, no. Why did I say that? I thought of 11A. I was like, what am I doing? Sorry, I thought 11A in my head. I was like, why is that there? She didn't separate 11A and B, did she?
She did.
Okay, so yeah, I just got myself confused. 100A. First and most basic part, it's long. And the fact it's just part 1 is even better. It may just be a recap of what happened so far on the show. But wait, you know what? There's no just. It's a huge thing as Brendan and everyone else came a long way since the first episode. Oh, that was the one where we were in person. Yeah, of course. And now WAF is at Brendan's house, and we went from an AI logo, and Brendan talked about the Indigo Stars. So congrats on 100. Now that one makes a lot more sense. My brain read 11A, my bad. I was like, that one.
Why'd you call it an AI logo? Because like the logo was not AI generated. Like I think it's before that was even something you could be capable of doing.
No, it was AI generated. That was a that was a online logo maker. I put MSWP into the search tick, and it created.
What?
That was the first, not the good one. The one where it's just the gold box, the black background.
No, I know what you're talking about, but like that's still crazy to me that AI generated the very first image. That's
I didn't
so funny.
That. No, I just was like, I want something that looks good and clean for now. So yeah, no, that's AI generated. Oh, we didn't talk about much about the logos when we reminisce, but basically Tim Ritz, Konku, the guy from
Konku and Tim Ritz, I think both did some work.
They're the same people.
Are they? Konku and Tim Ritz? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
They designed the current logo for MSW, which is just a really nice one. Mm-hmm. And then they designed this little world logo we have that's in the server icon. So honestly, great stuff. And I designed them. I drew them out like this is what I want it to look like, and they did the computerization. So it was great. Anyway, finale, episode 24, the easiest number 1 for anything ever. They talk with the one and only, whose voice has become iconic, Greg Woods. Now it's time to throw a party. I'm not kidding when I say this. When I saw the title, I thought it was a joke. It may not be Yella, but it's the next best thing. It's still insane to think about. They had some pretty good talk, including the Green Ducks becoming Gurgs. She said Gurgs. Prediction for 2020. That aged well.
They did terrible that year.
Yeah, there's the greatest trivia segment ever, where Greg himself thinks the winner of Race 4 of the 2019 Marble Rally, El Capitan, was the first DNF of that race. The insane lengths that went for just the very first season is mind-blowing. So thank you, MSW, for making some great early impressions. I guess the message is you start with season 1 and end with season 1. Yeah, 24 is a big one. Conclusion, with the final episode coming soon, we are reaching the end of MSW. So thank you, MSW, for what you did for me, you, and everyone else who listens to your show. Peace.
Thank you so much, Lisa. This is phenomenal.
Lisa. So cool that you
I couldn't believe that you did this. This is insane.
Yeah. Yeah, you seem to really enjoy listening to us. So make sure you do follow our YouTubes and keep up with us, our other YouTubes and whatever we're doing, because you'll enjoy it, hopefully. That's it. That's her contribution. So let's move on to the rest of you guys. The second one we have is from Richard Hinckley. It's called My Little Pony Voice Actors Cheering on My Marbles.
Yeah,
so
this is
you're low again, Muff.
Like farewells. They are like traditional Richard Hinckley emails, and
Muff, you're low. Your mic's low again.
Oh, am I moving slow?
Hello.
Sorry, I got to the gain.
You always do
My
that.
bad. I keep forgetting to do that. So to put this in perspective, this is like Richard has made his standard type of emails, not like saying goodbye or anything, just like emails about things, and like these are kind of funny, so I thought why not. So I put all the audio clips together and I put images so you know who they are. So yeah, here's this. This is it's certainly something.
Let's just watch it.
Hey everyone, Timber Spruce here. I'm really excited to be here and watching all of these amazing marbles just race. It's going to be so much fun, but I especially like the blue crystal marble. Yeah, we're going to definitely take the cake. Come on, blue crystal marble, you can do it. Hey, cool lantern. Mine's my face.
All right, Marbles, this is Dandy Grandeur, and I'm going to encourage you to race as far as you can, and go as far as you can, and hit all the other marbles, and of course, look as beautiful as possible, because it's all about beauty, it's all about design, so be beautiful, and onwards and upwards.
Welcome to the marble races. Today I'm looking at all sorts of beauties, rolling down the track. Going fast, faster. Ooh,
This is great. Why is this
look at them
actually
bouncing.
great?
I sure do
incredible
love when they
actors.
bounce. There's one getting
Wait, I gotta pause. So is this like are these guys the ones who voiced these ponies? Like, what's the deal here?
Yes, these are the actual voice actors. He's at a convention, and so he's asked them to record these things.
This guy went to a My Little Pony convention, got the actual actors who do the actual ponies, went around and found a bunch of these guys and got them to all say marble related things.
Yes.
That is hilarious and awesome and requires a lot of dedication. So I have to be honest, that is unbelievably awesome. That is actually, Richard, that is so cool, and I'm excited to listen to the rest of this because this is sounding really cool.
ahead. I think that one's name is
Remember to not pause from now on
Little
because
Mac.
it makes Casen's job a lot
Yep.
harder.
Oh, I forgot about
Little
that. That's
Mac
my
is
bad.
getting ahead. Of course he is. Whichever one's ahead, I'm going to call Little Mac. So Little Mac's always going to be the one that wins. Why not? Let me do it that way. Oh, look at that. Big collision down right before the finish line. Yep. Now there's a tie. What am I going to do? Little Mac won, and I guess the other marble's going to be called Regular Mac.
Very big marble. Ooh, I shall smack. Ooh, there it is, it's gone. Ooh, what do you call these great big ones with all the different colors?
What
Ooh,
is
that's my
happening?
favorite one. I'm going to have it over there. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, very exciting, darlings. Did I win? Have I won? Is it a winner?
Okay.
Come on, marbles, you got this. Go, go, go. So awesome.
What is happening?
Go, go, faster, faster, faster. Oh, that was awesome.
Cool.
All right. Hello, darlings. All right, as the marbles will roll, they will roll and roll and roll. It's like a little ball, and we're all going to have so much fun as they roll quicker and quicker towards the finish line. Oh, yes, they are rolling so gloriously, like the fandom, galloping. Little balls rolling, go, marbles, go. We do so adore you. Look at that. Oh, the fat, the quick, the wondrous. They are little gems, little beautiful gems, rolling towards infinity. Go, little marbles, go. Raindrop, he is there. Yes, he is, letting his marbles fly, fly into the sky. That is why we do love the marble racing.
What the heck? That's crazy. But because these are real actors that have made more money, by the way, than you probably can imagine, because this show has been going on forever. And he got them to say this. That's crazy.
Yep.
Like, these are real like these guys like actually make bank doing My Little Pony stuff. So that is unbelievable. That is so freaking cool. I can't believe how did he get these guys to do this?
A lot of actors are pretty cool people, so if you come up and ask them something, sometimes they'll do like little voice segments. Sometimes you have to pay. It depends on on the actor and the place you go. But I think these people maybe just been super kind and wanted to, and obliged the idea.
That's cool. That's so cool. All right, next we got Richard email number 2. Here's how the Marble ranking works. For Marble, this is just an explanation of how the rankings work. And then we get to look at the Excel for his actual rankings. And this would be the final Excel that we'll look at, the most current one.
Yes.
And we have the total ranking. And I'll just go through a few. I think the main ranking, or the one of importance, is the one on the far left, because the pre-2023 one's not useful, and we don't consider the Amazing Race. So I think the ranking on the far left, Savage Speeders, first overall across all things, not like all big competitions, then Orangers, then Crazy Cat's Eyes, then Green Ducks, then Raspberry Racers. That's an interesting ranking. Green Ducks and Raspberry Racers are pretty good at this point. Mm-hmm. Midnight Wisps down at 10. Glen and Glaciers at 13. I want to see them do better. Over the next few years, if I continue to do like fantasy leagues and stuff, I really am going to pull for the Glen and Glaciers, who I thought would have had a good year this year. Team Momo is actually in the single digits in most of these categories. They are. Except for Marble League rankings, which are at 10. So pretty strong. This Excel is available. We can send it to you if you want it. This is kind of like a total overall ranking, so you can see a lot of stats here that are pretty nice. And get a sense. Obviously, the Savage Speeders are far and away the best team. But yeah, let's confirm that. Last show of the MSW podcast, the Savage Speeders are far and away the best team in Marble League, in Marble Sports right now. They're not going to be touched for a while. They continue to just tear it up. They will probably win a bunch more things soon. Just there's no stopping them right now. And there's other teams that are kind of getting in there. Like you're seeing some stuff with the Pinkies. The Cat's Eyes are making a real surge lately. I mean, you're seeing other teams like Bumblebee is like making good strides to get up there, as the Rangers kind of been sinking down and everything. But you'll have to just sit and watch and see how the lore continues to unfold. But thank you for that ranking list, Richard. Next, we have Tenzin email. Mm-hmm. Submission for final episode from Tenzin. Although I am no super fan of the show, this is my favorite podcast in the world. Well, that certainly sounds like super fan, and I will miss it so much. Oh, and also include something about the Marble Custom Comp Awards hosted by Crystal and all of the custom comps. So sad that is ending. So sad that this is ending.
I checked it out a little bit. They basically do like kind of an award show for smaller Marble channels, like who did the best in certain different categories and stuff, which is cool. It's a nice way to shout out the smaller creators.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Shout out to that and go check it out. Wolf Lykeo's comments. He's saying, I really enjoyed the podcast, but I have been expecting you guys to end it for a while, especially with everything that's happened recently. In fact, the state of the sport and everything happening behind the scenes is the main reason my wife and I haven't been active in the community and didn't even finish the Marble League. Thanks for all of your videos over the years. Take care. Well, take care to you, Wolf Lykeos. I'm glad you've been enjoying the podcast for so long, my friend. Dawn S's message.
Yes.
Thanks. Late to the party, but I wanted to say how much I enjoy your show. I will miss it. I understand that real life takes precedence, though, and someone reacted with a waff heart. So
that was me. But
thank you,
Dawn. I appreciate it.
Nordic's message. Nordic Wela. I haven't done that turn away from the mic Bill Burr noise in a while. Hey, thanks for everything you two have done over the years with the MSW podcast. It was one of the best non-JMR channels to talk JMR. Also, props for talking about all the Dion. He censored the word Dion.
I did stuff. That.
That's funny.
Yeah.
And exposing him for he censored that word too. The a-hole or whatever, or what is that supposed to say? It's not even spelled like that.
I censored it for a reason. I don't know. I feel like we want to try avoiding strong language when we can.
But what was the word? It's not.
Come on, Brendan. What curse word starts with A? Come on.
No, wait. Why am I not?
Right, Brendan. You can't be serious. You just said a version of it just now. How did you? Huh? Brendan.
No, but like that doesn't spelled like that. I don't know. Wishing you both good luck going forward. Maybe it's just spelled weird. Okay.
ASS, man. That's all it is.
Oh no! Oh, it's ASS plus a space. That's how you get the
Yes.
and then as
Oh my
he was. Okay, my
gosh.
bad. I got confused. From Ghazi, or also Kyogre Minty is his other name. It took me a long time to figure that out, by the way. I did not realize that for a long time. Dear MSW, I would just like to thank you for keeping the show running for so long. Also inviting me to the show once. That was very fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I am sad that this has to go, but all great things and eventually. I made one piece of artwork. I tried my hardest, so that's it for me. Continue rolling, Wof and Brendan. Best wishes, Ghazi. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
And here's his fan art.
Like, and hey, like, I'm assuming you don't do art very often. That's from how you described it, I think. But hey, we appreciate
The
it.
marbles looks good. The tree looks like a penis. That's
Okay, I wasn't gonna say it.
I
wasn't gonna say it, but you were gonna say it. Okay.
But the marbles actually, Wof's marble looks really good, and my marble, it looks like it has a visor on, but yeah, it looks really cool. I like it.
Yes, I guess this one wasn't an email, but they did.
Okay,
send
but
the
I
message.
did though, Piney, because you know what? My job on the show is to say what people are thinking in their heads. That's my job. That's why I do a
my gosh.
podcast.
So this person didn't send the email in time, but Steve from Latvia sent a chat just in the live chat here. Like, hey
read that
guys,
in
I
the
forgot to send you an email, but I loved listening to the show, and it was an honor and pleasure to join you guys for 3 episodes. I hope you guys have success in the future. P.S. Oh, Rangers will rise again.
No, that's good. Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
Steve was always really fun to have on. I actually really liked he had a lot of Formula One knowledge, and that was always a lot of fun. So, but thank you, Ghazi, for that great way to end. PT Marbles message. I'm PT, known in the Marble Custom Competition as the creator of the Stream Out Marble League and for making trading cards from other competitions. For the final episode of Marble Sports Worldwide, I made you, Wof and Marble Guy, your own trading cards. These are actually really cool, so I really appreciate it. They're fun.
Yeah.
They're fun.
I'll share that with you later, Brendan, if you want.
Both of them say Marble Guy at the top of the card.
Well, Marble Gut. If you remember that reference, that's an old reference.
I actually don't remember. What's that reference?
Like I think you called yourself Marble Gut because like you think with your gut on picks and stuff.
I do.
The Marble
I do
Gut,
remember
like that's how you referred to it.
I actually don't remember that at all. That's crazy.
It's a deep cut. It's a deep cut.
That's like if Yak asked that trivia question, I wouldn't get it. But yeah, thanks for those trading cards.
It also could have been a typo and it just happened to be a reference by accident. Who knows?
Maybe. My favorite moment about you, and this is PT Marble. My favorite moment about you, your MSW podcast, might be as soon as the Stream Out ML appeared on the news. Even though it's a small channel, other than that, everything. It was a great podcast overall. PT. Thanks for enjoying, man.
Yeah.
PT Marble.
And there's one more.
3.
There's one more.
I really liked watching your podcast. Either it was on Discord live streams or the videos themselves. Even though I started watching it somewhat recently. Take care, Wof and Marble. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
All right, next one. Tomas's comment. Oh, he's got a big one here. Tomas T. Marbles writes in, I'm pretty sad. I recently discovered this channel, and now it's coming to an end. But every episode I watched was so well done. I just watched some 2 or 3 times for how good they were. Your commitment.
Wow.
I don't know if we were that good, to be honest. That's cool. For how good they were, your commitment to sections, you cover everything in Marble Sports. We are pretty thorough. From the smallest custom comps to the Marble League, and all drama and controversies in Marble Sports are covered as well. Every segment of the news in Marble Sports can be found here, whether you are covering an ML event or you're talking about Dion. It always made me feel happy to hear one of your podcasts. So thank you for everything. I'm a pretty new viewer, probably started watching around 8 episodes ago or something, but still, it's just been so amazing. We'll be hyped for that final episode, but also sad at the same time. I'm pretty sure you will drop one of the greatest episodes as the finale. He put 2 G's. Thank you for everything, and I wish you all the best. Well, thank you, Tomas. I'm glad that you've enjoyed that. Nangaranga's comment. Sure. I just started watching / listening when the Dion episode came out, so not great timing. On my part, not yours. Congrats on 5 years. Yeah, because I started the podcast when the podcast started. That's a true statement.
That is how that works, Brendan.
Congrats on 5 years, though. Great commitment. I didn't realize MSWP had been around for that long, but bigger shock was realizing that means ML has been around for even longer. Yeah, 2016. It's crazy to think about it. We're almost at 10 years.
Yeah.
Orange's comment, no! Makes sense. I've been watching your guys' podcast since early 2020. Take care, though, Wof and Marble Gay. Alex's comment. Oh, I remember Alex. Is this the Alex?
Yes, that is the Alex, one of our most frequent emailers back in the day.
Back in the day. You know, I still follow Sierra on Instagram. I don't know if I've ever really talked to her in a long time. But remember, she thought I was cute back in the day. She's, I don't know. I should DM her and be like, hey, that show's ending that you used. Because remember, she was the tutor for Alex. She
I
would
do
come
remember,
over
Brendan.
and
I
see
do.
that him watching, and she was like tutor him in school or whatever. That's funny. I can't even begin to. He goes no. So also I'm a Rangers fan. I can't even begin to explain how much you guys helped me, but thank you so much for the memories. I don't think I'll ever forget you guys ever. One big Comet fan. Yeah, I do remember. He thought Comet. He's a big fan of Comet. So that's cool, Alex. When you did email in frequently and you were given all your like random long emails, we loved it. That was great, man. And I hope that whatever you do, it's a blessing for you, man.
Yes, thank you very much, man. Appreciate you.
MFA's message, and in MFA style, he of course brings in an audio message. So I'm going to play that right now. Wait, first let me see how long it is. It's 8 minutes. So okay, let's just play it.
So, this is the end, I guess. Well, I guess I'll start from the beginning. I want to say first thank you to Mr. Wof and Marble Guy to start off. It's been a long journey, and I've been here pretty much since the start. The first time I joined, it was actually almost exactly 5 years to the day. It was February 27th, 2019. It's the first time I joined. Back then, the MSW podcast wasn't even around. It was the X Camo official. Yes, the legendary X Camo. Yes, that X Camo. So, you might be wondering about X Camo. What happened to X Camo? Well, let's just put it this way. X Camo was a legendary team, not for how good it was, but for how much chaos it caused.
That's fair.
That thing caused so much chaos, it wasn't even funny. I was the 7th or 8th member to join this Discord server. I have been here since literally the start. So, after X Camo, about 3 or 4 months after X Camo, and right around the start of the 2019 Marble League, Marble Guy, or Brendan, started the MSW podcast. He originally started it by himself. I listened to that first episode, and I offered to guest with him. So I guest with Brendan around episode 6, I do believe. So, you may remember, if you know the podcast lore, I didn't actually guest on episode 6, so you might be wondering, what happened? Well, funny things happened. That is called miscommunication. So, in the process of everything, I was told that, by Brendan, that I didn't need to record my side of the conversation. Because Brendan could record both sides of the conversation. You can see where this is going. Yep. I didn't record any of my conversation, and that podcast was a dud. However, that being said, on that podcast, he might have been willing to have me as his co-host. Now, I want you to think about this for a little bit. Just imagine me and Brendan going at it every single episode. You think the Marble Sports Worldwide podcast is crazy now? Could you imagine it with just me and Brendan together? It would have been absolutely nuts. And I'm not sure if it would have been a good nuts or a bad nuts, but it would just have been absolute hectic chaos.
It'd be something.
However, in a blessing of sorts, I did not guest until after Mr. Wof came on. By that point, Mr. Wof had already taken the co-host role, and I will admit that is probably for the betterment of the podcast. He is much more laid back and a great counterbalance to Marble Guy.
Someone's got to balance it out.
Marble Guy and Mr. Wof asked me to come back on again. I guess I was crazy and wild enough then to actually make an impression. And they enjoyed it so much they asked me to come on again for quite a few more episodes. Then around episode 40 or 50, they asked for a half-host position.
Oh, that's
so
what
it
we called
turns
it,
out,
the half-host. Yeah.
I applied for that. One other person also applied for it, whose name is NovaWolf, or at least his Discord username. I'm not sure if his actual username or his actual name.
Different
but
wolves.
his username was
you got that wrong.
NovaWolf.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, he was slightly more mild in position than myself. Now, please remember that back when I started with MSW, I would have been around 14 or 15. Yeah, I was young and stupid. That's the only way to put it.
Weren't we all?
Wow, that was 5 years ago. Wow. Okay, so I feel old. But back to the story. So, NovaWolf ended up getting the half-host position for a while, until he dropped out later after that, to which I was asked by Mr. Wof and Marble Guy to join as the half-host, as the backup. I did that for about 8 or 10 episodes, which I think actually makes me one of the 3rd or 4th most guested persons on this show, which is quite crazy if you ask me. So, I did that for about 10, 12 episodes. After that, Mr. Wof and Marble Guy decided that it was a little too much. They needed a break every once in a while, so I was dropped. However, I was retained as a guest. And it was probably for the better, as around that time my life started transitioning as well. I went from a little boy to a man. I got a job, actually 2 jobs, 2 part-time jobs, which created pretty much a full-time job. And I simply started running out of time to do this. If you are in the Discord server, you may know that I have not messaged much on this server. And that is due, as I have spoken in the last podcast I was on, which I do believe was episode 164, that I had gotten a real job that I have to work about 50 plus hours a week. So in a blessing, I could not do the podcast anymore, and I had, in a sense, grown up. In a sense, it reminds me of what A.A. Milne said. We didn't realize when we started this that we were making memories. We just knew we were having fun. And Marble Guy and Mr. Wof, I'm going to try my best not to tear up here, but I probably will. Thank you for making memories together. What a ride it's been. It's been 5 years. In a sense, it was the end of my childhood. This podcast was my first taste of, in a sense, responsibility. Of true responsibility. I learned quite a bit from this podcast, from the mistakes I made, and from the successes I enjoyed with this. In a sense, I feel like this is partly my podcast as well. Thank you for the journey, guys, and I thank you fans as well for making this a place where I could help you guys as well. Hopefully I gave you some laughs, maybe gave you some food for thought. But I guess as I end this 7.5 minute long clip currently, enjoy the time you have now. For someday it won't be there. Tomorrow is the past. The future is unknown. But today is the present. It's a gift. That's why we call it the present. Always enjoy it. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Mr. Wof, for all the time you have donated to this podcast. Thank you for making it what you have made it. Regards, John, aka MFA.
Well, that's nice. He's he was a half host for a while, and I think that he, by the time he was guesting on, like in the episodes like 80 and after, he was like a lot different than when he first guested and stuff. So he was really good. He was really good on the show. I think that when the first couple times he guested, it was a lot different. And so when he came on as a half host, he was kind of in between those times. So he was pretty good, but just the way we were all changing and progressing, it just did make sense after a certain amount of time. But he's definitely grown a lot. He's become a lot more well-spoken, and because he's into voice work and stuff like that too, and some broadcasting, and he's become a lot more well-spoken, become a lot more capable. Obviously, me and him, similar passions in that, very different styles and whatnot. But he'll fight you in an argument, and he'll be passionate too, and I love that about him. So he was definitely a substantial part of the show.
Yeah, for anyone watching the live stream, I did leave to go to the bathroom real quick, but I've listened to all of these and read all of these beforehand, so I did hear his message, and I do want to say thank you, MFA, for your kind words. I didn't leave and just ignore you. Like that's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's apparently some guy. I'll read this guy message from Beak in the live chat. In 2020, I was a proud follower of the podcast. Thank you for dragging me through that period, and even though I didn't stick around as long as most, it was enough to change that period for me. Crazy coincidence, YouTube recommended me nothing for years, but the last one does make it on my page. Awesome.
Yeah, that's
I'm glad
crazy.
you're here for the brief moment as we continue to finish up. All right, let's see what's next. Professor CC19's message. He says, figured I'd say something regarding the end of the era here. I've been a marble racing fan since 2017 now, and have been a great fan of the MSW podcast as well. I was even fortunate enough to guest on an episode a long while ago. While I haven't been active here, I still have been listening to most of the episodes in my off time, and I wanted to say how awesome y'all are for making it such a great forum for so long. Everyone involved put a lot of heart and mind into it, and it really showed. Best wishes for what's next in the community and or the life of the MSW team. Thank you so much, man. It's cool to hear how many people are impacted. Jax.
Right? It's so crazy. It makes my heart so warm.
End of podcast message from Jack. Brendan and Commander Wof, the day you released this is actually just 1 month since my anniversary of joining the MSW podcast Discord server, and a whole lot longer of my time watching it. I just wanted to express the fun I've had and the friends I've made throughout this time, and thank you for allowing it to continue. 5 years is a long time. You bet! It's a quarter of my life. And although I have not been here for all of it, the time I have had has been one of the best experiences I've had in a very long time. Both of you were real role models and inspirations to me. Hear that, Wof, for inspirations, man?
Yeah, that's so crazy.
Inspired me to make my own ML podcast. Cool. Pursue video editing and even start to take a look into how colleges work. Oh, I remember we talked about that briefly. Your episodes have helped me through a difficult year of high school, the horrors of homework, and the pain of the Green Ducks being relegated in the 23 season. I mean, hey, rookie season, second place, can't complain. Although I'm very sad that the podcasts are ending, hopefully you realize the positive impact you've had in the lives of your viewers, in server or not, whether they have been here from the start or this is their first podcast. Looking back at this past year, I've gone through the server and attached a few of the best times that I think we benefited from and gave us a laugh. And there was a lot of times. I wish the very best to both of you. Hope Brendan's commentary job goes well. Hope Wof shops with dignity at his next supermarket, and thank you for the hundreds, if not thousands, of hours you have put into the good of the Marble Sports community. Best of luck in the future, Commander Waffle and Mr. Scarecrow. I guess that's me. I hope you get the reference. Do I get the reference?
So there's the next three entries are the attachments he gave, and you'll probably figure out what the Scarecrow thing is in a bit.
All right, next three references from Jack here. Jack's email attachment 1. I know this is cursed, but I couldn't just let Wof get away with criticizing my spelling. XD, I present with you the waffle, now available in your frozen foods aisle, and that's kind of funny. I do remember this. This is back in May.
Yeah,
gotta buy a waffle. Actually, you gotta make waffles like that. Wof going mad. Next attachment.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I
I remember this. This is hilarious. Basically, it switches to Momo's injury. I'll play it one more time.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I
That is so good. That is unironically so good.
Yeah, it's great.
It switches to again Momo's injury or Momo. Who got injured? Who even knows? Momo got injured. Momo.
Momo.
Oh, Momo got injured in the fidget spinner collision in 2017, and obviously that would make Wof mad. He would smash the TV having to see that again. Hint: Jack's email attachment 3. All right, let's look.
You're kind of false, man.
Wait, my brain just blanked. Why are you talking about your weight
Because he said
now?
strong
What?
man looking. You know, like,
No,
he's wrong.
that's not what that means.
Oh, I thought that was like a
Brendan!
silly joke. Oh, yeah, I remember now. Boy, somehow, as a self-proclaimed logician, I have no idea what a straw man was, and I don't know when that was, but
Oh my gosh, so funny.
that's
I
so
made
crazy.
JM. I did this list here specifically for you, and he still somehow circumvented my efforts. I'm sorry, man.
Wait, what list? What do you mean?
Like, he asked not to have his last name doxed, and you said it in the episode anyway by accident.
Wait, but didn't I? Wait, why did you say that here? That was way earlier in this episode, right?
Yes, but like his email had his last name in it, so I made sure to cut it out.
Oh, okay, no, okay, that's good. All right, sorry, Mr. Oh, I'm not gonna say it. Okay.
Thank you.
Marble Guy, please don't dox my last name. A JM submission from, I can't say it. He says, Woof, Marble Guy. It's been a pleasure listening to the production. You two have been able to pull off with minimal resources and building a great community. Best of luck, even if you won't need it. Thank you, Justin. We need the luck if we can have it.
Thank you so much, man.
And he has a little voice message there for us.
Hello, everybody. My name is Justin, also known as JM, my Discord handle. Wanted to thank y'all for the podcast. Pretty sad that it's, pretty sad that it's ending. But thanks for the memories. I can't say anything specific about it, but I had a nice time guesting and editing until my mental health kicked in with the pandemic and some personal stuff. But it's been nice having this community to kind of come in and out of, and never really feeling awkward about joining the Discord after being gone for 10 straight months or however long. But yeah, I just best of luck in the future and whatever you guys decide to do. And you're both passionate, dedicated, driven people. Gonna succeed at everything you try. So thanks again, boys.
Thank you, my man. It is funny that the one person that doesn't want to be doxxed is the one last name I remember.
Yeah, but he's such a sweetheart, though. That message was so sweet. Thank you, Justin. You're amazing.
Honestly, you're awesome. Thanks for all the editing work you did for us too. MSW farewell. This is from Jack Ironhide.
It
No
is.
way. I didn't think he was gonna pop in. So long, and thanks for your time. This is like a greeting card. I hope my artwork has been able to enhance your experience. It has. And make this podcast just a bit better. I truly appreciate the opportunity you all granted me and the appreciation I've been awarded over the years. I wish you the best of luck on your future endeavors. Take care. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jack. You're so amazing. I love this man.
Shout out to Jack Ironhide, or he signed his name Diego here as well. Look him up on Twitter. Artwork is incredible. He did all the posters for JMR. This is a man with talent. You want to talk about a man with talent? Just unbelievable, absolutely incredible work. If I ever need graphics, now that I'm actually making money, I'm going to him and I'm throwing a bunch of money in his face. or wherever he wants me to put it. So if for him to do graphics, he deserves every penny. He is absolutely skilled and talented. Thank you, and also thank you for all of that you added to to JMR with your work. Also, I'll re-shout out Piney because she's also extremely talented at artwork. So you can go to her if Jack Ironhide's busy, or vice versa. And then Conquo too, or Tim Ritz. Shout out to him because he made the logo, and he also helped with some other graphics, and he is also absolutely skilled in his own way as well. So the skilled artists, I love skilled artists. I really appreciate skilled artists, and all of those people are so cool. Thank you.
I love that pretty much anyone who has had something to do with the show was able to send something in or be a part of it in some way. Like, I love that so much.
I do too. I think it's just the best. Hello, Super Yak. I love Super Yak. Hello, MSW. My email is in the Google Doc below. I hope it does not take all day to read. It looks like it's gonna. I'm very grateful for all the time with the show, and I wish you the best in the future. Thanks again, Super Yak. So now here for the email.
Yep.
All right. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just do it. He deserves it. He's been awesome. All right. I'm going to read it. Hang with me here, guys. Hello, MSW. With the end of the show, it might as well be a good idea to send another one of my absurdly long emails to the show for the last time. Please bear with me if I get too long or too irrelevant. In writing most of this, I am multitasking, sitting in calculus class, and reminiscing over the entirety of the Marvel Universe. That's valid. So I might get a little rambly, and I might not be coherent. Please bear with me. For me, the end of the show was a rather emotional one. I used to be extremely active in the Marble-based Discord, but I ended up having to separate due to life being busy. And when I came back, I felt like I was too far behind. That, coupled with a multitude of other minor reasons, led me to begin engaging in more smaller side servers with groups of people I knew and appreciated. This was roughly 2 years ago. The multitude ranged from this community to the Savage Speeders fan base, to the Kahoot trivia community, and even to non-JMR related topics like professional sports. However, one by one, those communities started to slow down. The power ranking server hasn't done anything for quite a while. The Speeder fan base only exists in the form of 3 to 5 messages per event, and even the Kahoot server has stalled out recently. This is the last place that I go and talk about JMR related activities anymore. So to end the podcast that has frankly kept me engaged with much of the community, it is rather emotional. Almost everywhere else I am a part of activity is also almost non-existent. And I spend much of my time nowadays discussing football and baseball with Marble-based folks. That's pretty fun, though. I am still a large Speeders fan and watch all the videos. I just fail to engage the same way that I used to. Well, same with all of us, right? I recently was talking to some kids at my school a couple grades below me who were telling me about a teacher who put on JMR videos during free time, and it felt weird to explain to them the entire universe that they were scraping the surface of. Maybe I was too excited that I met someone in person who knew JMR, but they seemed overwhelmed with the knowledge of all the history that was out there. Wait until they see the show. For the first time, they seemed to comprehend that we as fans treated them outside of the role of RNG and compiled data and spent time talking about them. I explained that there were thousands of people in the Discord, multiple podcasts, other YouTubers who would all talk about the channel, and they seem overwhelmed. If I think about it from an outside perspective, it does seem incredibly deep and detailed to think that there is this much discussion about these marbles, even in areas that aren't the most expected, like the team net worths or Glitter Nova's super stat predictions or the hyper detail in the wiki or the insane amount of memes that surface. I realize just how happy I am to be knowledgeable about many of these nuances, and how fortunate I am to be able to be among a community who shares the knowledge, making discussion and analysis very interesting. When I first started watching MSW, my first episode was the WMLS Burying Your Marbles in the Sand. I honestly was frustrated that you messed up what I considered simple knowledge. You occasionally missed up the years of the Marble Leagues, like guessing the Chocolatiers won an event in 2018 when they weren't even there, or the other little stat stuff like saying a marble placed 6th where they were 8th. Was this like a trivia segment or something? I had come from watching the Marble Report, which was an insanely detailed and precise show that didn't last very long, if I remember correctly. And sorry, and after they ended their run, it was hard.
To be fair to them, it was high effort.
Oh no, wait, no, I know. Okay, no, I was thinking of something else. This was the one with all the animations and everything, right? And
they used live marbles, and like they would puppeteer them with like hidden glued on sticks, and I think you even used stop motion to make it look like they were actually moving at desks and stuff.
I remember
this was
this now.
high effort.
This was
content.
really cool. Yeah, no, this was really, really cool. Which was an insanely detailed and precise show. And after they ended their run, it was hard to adjust to switching to more of the unscripted style of podcasts. Well, that's what we are here. Eventually, I learned to appreciate the overall analysis and let go of the minor errors. Because what I liked most was the fact that people talked about the event, the marbles, and the skills of the marbles. Listening to people discuss the events has always been a source of entertainment, as conversations simply make the process enjoyable. This passion had led me before to have an interest in making my own podcast, because I doubt I could confine myself to shorter videos on YouTube. I love to simply rant about a topic and let it take me wherever, much like my emails to the show, and this email in particular. I still have this desire, and if I end up finding time in college next year, I might follow through on this. Although, considering my likely schedule, the Lim Marble series will probably be debuted before I get around to recording. Debuted?
So, for context, remember, the 24 minutes of the Marble is a video that JMR has talked about, I think, for almost a year and a half or 2 years, and it's never happened still.
Oh, no, I know what he's saying there. Additionally, I would like to do a short Q&A, just my final thoughts, some of his final thoughts regarding JMR. What was your favorite? Okay, so there's actually questions here. I have a haircut at 6, so we need to rapid fire these questions
All right.
off. Additionally, I would like to do a short Q&A. What is your favorite or most memorable JMR moment of all time? Mine is probably either the Oceanics beating the Rangers in the 2020 Aquathlon or the
Most memorable would be
2023
Momo's injury would be the most memorable for me. I also loved the Mimo's pass in like was it GP3 race 11 of Marble League of Marble 1 season 3, I think it was, something like that. That was a good moment.
I think for me, it'd probably be when the 2018 Marble League was happening, and I was really excited and into it. I got like some of my friends at the time from Jersey to watch with me and really enjoy it. So that was kind of awesome. So cool times. But and they would sit and watch like most of the events with me. So and just in general, like when I would ever watch with somebody else and scream at the TV, and it would be good. Who do you think will win the next 4 MLs? I think that the Bumblebees have a good shot. I think that the Pinkies have another shot. I think that the Speeders are going to get one in there. And I would like to see the Glaciers.
Savage Speeders are going to get another one. I feel like that's going to happen. I think Momo will win one of them finally. I would say there might be that random day where the Oceanics just somehow pull it all together. And then last one would maybe be I think Team Galactic.
Pretty good. Do you think the Pinkies' stretch of talent in the ML will continue? I think that they will never be as bad as they used to be, or not for a long time. They may not be winning all the time, but they'll be good. They'll compete. They'll compete now.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Cool. Do you think CCE should return to Yellow Eye to M1, keep Blue Eye, or throw in Green Eye? Oh,
Yellow Eye needs to come
return
back.
Yellow Eye. That's an obvious. Okay, we're not even saying anything more on that. I mean, that's an obvious. The fact that Yellow Eye would even be removed. I ranted on this. I don't even have the time, but I ranted on this. I was so pissed. That was such a dumb decision. How long would it be before each team has failed to qualify for an ML at least once? Teams part of this club still: Savage Beaters, Rangers, Mellow Yellow, CCE, Raspberry Racers, and technically Gliding Glaciers, since a different roster DQ'd in 2018. I would say a decade to 2 decades. I would if I was going to give a number, let's go 12 years.
I'm going to go 7 years. I think 7 years is more likely.
But the Savage Beaters have to have a downfall. I just don't see it.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll see.
12 years. Before I finish, there's one more important feature missing from this email, an abbreviated trivia segment. I have 3 questions with the answer hidden in black. To read them, highlight the answer you are copy pasting, and you should see the answer. This is what we'll do if we either going to unfortunately skip this, or we'll have time after we finish the last few things to do this right before I have to go drive and get a haircut. So this might be the last thing we do before our final words. But after that, he says, that is all I have, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to guest on 3 episodes, each of which I took great enjoyment in. I wish nothing but the best for you in the future. Super Yak, you've been a pleasure with all the trivia segments and coming on. You're an awesome dude.
Thank you so much, man. So much entertaining stuff, and you were a great guest every time you've been on. Nothing but good things to say about you. You're awesome.
Yeah, I agree. And for one of the best of all time, as far as listening to live shows and emailing in, it's Edu himself to end
Yes.
this. Well, there's also the Stynth stuff, but to end this section of messages in. Edu GJ, taking the checkered flag. Always a creative subject to his email. August 2019 seems distant today, but that's when marble racing conquered my mind. I originally got into M&H. Ew! But for 1 month after, I found JMR in its Marble League, embracing the Raspberry Racers before realizing it was their championship season. It was Marble Rally time, but Reflector wouldn't have the same luck and was left to wait over 3 years before their next participation. But soon I realized there was more to explore. The next year I saw a big boom in popularity, and with that, a strengthening community and a fertile environment for creativity. I would eventually find out about the history and the lore of ML, check into social media, have a try on alternative content sources, and the news sector that kickstarted back then. That mix of influences from fans brought me to MSW. A clip from episode 44 used to be what used to be on Twitter. Oh, I guess we did throw clips up a couple times. Spiked my interest. As I wanted to learn more. See, I knew that would work. As I wanted to learn more about the proposal of building a feeder league network to further grow the sport and the lore. Yeah, feeder leagues was one of my strongest ideas. Yeah. That was one of my strongest jumps and possibilities. We'll never get there at this point, probably. Then episode 66 marked the time I began following this podcast regularly, which would also be a logical first destination when I joined the core community and Discord, roughly a year after my first contact. By episode 85, with the uncertainty surrounding MR, I became a regular contributor, later going as far as serving an unofficial staff member, lol. By that time, universe expansion and growth of new players were recurrent topics for me. The diverse coverage was ranged from simplest things like fun facts and trivia, event discussion and analysis, and expectations for future series, to uncommon subjects like content setup and promotion, organizational structure, meta talk, and controversies that understandably no one else dared to touch, paired up with the presence of guests who can add a lot to whatever was in discussion, a host who's not afraid to show his energy and excitement. That might be me. Sometimes it's so much he dropped takes that would make my dad storm off the TV room. That's crazy that that's actually true. And a co-host who's also centered enough to balance it out quickly with objectivity. I'm objective. MSW was a show. MSW was a show that made me grow roots within the community and help and contribute within my possibilities. It's a shame that I was never able to join as a guest, but it's fun to be around still. Yeah, no, we were trying to, but I think like you didn't have a mic or something, right? But your emails made up for it, dude. Always very informative. But as the time passed by, hype was slowing down over the last year. New commitments and opportunities showed up. Life got busier. Delays accumulated. Interest moved on. I lost track of side attractions such as the news shows. However, there was enough gas in the tank for much-deserved notoriety to come late in the show's life cycle, even though it wasn't for the best of reasons. So much happened since my first contact with the show. Momentum from 2020 dissipated and the hobby's growth stagnated. The feeder system was and still is a distant dream, you bet, but the homemade leagues have grown enough to form a solid base. Fan creations have been as lively as ever. After 5 years, it's time to call a day and close shop in the best way possible. And for over 3.5 of these years, I got to witness and be part of what made MSW special in the marble racing world. Thank you, Brendan and Wof. We know you're taking this experience with you for life. I hope to still see you around. Thank you, Edu. Thank you. Thank you
so much. You are one of the most dedicated fans we have, and it has been a pleasure seeing you in this community, in the Let It Roll community. Everywhere you've gone, you've created articles for the Marble Earth. You are amazing, and I hope all the best for you, man.
I agree with all of those things that were just said. So with that, that's all I got. The final episode messages. I think that there's just something from Stynth. What is this thing from Stynth?
Here's the thing. You may not have time for this. The Madman, at literally right as we started recording, dropped a retrospective about MarbleCon 2025, and it's mostly about you and me, and we have several quoted lines where we could act ourselves out, but it's a 20-minute read.
No, I want to do it. Okay, so here's what we're gonna have to do. Because that is absolutely special. We're going to have to do the show wrap-up now. And in the show wrap-up, I'm going to leave a space where that would insert. And then you and me are just going to have to record it when I get home from the haircut. We have to do that, Wof. We'll record it separately, and Casen will just shove it in.
I think that we might have to do that. We'll probably put it like right here between here and between the outro.
Yeah. And so because it's going to be so late in this episode, we'll take that separate recording and also post it separately in the server, just so people can listen to it if they want to. So, and I might even actually post that as a bonus clip. I think what's going to happen is going to be posted as a bonus clip, like a bonus 20-minute little clip, as a separate, as the 169 in essence, because I think that's, if it's 20 minutes and it's really to cover everything we've thought about MarbleCon 2025, that is really cool. That's really awesome. It's really freaking thoughtful. That is awesome. And that was like the big dream. And it just represents everything that we were about in this podcast. And that was dreaming big about Marble Sports, which I'm still dreaming. I'm still open to dreaming that big about it. We just have to wait for the possibilities to be there. So that's a big deal. So we'll record that separately, throw it in the back here, and also probably upload that as a separate 20-minute bonus clip, for sure. So with that being said, let's quickly do Yak Super trivia real quick. We will do that quickly. We're going to give you final words, and then we'll leave the insert for Stynth's thing. Then I'm getting out of here quickly to go get my hair cut. So it's been great. Right. And we're almost at 4 hours of recording. So let's wrap it up strong here. Trivia quickly. Super Yak for the last time.
Now it's time for the trivia segment. Come on now, let's go, go, go. Go, go, go.
This is it. Whoever wins this trivia, Wof, takes it all. Takes it all
for
the entire show. All right, we both agreed now. Number one, and I don't know the answers because I have to highlight them to see them. You'll see. Medium. Who was the first Marble to run their qualifying lap at M1S1 Savage Speedway?
That's such a weird one, dude.
Oh, no. I mean, you think the Savage Speeders, right? But I'm going to just go Speedy on that. That seems easy.
I'm going to go Rapidly.
Oh, if it's Rapidly, I'm quitting. It's Speedy! Hey!
No!
All right. He didn't give point values for these questions, but it's medium, hard, pretty hard. So we'll just go 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. That's what we're doing.
All right.
Which actually benefits you at this point. What place did the Crazy Cat's Eyes get in the 2023 Lead Cube Award? Bonus if you can name how many points. So it'll be a bonus 1 point if you can get that.
The 2023 Lead Cube.
I don't know what that is. Oh,
so it's like what?
By the way, while I'm here, shout out to Lead Cookie.
Oh my yeah!
That really weird deep cut where I either broadcasted for one race or we advertised them on the podcast. We pretended to talk about them like they had a real event going on when it was just a single off race, and they paid us like $20 for it or something. Shout out to Lead Cookie. It's in I don't know what episode that's in, but it's somewhere. I don't know. I would 2023. I'm just gonna go like. I don't know.
So okay, I would say were they placed, and also if they had what their points were. Is that right? The question?
Yeah, I don't know what the Lead Cube award is.
So whenever you place the bottom four, you get like three. So last place gets 3 points, second to last gets 2, and then third to last gets 1. It's basically like who is the worst team. And the Lead Cube is like their trophy essentially. Thinking about it.
Wait, but with the Crazy Cat's Eyes, didn't they do good in 2023?
Right, which I think that's why it's so tricky.
Wait, but everyone places in the Lead Cube Awards or no?
If they get points in it if they place low enough in an event, yeah.
Oh, okay. So it becomes like a full ranking.
Yeah.
Because there are probably a couple times they got low finishes. So I'm gonna go that they got. Because I'm assuming there wouldn't be last place, which would be the best place probably. So I'm going to say 14th with 4 points.
I'm going to say 12th with 3.
Third place, 17 points. 4 behind the overall winner, Team Plasma.
Really?
So they did shit and really well.
So I guess since I was closer, I get the point?
No one gets it.
Okay, fine.
We weren't even close. Pretty hard. Right. How long was the shortest MSW podcast episode by YouTube length? You can round to the nearest minute if you want. Hint what it was episode 108 ML Fantasy episode with Let It Roll back in 2021. Oh,
I actually know this one, I'm pretty sure.
I don't, so you might win here. I'm going to go... Okay, for this one, whoever's closer. So whoever's closer takes the whole thing right here because it makes sense because it says it's talking about rounding. Oh man. Okay. We got to write our answers down separately because I could use yours to help myself. So type your answer in the live MSWP chat.
All right then. Sure enough.
You round in the nearest minute. Oh my gosh. All right, ready to enter?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, enter.
Oh, I was trying to do the spoiler tag, but okay, fine.
Just enter.
36 minutes.
I went with 33, and the answer is 38 minutes. So Wof is the trivia champ.
Yeah!
Oh, that's a good question.
The Marvel Sports Connoisseur. I need to go get the monocle.
Yeah, no, you are that. We are both that, maybe.
That was the trivia segment. Now let's head back to the show. The show. Oh.
Anyway, so that's it. So to answer the final question, and the last words, it's been great. It's been unbelievable. I can't believe that this is something that's been a part of my life and it's opened all the opportunities we talked about, and I've been able to meet you guys and Wof and all the emails and all the impact that I've seen that me and Wof have had on you guys, that you guys, like, this has been a part of your life where you're like, man, I like listening to this. I enjoy listening to this. This is cool. I'm affected by this emotionally in a positive way. That's so cool. To be honest, because, I believe what I believe, I praise God for this. This is something I praise God for. When I actually look back at this point in my life and what I believe and who I am, this is something I give glory to God for, that he allowed me to do this, and connect with people and make a good difference in people's lives and use this to grow me and who I am. So this is something I truly have to say I give glory to God for. And where I think Marble Sports is going, I think that my prediction is, I have two predictions. My first prediction is that Marble Sports dies out because JMR is going to continue to die out. And then there's that small chance that the community makes enough of an effect that, say somehow make a change, but that's super unlikely. Or the other prediction is that there are some other people who make the time, the budget, the money, and wake up to the fact that this is an untapped environment, start making their content, figure out how to do it right, combine all the thoughts and mistakes and the success of the previous channels, and have a new Marble Sports search. I think it's possible. I think Marble Sports is enjoyed. And so there's got to be someone else out there with the idea. There's the channel I'm waiting on that I'm supposed to comment for that has something prepared that from the pictures they sent me looks as good as Marbula 1, if not better, to be honest with you. And I've seen the good pictures and I've seen the Marble. It looks cool, but they're going to be a while before they're ready. And so I think that there could be new channels. So my prediction is new channel, or JMR dies out with a very, very slight chance of JMR kind of reviving. Wof?
Sorry, you caught me as I was drinking water.
No.
And I inhaled a little bit of it. But yeah, seriously, this has been one of the most influential moments of my life. And honestly, I think I'm kind of I'm agreeing with Brendan that I think maybe in some small way, God might have put this in my life too, because it put me on a completely different path. I wouldn't have been the man I am today without this podcast, without all the incredible people I've met and who have become some of my closest friends. I will never forget this time, and it will hold an extremely special place in my heart forever.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final bonus Marble Sports Worldwide podcast event. My name
Podcast?
I don't know. That was a mess up. Can we cut that out? We're not going to cut that out. My name's Brennan. Wof's Wof.
And then we're also joined by Stynth, the writer of the article.
The last time I ever do that line, I say podcast.
It's just like how I messed up the intro.
Wait,
Yeah.
what article were you talking about? Also, hi.
Stynth, as we hinted at, we were going to do a special bonus little episode in response to what you've prepared for us. So why don't you tell us what you've prepared, why you prepared it, how wonderful it is, and then we'll do the whole performance of it, and then we'll have a final closing.
All right. So this is a special feature. See, I can't talk either. This is a special feature article to celebrate the end of the Marble Sports Worldwide podcast. It's titled and inspired by this lovely idea that Brendan had in April of 2019 to host a MarbleCon 2025 in the year 2025. So the hope was early on in the days of both the community and the podcast that after some years that the community would grow to a number and capacity to be able to host an entire convention where Marble Sports fans could talk and gather, meet Yella, sign autographs, podcasts could do live shows, stuff like that. And it was something that Melicus talked up a lot, but in fact, Brendan came up with the idea for.
Wait, Melicus mentioned this a lot?
Yes.
Yeah, like even on his first guested episode, like he mentioned like how like he wanted to do a Marvel convention and he got the idea from you.
I didn't know that he actually talked it up a lot. I thought that's pretty cool. So there was interest early on. That's cool. I love that.
And it's really like it's all because of you and this podcast that there was a lot of inspiration and momentum behind that. Now, obviously, the community changed in later years, and now the podcast is ending, and I thought it would be an interesting idea to explore, like, what if MarbleCon 2025 happened? What could it look like in a universe where things went the way we wanted them to go?
Right.
So that's what this article is based in. Something we talked about a little bit earlier when we were filming what happens to not be the final episode, but basically still the final episode, 168.
Well, this is a bonus. So
this is a bonus.
It'll go into the episode too.
That's true. Cut that out. You won't, but
Casen will probably leave it in to make you look stupid.
That's fine.
Hey.
He doesn't need to do that.
Yeah, Casen does
I already make
I'll
myself
be like,
look
hey,
stupid.
don't put this in, and he'll be like, nah, it's going in. Okay,
I love
fine.
Casen.
You gotta.
But yeah, we were talking about dreaming and how there's real power in dreaming and how important it is that we still have the freedom to dream, and that's it's a big part of what Marble Earth is all about and what the lore is all about. It's all about building a world where we can dream that all of these marbles that we see on the screen have personalities and stories beyond what we even see in the videos, and that these stories, they matter and they inspire us as sentient human beings to like consider how that changes our own lives too. So it's the deep part. It's the deep meaning behind why I was inspired to write this article. But also, you guys are funny, so this article is probably one of the more comedic ones I've written.
I remember, like I said before, I did one scroll down and I'm seeing some real nonsense here. So, yeah, I think so.
I hope you enjoy it. I'll also tease later on in your article, you'll see a bunch of messages from a bunch of other community members. So...
Wait, what? Oh, I'm not ready. Okay.
No, you're not, but you'll love it.
Oh, because I haven't. Yeah, I'm going to be reacting to this. So I think how we're going to do this is like this. all three of us are going to be hyper attentive. And then whenever there's a paragraph that has a dialogue line for me, I'll make sure I read that one. If there's a dialogue line for Wof, he'll read that one. If it's just narration or other dialogues, Stynth will read that. And then if there's ever something that one of us wants to stop and react to or explain further, because both of those will probably occur, considering that Big X is in paragraph 5, and that's going to need a little bit of explanation there. Then we'll be doing that.
That seems pretty self-explanatory.
We'll be doing that. And then at the end, we'll do a final reaction and closing. And I hope you guys enjoy this. I don't know what I'm about to experience. So this is going to be, I'm so excited and I'm so thankful to Stynth, and I think we should just get after it, and hopefully we won't talk over each other too much trying to keep up with the dialogues.
No promises.
For real, no promises. So I guess it's for me to begin us considering this first line.
Yep.
All right, then for the sake of Casen, who's going to edit a part of this into the real episode, we are officially going to start this dialogue. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Marble Sports Worldwide podcast.
The marble known as Commander Wof groggily opened their eyes to the popcorn ceiling above. They rolled over to find Brendan, co-host of the Marble Sports Worldwide podcast, standing on the bed next to them, fully dressed and ready to roll.
Wof, come on, exclaimed Brendan. Today's the big day.
Wof pulled their sheets over their head, attempting to block out the blinding sunlight cascading through their hotel windows.
I know. I'm excited. Can you just give me 5?
No, I can't give you 5 minutes. I've waited 6 years for this, and we finally made it. MarbleCon 2025. Wait, I'm going to stop for a second, call it a couple things. First of all, the popcorn ceiling is an awesome detail. Second of all, this is totally such a small detail, but I just thought it was funny. I figured I got to shout it out now. For some reason, I went out of my way to always, I don't know why I made this distinction, but I always labeled myself as the host of the MSW podcast and labeled Wof as the co-host. And for some reason, I always made this tiny distinction, even though it doesn't actually mean anything. So I'd always call me as the host and him as the co-host, like they were different things, even though, by definition,
they're literally the same thing.
So it's just kind of a little aside, but continue, Stynth.
Conceived in April of 2019 as a worldwide convention where all the Marble sports fans can come together and talk, MarbleCon 2025 was a culmination of years of passion and planning among Marble sports professionals. It was something that Yellow themselves had dreamed of since their Marble runs became internationally recognized, a place where athletes and teams could trade off meet and greets, media personnel could host live shows, and the tradition surrounding Marble sports could be celebrated by as many fans as possible. Since receiving a press pass for MSWP in March 2024, Brendan and Wof had been hard at work, committed to ensuring that MarbleCon 2025 would be everything they wanted it to be and more.
Big X called me while you were fast asleep, noted Brendan as Wof sorted through their luggage, searching for their green MSPM branded t-shirts. I was already up. We met for coffee, talked through our interview later today. It's going to be fun. And now I have to stop again. So Big X, so my initial plan when I made the X Camo Instagram official, when I was trying to campaign that and win the fan team competition, was to have 4 other accounts, because, obviously I named the 4 marbles on the X Camo team.
Oh, that's right.
I wanted to have 4 other accounts, and there were 4 other people agreed to do this. I don't know why. Wow. Where they would run accounts for the individual marbles, thinking that I could get even more media out there, and people would be like, wow, well, X Camo and Big X have an account, then they must be cool. And so there was a Big X Instagram account. I think the other names of the other 3, I actually may not even remember this right. There was probably Camo, Big X, Sniper, and maybe Sneaky or something like that. I don't know.
I think it was. Yeah.
Remember that better. Big X on Twitter's named the X. No, that's kind of funny. And then of course, Wof, your T-shirt, which he's wearing now, by the way.
Got it. I think this is you, Stynth?
No, it's you.
Oh, it's me? Okay. Wof pulled their t-shirt over themselves, clearing their throat. Did they mention anything about their application?
Brendan laughed. Technically, no, but they had like the biggest smirk on their face when I asked them about the expansion team rumors.
I don't want to know. I thought we were over stuff getting leaked in this community. Adjusting their glasses, Wof opened their laptop to check the MSW podcast Discord, typing up a short message for MSWP announcements. At everyone, today's the day we've all been waiting for. The start of MarbleCon 2025. You can find us in row 20 of section 3. Can't wait to meet y'all soon. Everyone seems really excited. I'm so happy we're doing this.
Brendan laughed. Now's not the time to get sappy, Wof. But yeah, like me too. What am I, Shaggy? But yeah, like me too, Scoob. Continue.
Like, yeah. The sun had just broken the horizon when Brendan and Wof passed a pedestrian bridge to the convention center within Tide Tower, newly constructed by the sports tycoon of the same name to house the convention and future tourists to Nigellon. Casen and Johnny Marble, damn it, there's a typo, were waiting for the co-hosts when they arrived at the MSW podcast designated booth, which included a set from which they would record their first live shows in the podcast's history. Casen, everything's set up. Johnny's about to test the mic. Casen piped up. Hello, Marble sports fans! Johnny Marble. I am Johnny Marble, here with the Marble Sports Worldwide News, and I'm still not fired yet.
That's a great callback.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, no, so what he would do is he would say that, I think many times, or at least a bunch of times in the news that he was like, he would end or like throw it in there like,
I'm not fired just yet.
Yeah, I'm not fired just yet. Great stuff.
Feedback crackled through the speakers. I'll make sure to gain stage when we're live, promised Casen. Brendan, want to check levels? As Brendan tested the mic, Wof scanned through their itinerary for the convention.
I can't believe we signed on for this much. Are we crazy?
Always have been. That's why I love you, Wof. I might actually say that, replied Brendan, for believing in all of my wild ideas.
Well, at least we'll be on time for all of these, considering we're already here.
I don't know, wondered Brendan. I promised Stynth I would meet him for Momo's dumplings at 1:30. Facts, by the way. We've gotten dumplings, I think, most of the time we've eaten out. Could be a tight squeeze for our afternoon slot.
Stynth won't let you be late. They'll tell you to do takeout.
I know.
With fans applauding, Johnny... I suppose. Day 1, the JMR panel.
Yeah.
With
gotta
fans...
read the titles as a narrator.
May as well, yeah.
Might as well.
With fans applauding Johnny Marble's news segment, a familiar cyan marble, colored in red and green stripes, snuck behind the backstage curtain. Hello, everyone, said Melicus, sporting a sharp suit and tie. I'm glad to see you all made it here safely. Everyone else is on their way. They're just finishing up brunch, so I'll make a short speech to bridge the gap.
I love that you wrote "hallow." That's amazing.
Yeah, no, that sounded very Melicus to me, but I just thought that's a nice touch.
Oh, it's super
Brendan
Melicus.
Embraced Mel, giving them a nice pat on the back. Sounds awesome. Let's do this. Is this me here too?
No, it's Wof.
Oh, really? Okay. And now our first guest. We couldn't think of a better way to open MarbleCon 2025 than to have the passion, beauty, and brilliance behind the operation join us, said Wof. For the first time since episode 20 of the MSW podcast, let's all give a warm welcome to JMRC President Melicus. I love that he's still the president here. This is like the true, like the ideal timeline.
This is the right timeline, yeah.
Fans roared as Melicus drew back the curtains, their Mellospace Industries pin glimmering in the fluorescent convention lights. Mel outstretched her arms, mimicking a plane flying through the sky as they rolled to their seat on stage.
That's good.
That's amazing.
This is a day we've been looking forward to for 6 years. You've all worked so hard, and now we're here. MarbleCon 2025. The convention center erupted in celebration as banners came down from the ceiling on cue, identifying all of the series and co-sponsors supporting the convention. The largest and most ornate banner of all was for the Marble League, stretching across the entire width of the facility. Long have we waited since episode 11A, when I mentioned how much Yellow likes to share their experiences talking about marbles and wants to share that with the world. We dreamt what it would be like to have fans meet and receive autographs from Yellow, cosplay as their favorite athletes, and do a live show. You asked if we could imagine it, and we made it a reality. It literally did happen. We are truly living our dream. The crowd cheered for minutes. Mel grinned widely the whole time, then slowly and dramatically lifted the microphone back to their mouth. And now, for the friends I wouldn't be here without, please welcome the JMR committee. Rounding the curtain, a line of current and former members crowd the stage. Among them, Little Mighty, Dark, Stynth, Beta Wolves, G, Alejo, Fook, Specs, Valencia, Minty, Killian Bladestar, Ghost, Mesp, Nova Wolf, Smack G, The Emperor, Orbit Ball, and Archie. In honor of Shino...
We're still not committee members in the good timeline.
Honestly, I don't know if I would want to be. I like being out of the know and being surprised.
No, that's true.
In honor of Shino, who never RSVP'd to MarbleCon 2025, Stynth held up a small green Marbopoly house to the camera before tossing it into the crowd. The crowd cheered, then stood and gasped.
That's a deep cut that a lot of people probably aren't going to get.
Shino Monopoly House. Yep. From the audience, a bright orange marble donning gangsta marble bling and blue flowers hopped on stage, boosted by none other than the voice of the marble sports world, Greg Woods. Are you ready? They boomed. We are rolling, rolling, rolling. Yella cleared their throat, inhaling deeply and letting out a long
Did he like disappear?
I think so. I think he's still going. I can't hear him.
He's just gone. I don't really know what's going on.
Rangers chant. MarbleCon 2025 had begun.
The gangster bling, if I'm not mistaken, I listened to the episodes, that's a Brendan reference, right? He made a joke about Yellow wearing gangster bling.
Did I do that? Wait,
yes, you did.
Wait, what's the details of that reference? I don't know.
Yeah, you made the reference in the episode, and I included it.
Which episode?
It was, I guess, 11A or something like that. It was one of
11A.
Wait, which episodes did you pull from on this? Because I know we talked about MarbleCon 2025 a few times.
So he asked me, he was very sneaky about it. He asked me about MarbleCon 2025, so I was trying to look up the origins, and I listened to episodes 1 through 12, and I gave him timestamps of every time MarbleCon 2025 showed up, so it's somewhere in that list.
Oh, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more at the end of this on just everything in my head that like a few things I want to mention about the idea of it. But anyway, let's continue. This is great. So this is more than great. It's unbelievable.
This is fantastic.
Let's continue. I get I'm talking in the next line, so I'll start here. The X Camo panel.
Oh wait, this is Rob's line.
Huh?
This is Wolf's
that
line.
is Wolf's line.
Yeah.
No, sorry, my bad. I'm not good at this.
The X Camo panel.
It was 5 minutes past 2 when Wof spotted Brendan rolling back to their booth. I thought you were getting takeout.
We did, insisted Brendan, but then I ran into Stynth's Marble Earth colleagues. They're all working on retrospectives again.
Exciting stuff, but she kept X Camo waiting.
It's fine. Big X's shirt, dapping Brendan up.
That's so stupid. That's so
We know Brendan's always late.
Okay, well that's facts too, but
Yeah.
the image of this is so stupid. This is like you picked the most arrogant name of the X Camo team. In the stupidest lines. This is great stuff. Continue narrating this.
It's fine. Big X assured, dapping Brendan up. We know Brendan's always late. Plus, it's not like we're rushing to head home.
Is Marl Desert rough this time of year? Asked Wolf.
It's rough.
Marl?
Yeah, yeah, it was.
Okay.
It's rough every time of the year, answered Cam. That's what makes it fun.
Oh, that's right. It wasn't. I didn't. One of the team name members wasn't Camo. It was Cam. That's actually like better. That's pretty good.
Good job.
So I guess it's me. Brendan signaled to Casen, who gave a thumbs up as they put on their headset. I think this is my line. And we are back for the first time since the fan team contest. Checking in with the Marble League hopefuls, X Camo. Welcome to the show. How's everyone doing?
Honestly, the crowd's almost overbearing. Ironically, I'm finding it hard to blend in, admitted Sneaky. It's because you wore your chartreuse camo today, quipped Sniper. I mean... I mean, not really. It's because of our application. Brennan, this is you.
Well, because you wore your chartreuse camo today, quipped Sniper. That is great. Well, we know how hard you've been training at the stealth base since the contest, but do you really think that's enough to prepare you for the greatest stage of them all? Do you really think that's enough to beat your biggest rivals? Oh my god, the Savage Speeders.
Come on, Marble Gut. Chuckled Big X. It's more than prepared us. What we learned after we failed to advance past that round of voting was that the fan team contest would be the easy way out. Look at what happened to the teams that won the votes. How much success have they really had?
Wolf shrugged. Depends on what you think of the sliders.
Cam also shrugged. Disclaimer. We don't think about them at all. All that we know is that you can't be counting X Camo out.
Oh, that's a good quote, replied Brendan. Write that down, Mr. Wof. Okay, so now we got to stop for 3 things here. Okay, number 1, obviously the sliders reference there is because the weird fake rivalry I made with the sliders during the competition. That's where the rap came from. And of course, counting X Camo out is a reference to the rap that does not exist about counting votes. Also super silly. But then this one, I can't believe we forgot to mention this one. This last thing. That's a good quote. Write that down. So this was something that actually was pretty common, and for a while was almost every episode. For like a good while, we have a pretty long list in the channel. Write that down, Mr. Wof. Where like when I would hear something funny or like a quote that I think was pretty clever, or funny, or interesting, I'd say write that down, and he'd write that down, and like just save it. And so we'd go back and we would see just random snippets from episodes. I thought of that because I was like, maybe it'd be funny to see like, oh, in episode 44 I said this nonsense or something like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll just finish.
Sorry.
In the thing, we actually have some really good quotes that are like really funny and really just confusing. And I would say I think when we got towards the last third of episodes, the threshold for getting a write that down was really high. So it was only in very, very extreme situations. But we got a lot of good quotes in there. It's worth a read through.
Yeah, I was actually planning on doing my favorite ones for the episode, but then we got so many things sent in, and it was like, okay, there's no time.
Yeah, no, that's valid. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Well, now you get to write something else down. Particularly Cam's shrug and quote.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so, Akanon says, "How do you go from this to Amethyst Alliance?" And I hope that the idea there is that Amethyst Alliance is one of the greatest names for a Marvel team.
He's saying that, like, how did you go from something so
universe.
bad to something so
Yeah,
good?
no, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I like Amethyst Alliance is, I think, almost up there with the name Savage Speeders, which is one of the best names of all time. Anyway, go ahead.
The BGBT panel.
Nice.
Marvel sports fans of all ages, welcome to the showdown. In this corner, weighing in at close to 250 episodes, let it roll.
Okay.
And in the other corner, still under 200, we have
come
the
on.
Marvel Sports Worldwide podcast. Are you ready?
Now hold on,
Hey!
this is the ideal timeline. We would have gotten more than 200. Like, come on.
Okay, no, because remember, we'd still be doing the show because we're at the but this is one of those things that
All right.
but the interesting thing here, like, for the record, one more time it should be said that the Marvel Sports Worldwide podcast was, by a large margin, the first ever Marvel Sports podcast to ever post an episode, and was by itself for a pretty substantial amount of time. I don't think BGBDT came in until, like, after episode 30 or even after episode
35,
50.
I believe.
Yeah, so, like, and they have a good show. I think their show is good. They have a very different kind of focus than we do, but they have a good show, obviously, so they're check them out, right? But Balls of Flame, check them. But see, I remember that. I do remember that. Anyone remembers that.
I'm glad that gets a reference here.
Yeah. But yeah, no. We were the first, and we're claiming that. And we didn't, in our intro, every time put the #1 best podcast in the world or whatever it is they put in their intro or their graphic. We don't have
the
to
self-proclaimed #1 podcast,
right?
Marvel podcast. Yeah.
We already know we're the best. We need to tell people. Okay, next line. "Hey," yelled Brendan from the other side of the stage. "Scheduling is hard, and honestly, quality over quantity."
Woof woof, barked Term. You put up more excuses than Speedy after Marblecross.
That is a Term line.
And hi, guys! Interrupted Woof. I'm Commander Woof, and this is such an amazing opportunity. Only the third time we're collabing, and the first time live, of course.
Oh, I'm just messing with you guys. You know how much I love Brendan, even when they support the Speeders. Yeah. Nonagon cringed. "Yeah, aren't you a Cat's Eyes fan?" Decker snickered. "I thought I liked the Limers." Brendan.
They're all in my top 4. Okay, well, I should stop here though. A final recounting of my current top 5, because this has changed a little bit. This is changed slightly, but like Rangers used to be in the top 5 and they're now not, by the way. So my top 3 teams are Cat's Eyes, Mellow Yellow, and Limers. They have been for a long, long time. Before the Cat's Eyes were amazing. Obviously, the Limers are still not amazing. And Mellow Yellow is just something about it. Savage Speeders is now 4th on that list because I used to kind of be okay with that team, but I've fallen in love with that team because I really appreciate how, like, I feel like they were kind of presented as overly arrogant, as like the role play at the beginning was like they're overly arrogant and really big dicks. But I feel like now there's the vibe that I feel about the Savage Beaters is that even though they're definitely, a little bit cocky as like the best team in the league by far, I feel like they're not over the top as much as the vibe used to be about them. And so I've fallen in love with them. I think they're just a great team. I love how they actually continue to just be so amazing, even though it's supposed to be RNG outside of roleplay. So they're definitely top 4. And for some reason, I also, I can't help but love the Gliding Glacier. So they're currently my 5th. So that's my current top 5. So this still holds true. They're all in my top 4. Anyway, continue.
Wolf shook their head. I thought the old Rangers and Mellow Yellow were in your top 4.
But look, I like who like I all right. That's actually probably how I would say that.
Yeah.
Oops.
Term howled. Still messing with you guys. I'm not, chimed in Thesaurus Dinosaurs. You can't root for those pesky Speeders and my precious old Rangers. To decide, Hector and Sky chatted with Casen and Johnny Marble. What's your over-under before we get to our scripted cold open? Asked Sky. Mine's at least 20 minutes, Hector replied. Knowing Brendan, we're lucky if we make our dinner reservation at 9:30, admitted Casen. That's 3 hours away.
Yeah, it's like midday right now.
That's 3 hours away. Yeah, I can see why you think that, agreed Sky. I mean,
I'm definitely giving you a big hug when I see you next time. These are so awesome.
It so would take that long.
I mean, think, how long did today's episode take?
Shut up. That's so true, though. Oh, I'm seeing this. Okay, I want to stop for 1 second here before we go into day 2 to recount 2 other deep cuts that I want Wof to explain because they're his. I want him to give the details on this because Edu just put Limer's trash in the thing, so I want you to explain that emote because that was you out of complete derision. And then there's one other emote that I should still be here that you should also have to explain. I don't know if you actually made this or you just talked about it, but I thought you made a roulette wheel emote.
I did. I made roulette trash. So I can't remember what. I think it's because like the Limers lost Showdown one year and did not make it to that year's Marble League, and so I took the Limers logo and the Apple trash can emote, and I put the Limers inside of said trash can, and it became a very popular emote that is like just kind of spread over like the Marble base and even into like Minty server. I think it's probably been in other Marble servers too. I'm sure it's been in a lot of places. But like that's probably one of my most well-known contributions that most people probably don't know I made. and then Roulette, the event you made for MSW
that I thought was so good.
League. The roulette was just literally just spinning a roulette wheel, no actual racing or event. And so at the moment that the stream was over, I typed in, "This is the worst event I've ever seen," and then I made a version of this emote with a trash can for roulette.
Good stuff. Thanks for that. Okay. Anyway, let's continue on. Day 2, Mr. Stynth.
Also, I find this funny. You guys were talking about like your over-under thing before. It's in here. Yeah. Although like I didn't intend it to like be a reference to that at all. Like I just put it in because like, oh, it makes sense. Like they're betting on how long it takes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's your over-under before we get to our scripted cold open? That is an unintentional reference, technically.
Yeah.
The lore writes itself sometimes, you know?
This is amazing.
No, this is incredibly accurate so far. Like these things would be said. Similar things to these would be said in probably this situation. It is crazy how like within our creativity and our knowledge of the people that we know, how we can like really imagine realistic or at least rational situations like with those people that even if they're not in our reality timeline. So that's so cool. So cool, Stan. Continue on, though, with day 2.
Day 2, the fan panel. The first fan to roll up to the stage was Pesky, who donned a few different shades of green against a bright orange streak, wrapping around themselves as if a hairpin turn. Their lanyard included several pins from Project Marble Earth, the Marble Invites, and a Thunderbolts fan movement advocating for Thunderstorm to get fired. They cleared their throat. This is a wonderful show that brings together the wider Marble community. 4 words: Worldwide Marble Sports Podcast. The crowd cheered as Pesky bowed, passing the microphone off to famed adventurer and former JMRC member, Killian Bladestar. In my times of adventuring, I've always listened to the MSW podcast. I've enjoyed the banters between Brendan and Wof and the various guests they had, though what I've enjoyed the most are the Wof tunes. There's some banger songs that I listen to a lot when going on hikes or runs. Hope the best for you and all your future endeavors. Thanks so much. Oh, sorry, that's your line.
Thanks so much, said Wolf, grinning widely. I hope you're as excited for my show tomorrow as I am.
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Adventurer can wait until MarbleCon is over, promised Bladestar, passing the mic to Marbles for Autism.
Hey!
I enjoyed the memes and the laughs. And of course, I saw a triangle and thought 4, quipped marbles
Yeah,
for
That's a
autism.
great cut. Yeah.
That's one of the write it down
Yeah,
quotes.
that's one of the write it down. Yeah, no, that's a classic. That's a classic. That I literally that was one of the within the last 2 episodes with him, right? Not the recent one, but the one before it, right?
No, that's an older one. Pretty sure.
I thought it was like a 120. I don't know. But that
I guess I'm thinking of the time span. In terms of episode number, close. In terms of years, a bit of a way.
Yeah, a couple years. Yeah. Anyway, continue on. Yeah. Oh wait, no, he's probably looking.
Oh no. They handed off the mic to Bill Frosby. The audience laughed as a Rogue fan held up a sign of a triangle with the number 4 inside it. I enjoy Brendan and Wof's personalities most of all. They're both friendly and so easy to talk to, stated Bill. Just by talking to them, you can tell how passionate they both are about Marvel sports, and I always appreciate that from them. Wof blushed.
Well, thanks, Bill. Right back at you. Always appreciate the wisdom you bring to the show.
True that. Yeah, I'll stop for a second. Bill Frosby was one of my favorite guests over the course of the time because Bill always brought he had a fun energy, but he also had he always had really good points, and he brought always some sort of new stats. He prepared some new stats, and he just had good points. He was always prepared. He was always interesting, and he always would kind of be creative with all the topics that we had come with, or give us new topics during the episode. He was just a guest that was always very present. So I don't know, honestly, just one of my favorite guests of all time. I cannot find the MFA triangle quote.
Literally just search triangle and it should show up. I'll do it for you.
Non-Marble talk. Wait, I saw triangle and thought 4. Brendan 2020, episode 42 after show? Oh, I thought it was the MFA's quote.
Yep. No, that's you.
Oh, no, so these never got put in? Oh, I don't know. Oh, no, it's in there. It's in there. Actually, it's
there.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. I thought he said that. Oh, so I said that. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, you said that. That's a you quote, dude.
That's your meme.
Anyways, that sounds like something MFA would say, to be clear.
It does.
Yeah.
Bill passed the mic next to a translucent greenish marble who carried a mailbag sporting a Raspberry Racers Phoenix and Marble Earth pin. EduGJ cleared their throat. This program was one of my gateways to a wider experience. MSW helped me discover there is more to the sport than just the action on track. The discussion around the events, the cautious analyses, curiosities, and even aspects regarding organization and series promotion. The effort to expand the horizons by bringing light to new and uprising competitive series. The energetical voice and the factual voice. Give light to fans and personalities alike and explore themes that no one else dared to bring up. Pieces that make for a unique talk show in Marble Earth. Now, all that's left for me is to appreciate and thank you for the years of service that you've delivered to the Marble Sports and its community.
Oh man, that's so
That is sweet. Wait,
man.
I'm assuming energical. First of all, energical is such an edu word and also a great word. So I'm assuming energical voice and factual voice. That's me and Wof. I'm the energical.
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, I want to actually look at. I've never heard energical. That's such a. Okay, it's such a word Edu would know. Energical is a real word. Energical, Wiktionary. Alternate form of energic. What's energic?
And what's energic?
In the state of action, operating, energetic. Okay, so it is just like a way to describe energetic. That is cool. That is very Edu. All right, go ahead.
A collective "aw" came from the audience as Brendan started tearing up.
That really means a lot, Edu.
Wof slid their co-host a box of tissues from across the desk, wiping their eyes with one of them. We appreciate you so much. Thank you.
As you handed the mic off to a fellow Raspberry Racers fan, MSW podcast graphic designer, Piney. What I'll always appreciate about MSWP is the people it brought me to. It was exciting way back when to be part of a small community for something new, fresh, and unique. I don't remember what drew me to it, but if I never tuned in, I never would have known the group of awesome people that I happily consider my friends without whether MSWP is here or not. They said, flashing a large button pin and adding, #Night Squad Nation.
Yeah!
Wait, so did you write for all these voices, like, as what they might say, or did everybody actually pitch into this?
Everyone featured in this section pitched into it.
That's
wait, so
Piney
I was
wrote
wondering.
this. Yeah.
Oh no!
That's crazy. That's so cool. Like, oh my god, I'm actually touched by that. That's actually really cool. That's a lot of people pitching in. That's something, man.
I had a feeling from how long the Edu section was, like that's an Edu level detail.
That is Edu words. Only Edu can write like that, okay? So I was like, that's why I was starting to be like, okay, wait, this seems like people wrote their own little blur. That's
exactly what happened.
Yeah. Wow. Cool. That's cool, man.
A translucent purple marble with white streaks spoke next. Fans in the near vicinity gasped as they realized that Tonio, the host of the series Power Ranking Power Hour, was in their presence. It was Tonio's first public appearance since predicting Team Plasma to win Marble League 2023.
Oh boy.
After which point they moved their show permanently online.
He would do that. He would. Okay, so this power rankings, so over the course of the podcast, I think 3 to 4 times, Tonio would send us his power rankings. And most of the time we would actually take them seriously. We'd go through them. But especially early on, all I remember is most of the time I disagreed very heavily with his rankings because he would put some wild stuff out there. Like he would say something like Team Plasma would win a Marble League out of nowhere. And so, I mean, Team Plasma, though, I really do like. And Team Plasma, I think, does have a great... See, that I didn't mention this before when we were talking about Super Yak asked, like, what teams could be really good. I think Team Plasma actually can be really good in the next few years. But I did, like, he'll say stuff like that. I remember the power rankings. And they were like, decent rankings, and I had reasoning, and I enjoyed it. But it was always fun, like, episode. Tonio was cool.
Thanks for everything, MSWP. You're one of the few groups that consistently follows Marble content. I will miss your podcast, but I will wish you luck in your endeavors.
What? You're going to stop watching us? Why? Asked Brendan.
Because you're a fan of the Limers. Why the Limers? Because they acted like trash.
Well, I can't even say this. I don't like that I have to say this, but I'll take them out of my top 4, promised Brendan. I will not take them out of my top 4. In fact, they will go to my top 2. Go away. Okay, who's next? I only have time for a few more.
I guess I'll go, said a blue and white striped marble, motioning for someone to pass him the mic. Thanks. Suffice it to say that MSWP has come a long way, and that you have so much to be proud of. The best thing that's come out of this is that you've had fun sharing what you're passionate about with other fans, from hot takes to deep analyses to big ideas to trivia and everything in between. When you look back on everything you've ever done, I hope you remember that more than anything, and I'm excited to see what you all do next. Keep on rolling.
Roll on, Stynth. Although you always be wrong about the Savage Speeders not needing to swap out their Marbula 1 roster, asserted Brendan. Swifties, how we got the gold.
If you say so.
Oh, and this is, of course, a reference to the rapidly needing to leave Marbula 1, right? One of the most persistent and factual rants of all time. This one persisted to, I think, at least 6 episodes had some minute-long or further discussion on the fact that Rapidly there'd be no reason to keep Rapidly on the Marbula 1 team after, I think, 2 seasons it was, based on performance and based on the other assets they have on the Savage Speeders team. Which, I mean, it's just true, by the way, when you think about it. I mean, I gotta at least remind you of this rant. The idea of the rant was this. You had 2 seasons of Marbula 1. You clearly had a situation where Speedy was pulling his weight and Rapidly was consistently getting a lot of last places. I think he had 4 zeros in a row, I think in season 2, I think was the big kicker for me. And I'm saying, okay, I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's the worst out there. What I am saying is that when you have the whole Savage Speeders team at your disposal, when you have Swifty, when you have Wizzy, when you have those other options, it would not make sense to not give them a try when you know that you have such talent there. Okay, especially when Rapidly is also well pulling his weight in Marble League. Rapidly, I think, is the top performer in Marble League, or one of them, as far as how he does in those events. So it's like, why would you not shift over and give these other obviously high talented athletes a try? In Marble League, Wizzy and Swifty also are in like the top of all time. I think the top 10 or 20 of individual marbles. So they're good. They're worth a shot there. And it's just so silly that people would say, no, keep Rapidly in there when you have the talent at the disposal. That's the rant. And it's right. I'm right.
All right, Brendan. Okay, let's continue on here. And we have time for one more, said Wof. Who's it gonna be?
The microphone passed from Stynth through a gaggle of marbles, including graphic designer Jack Ironhide, a variety of guest stars such as Red Panda's founder Dave, John Wood, Nova Wolf, Justin, Zombie Xander, Sman.
We gotta stop for Zombie Xander for a second.
Yo, this list!
Okay, so I have to stop here. So Zombie Xander, I believe that was episode 13. Am I right in saying
14.
That? 14. No, 14 was the episode that you sucked at.
Oh, yeah, 13. My bad, 13.
So, just to remind everybody, that was the episode that Wof thought he could host. I'm just kidding. But Zombie Xander came on in 13, and the reason he came on was and this might have been the first time, I don't know if it was the first time I ever podcasted or kind of alongside when I started MSW. So the first time, I think it was. I think the first time I ever did a podcast, I guested on the Fortnite Champions podcast.
Yep.
With Zombie Xander and the other guy. So one of the guys wasn't going to make it, and I think they were like wondering if someone would guest with them. And the Fortnite Champions podcast, I think it was on SoundCloud. It stopped after like 70 so episodes. The podcast was actually really good. It was like the time in my life, it was like freshman or sophomore year where I was in my like little Fortnite phase, right? So I was playing Fortnite a lot. I was playing on the Nintendo Switch, so I had a massive disadvantage, but what did I know? So I was playing a lot of Fortnite though, and I was wanting to keep up with it and actually like keep up with all the seasons and the talk and the strategies and stuff by like listening to a podcast. And I remember the vibe on the Fortnite Champions podcast, because it was like they would go on so many, it was like how my podcast went, so many tangents, so much nonsense, so much silliness, but at the same time they would also cover like certain really cool things and talk about all the changes and the bug fixes and everything and go into detail about that. And I listened to like every episode as they came out. So when I think they had 1 week that they were like, okay, we need a guest because one of our guys is not going to be here or we're open to it. I messaged in and I was like, oh, maybe they'll let me on and I can like talk about it. And I came on and I actually was an okay guest. Obviously, it was probably about the same quality as my first episode of MSWP, but I got to guest on and it was just so funny. So when I actually did mine, I was like, I got to invite this guy on because they were gracious enough to let me on, and now I'm doing my thing and maybe he'll enjoy it. So that one's a deep cut. That was a great guest, and he had so much fun. He had so much freaking fun learning about this marble sports, because he was like coming from a perspective where he just didn't really know much about it, right? So he was just baffled by the whole thing, and it was great.
I just scrolled down and saw Stynth. You need to start reading. You need to start reading, buddy. This is great.
Keep going
Titan,
in the list.
Steve, Suko, Marbles for Autism, Ramen, Superyak, Ghazi, Black Panther, and Jack, other custom comp creators, other podcast hosts, and one of the greatest longtime supporters, Lisa.
Go Lisa! She's the best.
Lisa handed the mic over to Eliezer, who graciously extended it to another striped marble, this one donning red and white. The marble known as Akanon drew their own reaction from the crowd as they rolled forward to the front. I've been listening to the MSWP for years now, and have consistently been to live recordings. The level of communication Brendan and Wof are able to have with live listeners while recording episodes is unlike any podcast I've seen. It makes the podcast feel just as much like a discussion as a podcast, making it far more immersive to listen to, said Akanon. Thank you, MSWP.
Thank you.
That's really nice, man. Thank you. Sorry, I just think sorry, Wof. I think I might have cut you off. So,
you're good. Go.
This is like also a small thing, but I figure, I'm mentioning all the details that I can in this last bonus segment. One of the things that I wanted to do, and one of the ideas that was like an initial like launch when I was launching into the show, was I wanted to do something where live interaction was super easy. I actually wanted to do almost like a real sports radio where we had call-ins. The problem was the people that were listening and would come to live shows, they weren't. It was okay. First of all, it's kind of hard to do call-ins because you have to have a certain amount of equipment and stuff. But it would took until like after episode 50 before we even knew how to like stream it with the OBS and everything. So it probably would have worked in the last third of the episodes. But we need the people who were listening at the time weren't. A lot of them didn't also want to. They would like type a lot of stuff, but they didn't want to actually come on the mic and speak just at random, right? Like you would in a sports radio show. But I wanted to do that. So when we couldn't do call-ins because that wasn't feasible at the time, that's when that live chat was born that we had. I was like, okay, people can listen to it live in the Discord, and then like people can say things in the live chat because maybe they'll say something interesting or new or a thought we haven't thought of before, and it would add even more enrichment to the conversation. And actually, obviously, we found that I would say 50% of all episodes, I would say at least 50% of all episodes, there have been substantial contribution from the live chat where it actually definitely enriched the conversation we would have in the episode. And then at least, and probably most, if not all, the episodes had at least some sort of interaction in the live chat that was kind of confirming people were understanding or agreeing or disagreeing with what we were saying. And that was so fun. And the people that could make it, sometimes it was just a few, but they made it consistently, and it made for a good time.
I just want to say, E2, Piney, Stynth, Aganon, thank you. I love you. Thank you.
I feel the same way, but with a less whiny voice. No, I'm just kidding. Wow.
I'm an emotional man.
Listen, I am too, but it's funny. It's funny. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I thought I'm really happy with how that came together, and I think that's really special.
I just not putting it together. Everyone was them. You got Bill Frosby?
Yeah.
It must have been tough to find.
You're all insane.
I can't believe you actually found all these people.
I mean, I scrolled through the Discord and was like, hey.
I send a real wolf heart to every single one of you.
See, it's right here. The fact that we're doing this right now, like, I didn't know how many people were actually going to show up to the final episode. I didn't know that this was going to happen. This is an article. All these people went out of their way to at least say something and be a part of something, a presentation like this. This is really cool. Like, this is why I believe that, especially now that a lot of us are a lot different than we were when we just started, in the sense that we're old enough to travel or old enough to kind of do what we want to do. We should really make the effort to do something like a mock MarbleCon 2025, which is really going to be like a drinking party. But that's beside the point. Beside the point. But the point is like we should make that effort, because obviously, like, this is like the connection we're having here is clear. Like this is demonstrating right here that it's a real connection, not like a fake thing. Not like, okay, that was nice. Like hey, we actually care. Because we care, and you guys obviously care, because you didn't have to do this. And there's a full article here that we're going through, and it's been an hour almost. I knew this was gonna be longer than half hour. Then that, like, you all put something into, I don't know, that it's really having an effect on me. I think that I am an emotional guy, but my emotions tend to kick in second. Usually my rational brain kicks in first, as Akanon's experience when we're arguing and stuff, and then my emotions will kick in later. And like, there's been so much going on today that like they're kicking in, like they're really kicking in. I'm really realizing how like much there is connection here, and like how like meaningful this all is, and like it's not just me realizing that it's true, but actually really feeling that. And that's like, I don't know, I don't want to even when things change, I don't want us to like lose that, especially while Marble Sports continues to be a thing. So yeah, anyway, we can move on.
The surprise panel. After their afternoon break, where they gathered with media networks from Project Marble Earth and Marbles Today to the Marble Report and All the Marbles, Brendan...
That's a deep cut. All the Marbles? I can't believe you. Madman.
What is All the Marbles? I feel like that's more you, not me.
It's an ancient... Like a show where like two people like were playing as newscasters and getting really fake heated about marbles and races and stuff. And like, it was... early days. They didn't last long, but they were before MSBN.
All the Marbles.
It's gonna be like, it was so funny. But we'll keep going. I'm sorry. I don't want to derail so much.
Giving me a 1981 movie, a really hot blonde woman. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. I'd have to look that up later.
Eagerly shuffled around in their seat, waiting for the mystery athlete who had agreed to interview with them. Brendan.
Wof, you gotta tell me. I've had too much mocha madness today. I'm bouncing off the walls. Isn't that a name of an episode? Or where'd we get that?
Mocha Madness? I'm pretty sure that was somewhere. I don't know.
Some Marble.
You're gonna.
What's that? I don't like that tone. Why are you? Oh.
Approaching Casen to get fitted for the microphone was a multi-Marble League gold medalist, sibling to one of the greatest athletes who'd ever lived, the Maroon Missile, rapidly.
Wof, I need to use the restroom.
They were the only one who responded. Either that or manager Savvy found a way to intercept all of our emails to other athletes. We'll never know.
Brendan wiped their head, which was beating with sweat. I don't have enough time, do I? What am I going to say?
Don't say you were right, that your yelling and ranting was validated, or that the world of Marble Sports is in good hands.
Okay, the funny thing is I literally did that 2 minutes ago when I had this rant again. I said like 2 of these 3 things. That's funny. Wof, I'm being serious.
The lore writes itself, I'm telling you. Yeah. Rapidly rolled over to Wof, giving them a firm bump. It's an honor, the athlete said. Truly. Thanks for your invite.
Thanks for coming on, Wof said, smiling as widely as they could. I'm sure you know Brendan.
Rapidly swiveled around. Congrats to you.
For what?
For being right, answered rapidly, gesturing to Brendan for a hug. From behind both of them, Wof witnessed perhaps the most awkward hug known to
MarbleCon. Thank you. That was so nice, replied Brendan. You're so chill, honestly.
My pleasure. I always respect when the media keeps me in check, even though, I've already won several championships for my team. Brendan went silent. But that's beside the point. So, Wof, you said you prepared questions for me. Let him roll.
Is Brendan went silent lore accurate?
I don't know.
Probably not. Imagine meeting an actual celebrity athlete who you were bashing on in real life.
No, but my point was very specific to Marble 1. Whatever. Day 3.
Okay. Day 3, the M Games panel.
Yo, M Games.
Was it me?
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, I didn't know. Hey, Wof, mind texting the mic today? I didn't sleep well last night.
When has that stopped you before? I know how often you went out when you were studying in Pastone. Or after you go spin disc golfing.
Okay, wait a minute. Where did we get... What's spin disc golfing? What's... What?
Isn't that the thing that you do? Or is it called something different?
It's just called disc golfing. Spin disc golfing is funny. That's just really funny. You know what? It feels accurate, though, because I feel like Wof, if he didn't know what disc golfing was, would say something like, that spin disc golfing thing, right?
Or spin disc because fidget spinners.
That works for me. But yeah, no, that my current sport that I'm pursuing with the most. Like I'm spending the most time on is disc golf. So that's pretty accurate. That's pretty awesome. It's fun. It's a lot of fun sport. Wait, yeah, you got me there, admitted Brendan. I just want to save my voice for commentating. You know how long I've waited for this. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm just teasing you. Oh look, here they are.
The 8 teams arrived side by side, opening all of the convention doors for no better reason than dramatic effect. Just ahead of them, convention officials were clearing the last of the emptied booths for a ramp and ring, which upon staying in place, they promptly lit on fire.
Well, you know, I'm shocked they're allowing equipment like that indoors, noted Wof.
You can thank Tide for that, replied Casen. It's their equipment from the 7C circuit, their building tower, and their insurance.
Insurance covers this?
Casen shrugged. Look, the Woodland Foxes are testing it. They watched as the team's reserve, Hickory, sprinted across the floor and nailed their dismount from the ramp, sailing through the ring of fire and traveling 50 meters into the soft barriers padding the wall.
An epic showing from Hickory, commentated Brendan, and even if that was a test run, the Woodland Foxes had to feel great about that showing, as does Hershey, who for the first time is bringing M Games to a live audience of avid marble sports fans. Brendan cleared his throat. Toss me the mic. I'm good now. Heck, I could do this all day.
The Wof Tunes show.
Dude.
And by the way, like the references, like you said, like you were gonna, like wanted to do like a live M Games show in MarbleCon 2025. So
yeah,
you got
I remember when the M Games. This is true. When the M Games was
announced.
No, when the M Games was a thing, and we were thinking that, you know, we were going to get consistent uploads and it was going to be like a yearly thing. That's not a shot at Hershey. I was like when we were like really excited about it, and I loved it. I loved the ideas. I loved what was going on, and I was like, okay, over time, quality's gonna improve and everything, and like this would be the kind of thing I would love to commentate because I think it's so like dynamic, and I love how the events are so out there, right? Because the deep, like instead of just normal events, it's like deep sea diving or the ram swing, and I really ate those up. I loved it. So, anyway.
Donning a flowing black robe with a bow tie adorning the top, Wof gestured to Brendan for a glass of water as they waited backstage for the lights to dim.
Brendan chuckled, their voice cracking. You know, we should do an episode where we can see how long we can make it without needing to talk to each other. I probably wouldn't make it 5 minutes.
Wof smirked, trying to contain their laughter. You probably wouldn't make it like 30 seconds, by the way.
No, probably not.
Well, it is a show where we talk, so.
Yeah.
Anyways, you've got
this. That's ourselves.
Giving Wof a light bump of encouragement. See you out there.
Thank you all for coming, said Johnny Marble as the lights dimmed. We'd like to give you a warm welcome to the closing act of MarbleCon 2025, the Wof Tunes show. Our very own Commander Wof has prepared a collection of their greatest hits to share with us all. Let's roll on, Marble sports fans, and give it up for Wof. Sorry. I still can't get it right.
Wof took a deep breath and burst through the curtains to overwhelming applause as the intro to Me 6 Got Us Rolling in Love kicked in.
That's crazy. Me 6.
Classics like Roll Me to the Moon and Rolleluya. Oh my gosh, you're going for it. Open the show, followed by Never Gonna Roll You Up, Marb Like Me, and a Marb Beats medley before closing the final Wof Tune. Wait. Is the Marb Beats medley the reference to Adventure that I did on Let It Roll?
No, but sure.
Okay.
Yes, it is now because you remembered it.
The lore writes
for
itself.
context for everybody. When I did the Adventurer cover on the show, I like shortly after guessed on Let It Roll, and they had a trend of like doing like fake Marb Beats covers, and so I made a Marble version of like the first. For beginning up to the first chorus of that song and sang it live on their show. Oh my gosh.
Good times. I think I remember that.
I think this is you, Stynth. My bad.
Somehow, Wof had managed to keep the song a surprise from everyone, even the rest of the MSWP crew, but they'd rehearsed it daily for years and executed their performance flawlessly. As the final chord of Wof's Way rang out, the crowd gave an ovation, throwing roses onto the stage of the theater. In the very center of the room, Wof could see Brendan grinning right at them and mouthing, "We did it."
Oh my gosh. I love that you didn't put a name in so you could pretend like you definitely predicted it. That's still great. Thank you. Thank you all so much, yelled Wof, bowing, for the show, for MarbleCon, for everything. We did it.
As Wof gazed back at their friend, they could swear Brendan was being framed through the screen of a phone. The lights went out above the stage, dimming the theater as the crowd noise too seemed to fade. Present day.
Is that a reference to something? Framed through the screen of a phone, or is that just like artistic language?
You'll see.
Okay.
Oh, I'm getting it. Okay, go.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Marble Sports Worldwide Podcast.
The marble known as Commander Wof groggily opened their eyes to the popcorn ceiling above. They rolled over in their bed and swiped to answer their phone, finding Brendan, co-host of the Marble Sports Worldwide Podcast, video chatting them from hundreds of kilometers away.
Oh, no way. Wof, come on, exclaimed Brendan. Today's the big day.
Wof pulled their sheets over their head, attempting to block out the blinding bright screen of their phone. I know. I'm excited. Can you just give me 5?
Excited to finally move on? Brendan sighed. You know, we had a good run, but seeing as everything's changed, the JMRC knew when to move on, and I think it's time we do the same. Whoa.
Wof was home, wherever Wof identifies home to be. Although Wof's dream of MarbleCon 2025 would effectively end with that of the Marble Sports Worldwide Podcast, they knew there were still reasons to be excited. New career opportunities were on the horizon, ones Wof could still celebrate with their Marble Sports friends. Team Momo and the Raspberry Racers were still competing, and Wof was still to be following them, even if they couldn't follow the videos as frequently as in the past. Even if there was too much that Wof had learned about the troubles behind the scenes, there was still a reason to be here. In the end, they were free to keep rolling on and never let go of their dreams.
Besides, there's no one else I would want to have to do this with than you.
Wof smiled. Thanks, buddy. I'm gonna miss you.
Well, come on. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe we'll grow apart. I don't know. I'm not gonna overanalyze it. That's not lore accurate. But there'll always be a soft spot in my life for you and what we created. Edit. I am gonna overanalyze it, but pretend like I'm gonna be flippant about it in this moment. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Brendan, I'm supposed to be the philosophical one. How much magic mind have you been taking?
I love this thing. Obviously, that's a reference to the few ad reads we did. What a wonderful company, by the way. Their stuff's good. Like, the final promotion for them, their stuff, Magic Mind. Like, I actually drank it, and it was, like, I was awake. I actually was productive, so I would recommend it. It has ashwagandha or whatever they said in the ad read, but it actually did something. So, yeah, no, that's great, Stynth. Shut up, Brendan laughed. You know, it's funny. I got something physically in the mail today, a bright orange envelope, kind of official looking. I would ask if we could open it during the mailbag, but I got carried away.
Of course you did.
You're going to love it.
The end.
That's crazy. That hits hard because you had me really thinking that this was like I didn't expect the dream thing. That was the dream scenario done well. That was that hit me with now super positive vibes plus that melancholy aspect of it being just Wof's dream. Whoa. Like, anybody who doesn't know this and reads this is first of all going to be floored by the whole idea of the MarbleCon, and then they're going to be absolutely baffled by the end. That's crazy. like reading this and not being us and like knowing what already happened is this is a real heart tugger, man. That's cool. That's wow. Well done.
You maniacal son of a bitch. You got me fucking good.
That's crazy.
So I want to bring up something, and first of all, like thank you two for being a part of the community and creating such a great space to just talk about marbles. It's funny because you talked about MarbleCon 2025 being this convention where Marble sports fans could come together and talk, but you guys already made that. You made that here. This is a podcast where you've been doing that for 5 years, and you had such a good run. So really, really proud of what you guys have made. But within the article, I also want to bring something up because it's a detail. You receive it in like the start. Isn't detail that you received your press pass for MarbleCon 2025 in March 2024. It's March 2024 right now. Obviously, in like real life, it's unlikely you would receive that or like really like get to work. But within the lore, it's kind of it would be funny to think about if a bright orange marble with blue flowers and gangsta marble bling sent you an envelope that's also bright orange and kind of official looking, and
I get you.
Who knows what's in that letter. You'll really never know, actually. I mean, I don't say it, and I'm a big fan of not explaining everything that I write. I'll do it, although I do explain a lot. So maybe if it's not, for all you know, could be a MarbleCon invitation. For all you know, it's a thank you from Yella. For all you know, it's not actually from Yella, and it's from another fan. But Brendan already opened it, so thanks, Brendan.
I love you guys so much.
That was all very cryptic at the end there, so
I mean, you don't know, right?
No, I don't. I don't actually know anything now. That's
I suppose it's up to you you can dream whatever you'd like it to be. So
listen,
whatever you'd like that bright orange letter to be, or on letter envelope to have in it, is probably what's in there. So
that's wonderful, Stynth. That's really cool, man. I'm so thankful for this. This is like, it's one of those moments where I can only just be thankful, because it's like this takes effort and like passion, and I don't know, I don't know, people don't do this kind of stuff that often. Like I don't know, man. Like, you have to put a lot of time into this stuff, and just people don't, like, it's rare that people will do this for other people in general. Like, just put time and effort and like really care about someone else's life, and like, oh, man.
Well, I'm amazed at all of the other letters that you got too, and like words of thanks, and the My Little Pony voice actor thing was pretty freaking cool. Like,
that was so funny.
I wouldn't have been able to do that, but
to be fair, that wasn't us request. That was just Richard sending in like something that he asked for his own Marble teams. It was just, Richard is a special man. He
Yeah, no, he's always been interesting. I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Yeah,
people put effort in, man. I don't know. It's hard to even. I don't know.
I think something awesome that has always defined this community is that people put in effort, and it's a really special place to be, simply on the grounds that people care. And I hope you saw that today.
And like, I don't know, for me, it's like, it's such a long time to learn that in general, because when I first entered the community, I entered with like the opposite perspective, that like people don't care, which caused me to act in the way I did. Because like I was acting in a very like selfish kind of like, I'm just trying to count votes, right? Like people don't care, so I don't care, so I'm just gonna over advertise and get votes. Like I had no sense of the fact that like, you know, like that there was relationship involved, and like I don't know, like, and now I'm here with this, ending the show, and some guy that I got to get dumplings with, who's now a good friend, wrote a 20-minute article about a silly idea that I had. I don't even know. I don't know, man. I don't know how to process this. I'm sorry, but it's great. That's cool.
Stynth, I want to meet you so I can give you a hug.
Oh, you haven't met Stynth yet? No, you have to. See, that's the thing, Wof. You're gonna have to do that. Like, he'll be up in Boston, and I'll be up in Boston for another year. So you'll have to make the trip at this point. You'll have to make the trip and actually see him.
I'll only be up for a couple more months, but I'll travel up to Boston for that.
Yeah. Well, like, and also like, you seem to come here sometimes, so it's great.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, this was utterly phenomenal. Thank you to everyone who contributed to this masterpiece. I couldn't have imagined a better, more emotional way to end this, and I'm just gonna start crying more. So maybe we should just send it back to our past selves.
Yeah, I mean, I was really close. I almost actually shed a real tear on the air. I didn't, because Wof's doing that for me, but that's what my body wanted to do. So I do cry, by the way, if you're wondering, just not usually on the podcast.
I feel like that, though. I feel like you may have. I may have actually gotten you to cry if I didn't include the rapidly bit.
All of that was really good. I mean, no, I'm really not. I see. The funny thing is, I don't know what impression you guys get of me. But I am in the general circles of my life, the people I know, IRL and stuff, I am like a more emotional guy. I'm also a very over-analyzing guy. So because of that, people get like different.
Considering how strongly you react to things, I can imagine you're an emotional guy. Don't worry.
Yeah. But like, once you get past the over-analysis, then you get a hell of a lot of emotion. So I don't know. This is who I am. So
everyone expresses themselves differently. I wear my heart on my face, so I'm not very subtle when it comes to my feelings.
And that's fine. It's good. I like what I always am, and what I like to be, and when I like when other people are, is honest with their emotions. Honest, no matter how they express it, just be honest with it. If you're actually sad, be sad. If you're not sad, don't be sad. Okay, you don't have to like overshare and be like over the top with it, but like be what you are and like share that. And that's what I try to do. And like, I'm just feel exactly what I feel and just express that. And sometimes if I feel like I need to actually cry, I'll cry. I will. And like, it is that's that genuineness. When you express your emotions genuine to even if it's just to yourself, like that does help you. It does strengthen you. It gives you some stability because you are like honest about who you are. I mean, faith and stuff aside, one of the biggest things you can do for personal stability is simply actually allow yourself to be genuine. And then of course you have to work through that and filter that so you're not like, you are also someone you can palate, but you think be genuine, right? Be like exactly how you feel and what you think in the way you want to be it. So MarbleCon was this MarbleCon. The initial idea for that started when it was kind of a culmination thought or a kind of a tack on thought to my initial grand plan that through a Marble Sports podcast, I was going to somehow become really involved with JMR. We were going to all work together on making Marble Sports a huge entity in the world because, I was thinking that people like Dion would be logical and business minded and think, making relationships with other people that care about the same thing is going to help us build bigger stuff and make more money and be more creative. And obviously he did the opposite because he's not a good businessman. But
it's okay. He's not in this article at all.
That's good. But like my point was like that was like my initial thought. I was like, okay, I'm going to do this podcast and use that as a way to work up into like actually being a part of planning or creating or ideating about Marble Sports. Then there'd be people and everyone would be on the same page with me and with everybody else, and we'd all be like working hard trying to really continue to grow JMR and then grow in other channels. That's that feeder league idea where everyone's connected and we create this real whole world of Marble Sports where it really does become a real sport. And tacked on to that was this MarbleCon 2025 idea, because from when I was thinking about it, if things continue to grow and progress at the same rate as they were when I started, then 2025 seemed like a reasonable time where there'd be enough people involved and enough success where we could all meet up and enjoy that success and enjoy that creativity and just enjoy what we've done. MarbleCon 2025 represents the ability and the joy of people who've worked together on something and express their creativity, being able to sit back and have that day of rest and enjoy it. Because creativity and working together is a lot of work and effort and difficulty, but eventually you get to sit back and really experience what you've done, and that's what that represents. So have your MarbleCon 2025 in everything you do. Like if you really put the work in and you work hard, eventually sit back and enjoy that. And especially the more people that you are working on it with, the more people that you are creating something with, the bigger the convention can be when you do get to sit back and enjoy that. And one of my favorite parts of life in general is sitting back and enjoying something I've done that I've put effort in, put my mind into, and can be proud of. So that's what it all represents, man.
That's pretty damn beautiful, man.
Yeah, that was super well spoken.
All right, we are back from that retrospective. And this is actually... Sorry, Wof, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's probably amazing. I'm willing to bet because Stynth's a great writer. And yeah, and who knows how many people touched the article. Maybe multiple people that worked on it. I don't know. I haven't read it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it's great.
For sure. And I'm sure in that bonus clip, when we actually sit down and record this later, there's probably going to be some 1 minute sentence I say at the end of that too, as like the final. But other than that, this is it. This is the final time that we sign off officially on an episode. This one is indeed our longest episode. We so much appreciate you guys. As Johnny Marble says, this has been the MSW podcast, and you guys have been the best fans in the world.
Yes.
And it's time for us to move on to whatever life and whatever God has for us. This will be the end of the show. Wof?
Yes. Here we go. I've been holding on to this for 4 years. So, for the final Wof Tune, I've had this picked for exactly 4 years. This version, I recorded the first version of this on February 19th, 2020, and literally by accident, I recorded the final version and had it edited the day before that, February 18th, 2024. I have made 3 different versions of this over the time because this back then, basically back in February of 2020, was the Futbeka stuff, and it was gotten so bad that I was thinking I might leave. Like it was that bad for me at the time. I was just seeing so much negativity everywhere, and I actually gave a hint to one person, Minty, long ago, but so subtle that that it would be a miracle if she picked it up, and she didn't. So I'm going to read this hint to you now, so that way you can see if you can figure it out within the first. I'll give you the answer immediately because we don't have time, but Here is what I told her a long time ago. On February 11th, 2020, this is what I had picked out, basically. I don't know if you knew this, but there's a tradition on the show where I sing a song for the outro on special occasions. Usually it's just for the lols, but I was thinking about a song for If I Leave, and I found the perfect one. I'm not a great singer, but when I tested it on my phone mic, I was surprised by how good I sounded. I'm not going to say what it is, but I will say that if I'm going out, I'm doing it my way. So, if y'all remember, one of my most well-received covers has actually been Frank Sinatra's Fly Me to the Moon. And I picked that because I did love that song. It was actually a lot of fun. But I also was doing that as a test to see how my voice does in Frank Sinatra's style. And so, as you're probably not putting it together with those last two words from that message, the final Wof tune for the show is Frank Sinatra's My Way. And there's only one last thing to say, really.
And let's do it together, Wof, this time.
Well, I mean, we could do that, but I had like a different version of it, actually, I was going to do.
Oh, okay, well then, I thought we were just going to do. Okay.
Yeah, this is just, sorry, I kind of planned this for a while, so I...
No, then I'm going to have your moment, man, and edit it so it sounds good later.
The last thing I want to say is that although this show may be gone, never forget to keep rolling on. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full, I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that. And may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got, if not himself? Then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my Yes, it was my